I found out my wife bought a couples massage for her and a male colleague.
Sharing is caring?
I think you can care a little bit too much. And this is all to answer the question, should you ever stay with a long-term partner after you cheat? By the way, you can catch us live on YouTube every day, 3 p.m. PST. Catch us there or be square. This first story comes from a throwaway account, and they say, this happened on a work trip, and I clearly remember that she never mentioned getting a massage, let alone a couples massage. I only found out a week later when the spa FedExed her anklet that she had left behind, like a glass slipper left by Cinderella.
Does it fit?
Does it fit? Is it her anklet? Is she the cheater? She came clean when I brought it up, but she thinks I'm making a big deal and insists that she told me about getting a massage, just not a couples massage.
You know, I love it's usually the inverse scenario.
Yeah.
I love the switch up.
Yeah.
It's a good change.
Struggling.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
really messed up.
We believe in you.
Thanks.
Are you okay, Sophia?
I'm okay now.
Sophia was causing a ruckus for a second.
Everything was falling over,
Yeah.
but I'm good now.
Yeah.
Did it.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad things feel
Yeah.
resolved. She came clean when I brought it, but she thinks I'm making a big deal about it. Apparently, the spa was almost full and had only one empty slot. Only one empty slot. So they decided to go in together. Naked? Where was it? Because I feel like mostly massages are scantily clothed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just Wii Spa, dog.
Yeah.
How much of your coworker did you see? That's what I want to
Yeah.
know. This is so out of character for her. She's always been quite prim and proper, and she's definitely not friendly with this guy. I'd be mad even if she was friends with him. They barely speak to each other at work parties, and he's always been cold to me. Are they trying to get you off the scent? I've never seen them talk. Maybe they do that intentionally so you wouldn't get suspicious.
He's always cold to me. Why does he not like me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he never invited me to a couples massage.
Yeah, I feel like this couple has never had a couples massage.
I agree.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, and they're in sore need of it.
Yeah. He's sore.
He's sore. He's in sore need. He's in sore need.
Wow.
Ba-dum-ts. We have an amazing marriage so far.
I don't believe it.
And she's my best friend so far.
I don't believe it.
She swears that nothing else happened, but I'm unable to let it go. And she's upset with me for not trusting her. Should I trust my gut instinct, dig deeper, or force myself into believing her? So, TLDR, 32 male, my 28 female wife of 3 years went to a couples massage with her 29 male colleague and hit it to me. We got relevant comments. We got an update, but quick poll from the audience. Did they cheat?
I just want to know
Yes or no?
how that conversation got started.
What?
Like, was she at work and she was talking to her coworker and she's like, I'm so sore.
Oh, these
It's really
chairs.
a
Oh.
massage.
There was only one place in the massage place.
I know, but
but
why
how
did-
did they even get
Yeah,
there?
how
Yeah.
did
in
they
the
even
first
get to the
place?
How do
conversation
we
about
start?
massages
I mean,
if they don't talk?
it was a work trip. You gotta after a full day of work, and you gotta get a massage.
I don't buy it.
They're throwing him off the scent. He's being rude
Yeah.
to him because he's like, yo, that's my woman.
True.
I'm the one getting massages with her, not you.
Honestly, I feel like a couple's massage is it's pretty intimate.
Massively.
It's
intimate.
massively
gotta be.
intimate.
It's simply gotta be.
Simply
Yeah,
gotta
well,
be.
it's literally
What-
called a couple's
Yeah.
massage.
What?
It's called like
if we look up like couples massages, I want to know what they involve. You know,
well, I've
Someone
I've
do
had
that.
my fair share of couples massages.
what do they involve?
I mean, to be fair
Is it
to
just like
the wife,
you're next to each other?
you're just kind of next to each other. But like, if you have someone that really likes massages, there could be moans and groans, and you are naked.
See, I feel like we could do a couples massage,
Well, because we've heard
But-
our moans and groans.
but other work, these people, I don't know about
These
that.
people.
These work
Yeah,
people.
see, well, John affectionately refers to me as his work wife or work husband.
Yeah, I feel like we are work husbands.
we are work husbands.
We
So
we birthed this baby jointly.
yeah, these are our children.
We birthed
Right
each
here.
half.
So I feel like we're at the intimacy level where we could get a couples massage, but it's an intimate thing. Like I don't know.
Not
if-
for the faint of heart.
yeah.
For the
You went with
co-working.
Justin in Bali, didn't you?
Me?
Yeah.
I did. That is true. I got a cup. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, this is coming out now. I did get a couples
Okay.
Someone
massage
else?
with Justin in
Wow.
Bali. Well,
The smoking anklet.
was it a couple? I'm gonna have to ask him. I forget.
Yeah, you guys went together. And
We
it
did
was
go together,
coupley.
but I think we were in separate rooms. Anyway, I think the point is this is fairly intimate. I
Yeah.
would love a poll. If we put up a poll.
The poll's not working.
Poll's not working?
Well,
Yeah, I
not
can go on
working
YouTube.
today.
Oh, dang.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Did you think they cheated or not? Hannah says also he hates being touched. Bella
Who does?
6815, but you guys aren't involved romantically yet.
Says you.
Valkyrie, it's an intimate setting.
Awfully
The semi-naked
presumptuous.
candles, aromatherapy. It's a romantic setting, hence it being called a couples massage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's edging on a little emotional cheating, but it also is just like whatever a partner's comfortable with.
I just think regardless, the fact that she is kind of brushing it under the rug as no big deal is the issue
Is
here.
the red flag. Like
Yeah.
she's not coming to the table thinking like,
Hey, sorry
Should've
I did
told
that. I should have let you know. It truly was nothing.
Yeah.
Like it should have been that. But
Yeah.
it's right now it's just no, nothing happened. I don't know what
which is not hearing what his
concerns are.
concerned feelings are.
Yeah.
But let us get into the relevant comments. So, relevant comments. Glass Ear 8049 says, I would trust your gut. Do you ever think maybe the guy is cold towards you because he's into your wife? That's what we said. Maybe they purposely don't speak to each other in front of you so they don't let their true feelings show. We also said that. No one just goes for a couples massage with a work colleague for convenience sake, especially if they are all typically prim and proper. I would be livid if this were my husband. It's a form of cheating in my opinion, and she is gaslighting you. OP responds, thank you. I was hoping for a married woman's feedback. Separate Parfait 6426 says, if they barely speak to each other, how would they know that the other person was hoping to get a massage?
I said
Yeah.
mm.
I think it's more like I think the bad thing is not necessarily the couples massage, but the fact that they went to get a massage together and have not talked to each other seemingly before. That's my biggest red flag.
Yeah. It's
And if
suspicious.
someone you barely talk to, why would you want them to be half naked in the same room as you? I
Yeah.
cannot imagine a scenario where this was innocent.
Yeah, that's like going to like Wii Spa with your coworker.
Okay. OP said. She said they bumped into each other at the spa.
Oh, wait. Okay.
So I believe this is what happened.
Yeah.
happened.
Talk to me.
Contextualizing what OP just said
Yeah.
with the spa. This is allegedly what happens.
Okay.
She's at the spa. He's at the spa separately. They both want to get massages, but there's only one massage open, and it's a couples massage. And they're like, hey, like we both want to get massages right now. The only one open is a couple massage. Let's just get in it together. It's cheaper and all that.
So in this world, they are at Wii Spa,
Yes.
and Wii Spa offers massages.
Couples massages.
And-
Spa does offer massages.
Yeah, I know this. Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm saying. And
Never
so
noticed.
they were already just hanging out at Wii Spa,
Yeah.
and then
And then they ran into each other and like, oh, I was getting a massage. And then he's like, I'm going to get a massage. And then they go to get a massage. Like, hey, 2 massages, please. And they're like, sorry, all the massages are booked. We only have a couples massage.
But if you're married, you run into, let's say you don't work at this beautiful place.
Yeah.
You're married, you run into someone you co-work with. Are you like of the opposite sex that you would be attracted to? You're like, oh, let's get this couples massage. Or you're like, go ahead, take it. I'll get the next one. I am giving it to the person.
Yeah,
You going next time.
Yeah, I
but
think.
are you,
Tell me your next appointment.
Does it cost the same?
I
Like,
think
are you paying more? You know?
you are paying more. Yeah, well, a couples massage is like twice.
Yeah, you're
twice
paying twice the amount.
twice
so
the
maybe
amount.
none of yeah.
So just book the next slot. What is
But
it?
there's no other
There will
slots.
never be a slot again.
There's
Just go
no other
tomorrow.
slots.
Yeah,
They're
go
on a business
tomorrow.
trip. There's no other
Go-
slots.
I don't know.
I would
wouldn't
just give
do
it to the person.
You would what?
I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it?
I wouldn't
on.
do it.
Would I do it? I don't think so. If it was like a random coworker, if it was like a friend, I probably would do it.
Yeah, maybe like these coworkers, but
Yeah.
but if it was, like,
I would get a
I'm
couples
getting, like,
massage
office
with anyone
vibes.
in this room.
Yeah,
Amen.
I don't think that would be weird because we live together. But I think that if it were in an office space, that would be different.
What if OP's wife is like this? What if
No,
she
but
also
says
has a podcast that she works
But
on?
she says that she doesn't talk unless she has a very bad podcast where she doesn't talk to her coworker.
Reading comprehension on 1,000 today, Sophia.
All right, but let's get into another relevant comment. So North Reference 7081 says, I was thinking there might be a small chance that it really was innocent, but if she's feeding you BS like this, she's probably actually cheating on you, to be honest. OP responds, I did press on this when I confronted her. We get a massage almost every week and it's always planned in advance, but she said since she was traveling, it was a last minute thing. When I brought up the fact that she never goes to a spa without checking the reviews, she got angry and said since it's a 5-star hotel, it ought to be good. And then OP on if the guy from the spa is married or not. No, he's single, but supposedly a ladies' man. And there is an update. I don't know. So where are we feeling?
This is so obviously bad to me.
Yeah.
It's so obvious.
Yeah.
Even if it is true that they're not actually like doing that much outside of this and it was a true coincidence.
Yeah.
I feel like a reasonable person would sit down and say, this might make my partner uncomfortable. And you get a massage every week?
Yeah.
Are you that tense? You're like, I'm going to die unless I get this
Honestly,
massage right now.
But honestly, the getting a massage every week actually makes me think that she cheated less because it's like so habitual.
But still,
It's
you're
not like
sharing
she
the
went
couples massage. Even if there's no cheating is what
But
I'm
she's
saying.
like, you know, it's kind of like I have to watch Game of Thrones every Friday night or it upsets my
even if I'm half naked next to my coworker.
you know, sometimes you gotta watch Game of Thrones half naked next to a coworker.
I don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't buy it, but I think it makes me think that she's cheating less because she gets a massage every time. Like this is not out of the ordinary for her to get a massage.
I think there's a world where she's not cheating, but she's still in the wrong.
Yes.
She
Agreed.
loses in every scenario.
Yeah.
90% of people say cheating.
90%?
Wow.
Whoa.
100% of me says cheating.
9 out of 10
Actually,
doctors
I think I'm
say
90%
cheating.
too.
Shy Little Rider says BS 5-star hotel does not mean spa services are good. As a spa girl, 10 out of 10 can confirm. Wait, Shy Little Rider, question for you. Do you think as a spa enthusiast, is a couple's massage with someone that is not in the couple a no-no?
Too intimate.
Too intimate or not?
Yeah.
Let us know. Also, the couples massages, I feel like they vary in intimacy too.
Yeah, that's what I need to know.
Is it like there's some couples massage? Like sometimes it's just like you're just getting massages very close to each other.
Because it's for a romantic couple, I will always assume it is too intimate.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I've only gotten one professional massage
Where?
when I was traveling, and I went with my friends. And it
Was it a
wasn't-
couples massage?
It wasn't intimate. No. Well,
Was
I mean,
it-
there was 3 of us, so it wasn't a couples massage.
Was it a triplet massage?
It was just a massage with 3 people in the room.
So that's technically a couples massage.
I guess.
But it's not
so.
billed as a couples. Like, if it's something is billed as a
it
couples
was
massage,
billed
I'm assuming it's
separately.
more romantic.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I digress.
But-
I guess, I don't know I need to know what is involved in a couples massage
Well, let's see.
because I only have one.
Brianna L says, as a massage enthusiast, it is a romantic thing. Nicole Haddon says she said it wasn't planned, but she knew she was going on a work trip, so she would have time to plan. Charlotte Ryder says it's a big no-no, especially if you do a massage fully
Yeah.
nude. If
it's fully nude, though.
I think the nudity is the smoking gun. I think
Yeah.
if you're getting like nude with a coworker, that's kind of weird.
that is weird.
Yeah, unless you have a podcast.
One asterisk.
All right, but
Yeah.
we got an update. Also, someone said, did Sophia and Sam coordinate outfits today? We didn't, but I noticed that at the beginning of the stream.
We're
and I
just
kinda
wearing
like it.
black.
I know, but it's somewhat coordinated. So, update. I really can't thank you enough for your support. Getting this off my chest is helping me deal with this better. My friend and I did some digging, and things are not looking good. He called the spa pretending to be the colleague and told them he had lost his watch and was trying to retrace his steps. The manager said all they found was her anklet. We also found out that the room had a private shower, and both therapists left right after the massage and didn't return until much later.
Okay, so this is an intimate, private.
It's a couple's massage.
You know what? I didn't know what a couple's massage.
All right.
I didn't know what it was,
smoking
and I was
gun.
still
So
against it.
I've had a couple's massage where
Yeah.
it's just two things like next to each
That's
other.
what I thought it was.
I've had a couple's massage where it's like you get fully nude. There's like a shower in there. The shower is a smoking gun because they clean those showers thoroughly in between sessions.
Oh,
Ah!
oh God.
I distinctly
I take it back. I don't want to go to a couple's massage with anyone in this room.
I distinctly remember my wife telling me that there was no private shower and that she went back to her room for a shower. The manager said she would have the security check the CCTV footage to see if he was wearing his watch when he left, but she never called back. I'm worried that she might have spoken to my wife because she had been love bombing me all morning, but turned passive aggressive when she got back from work.
Ooh.
And out of the blue, her girl gang shows up for drinks. We do host parties quite often, but never on a weekday, and my wife never mentioned that she invited them over. I don't know if my mind is playing tricks or it was a setup because her two single friends cleverly steered the conversation towards marriage and told me how much they envy what we have and we're the ideal couple.
No.
I don't like this.
Then
So suspicious.
her guy friend shows up. I don't like him, and we've always been formal, but he acts like we're best buds. I'm feeling cornered, and I want to call my friends over, but the wife doesn't want to mix our friends. We
Weird.
usually host them separately, but not always. I got pissed, and she goes on to say that she doesn't like the way he looks at her. Wait, I got pissed, and she goes on to say that she doesn't like the way he looks at her.
As in OP's friend?
This is BS. He's an amazing guy, has a wonderful girlfriend. Yeah, I think
this is
OP's friend. Yeah. Her friends were like, stop complaining. You're hot, so guys will check you out. You're so lucky to be married to him. He doesn't get jealous, yada, yada. I couldn't take it anymore, so I faked a work call and was about to leave when her friend, who's sloshed at this point, asked me on tips on how to get a girl who's way out of your league. Haha.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's so rude.
Wow.
That's so incredibly rude.
How to call someone ugly without actually calling them ugly.
That part.
Yikes.
I acted like I was distracted by the call and left. What do you think is going on? Has she told them something? How do I find out? I feel like it's very it's an extreme coincidence if this is all happening and it feels set up.
Yeah.
I don't like it one bit.
I think she knows she's getting caught.
Yeah, and I think she's trying to get her friends in on
Yeah.
this.
On the
And
conspiracy.
stinky friends.
Stinky friends.
friends.
Come
Calling
on.
him ugly.
Everything stinks
Backhanded.
right now. Everything stinks.
Yeah.
We need a private shower to clean off this mess.
Darn tootin', Vlad Putin. I went through her iCloud and it's clean, but her CC says she's paid for the massage and also left a huge tip.
Second huge tips out.
Oh, it was scheduled 2 days in advance. They were there for a week with 4 other colleagues, and 3 of them flew back on the 4th day. Should I talk to the one who stayed back? And if yes, how do I bring it up? I don't want to harm my wife's career in any way. My friend spoke to his lawyer and was told that everything we have right now is conjecture. My friend wants me to give her the benefit of the doubt and only confront her if we have solid proof. He even offered to fly down to the spa and figure out if she went back to her room to take a shower. I'm not comfortable talking to a PI. It's so much more humiliating to discuss this when you're not anonymous. Is there any other way I can get solid proof? Not necessarily for legal reasons, but for me to get some finality and move on. I haven't slept in days. I'm not thinking about divorce yet, but for those of you who ask, we have a lot of assets and most of them are shared. She does make a lot of money, but I make significantly more, and I've always been more than happy to take care of everything, and we didn't get a prenup. Not sure how this will affect me should we choose to separate. Also, her work party is coming up. I want to skip it, or should I go and act like everything's normal? My friend suggested I try to be nice to her colleague and see if I can get something out of him. So the TLDR did some digging. Things aren't looking good. Where do I go from here? There is a quick relevant comment. So Devoted Red says she had her massage partner in your house. I think you missed a trick when he asked how to get someone like your wife. I would have responded that you've heard she likes to bond for couples. That is not true.
I don't think
this is her friend from college.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Different person.
Yeah. Right.
But that is where it ends.
No!
So
Can we get a quick TLDR for the new peeps?
yeah, so TLDR, basically, OP discovered an anklet left behind on his wife's work trip that she left at a spa where she got a couple's massage with her coworker. Apparently they're not close, but they got a couple's massage together, and he's known as a ladies' man. She comes back. He finds out about the couple's massage. He was not told about the couple's massage, according to him, and now he's very suspicious that there was some sort of cheating, and she is denying it, but he doesn't have any proof.
Good TLDR.
Thanks. Yeah, Courtney Brady, the guy friend, is not the coworker. That was a separate guy friend.
Yeah, it was just rude.
Who was just rude.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, I think
I don't know if there's enough evidence for me to say cheating.
but
I don't think there is.
I don't think there
That's
is.
the issue.
yeah, it's like we were saying
Yeah.
earlier. She did wrong, even if cheating
Yeah.
didn't happen here.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
hit it. There was
Like I think he can confront
The fact
her
that there wasn't
without
Yeah.
cheating evidence. Can just say, "Hey, this was not okay. I didn't appreciate it."
If I did get a couple's massage with an opposite sex coworker, which I think is a bad move, I I feel like after I would be like, I should probably tell my
Also
significant
that,
other
yeah.
immediately. The fact that the person like that she got it and didn't say anything, I think that is what cements the idea that like sure there's something shady going on here. Like there's something that she doesn't want OP to know.
Yeah.
Even if there was no cheating, it's like maybe there's like some kind of flirtation going on.
And maybe the kind of like conclusion to this is OP goes, and instead of like accusing her of cheating or whatever else, or like investigating it further like they were suggesting, you'd be like, hey, look, honestly, like just the fact that you did this kind of made me uncomfortable, and like I didn't feel very like heard or supported when I kind of initially communicated that I didn't feel like it.
So question for you, John. Would this be enough for you to divorce?
Me personally, no.
Yeah.
But I would say what I just said.
Yeah.
I agree.
And then see what is the response from there. Does that finally break through it? And then they're like, oh, here I was trying to be defensive or whatever because I like maybe they didn't cheat or whatever. And it's like, oh, I'm actually just hurting my partner by the thing.
Yeah.
Cheating allegations aside. You know what I mean? So I think I would.
Courtney Robinson says it was booked in advance. I don't know if we know that.
Did we miss that?
Do we miss that? I don't think
We double checked that.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure we 100% know that.
If you pulled that from the story, let us know.
Yeah, if
what it was.
if that is true, because my what she said is she ran into him at the place.
Unless it came
and
after that. And we missed it.
apparently the spa was almost full and had only one empty slot, so they decided to go in together. That is what she said.
Talk to me.
I went through her iCloud and it's clean, but her CC said she paid for the massage and also left a huge tip. It was scheduled 2 days in advance. They were there for a week.
We missed that. We missed that.
I read that, but I didn't realize 2 days in advance.
So she like prepaid.
Oh,
And then the tip.
she prepaid. That is kind of a smoking gun, is it not?
She's lying. She
yeah.
lied about the private shower. She lied about that it was like, oh, this whole total
She said it was there.
happenstance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Stanky.
At the very least, you know that she lied now.
Yeah.
Like whether or not she cheated.
Okay, so now that we know
Lied.
that, are you closer to divorce? Because that feels pretty smoking.
I would keep digging to, and she should have been remorseful already. Because again, cheating allegations aside, just like, hey, it may be uncomfortable if you do the couples massage. I think that's a reasonable thing to be like
upset about.
I'm feeling like this might be, that would be, if I found out that was I think that would have been I think I would have divorced.
Yeah.
I think you confront her.
Or maybe not divorce, but if I was a girlfriend,
elite
break up.
therapy.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh,
Go
no,
ahead.
you're fine. I was just gonna say, I think start with, hey, I'm upset that you one had a couples massage, just like thought that was okay, that you lied about this, and this, and just kind of confront her with everything you know and see how she responds to that.
True.
Not necessarily accusing and saying you're cheating, just saying I am upset that you lied, that you like everything that you do know for sure.
Yeah.
Just confront her with that.
Diana asked, how is secretly scheduling a couples massage with a coworker not cheating?
We don't know if she did it with the coworker.
Well, I think Diana's almost saying like the same way people, it's like there's like emotional affairs.
Yeah.
Like there's levels to it. What degree of cheating is it? Is it a first degree or is it a third degree?
I think this would be, I don't, maybe not enough for me to divorce, but I feel like it would be enough for me to, if it was a girlfriend breakup, I probably would break up over this.
Yeah.
I'm like pretty certain, unless it was like more than 4 years.
Yeah.
Outside. That's golden rule territory.
Golden rule.
This is pre-golden rule territory.
Yeah, but
So,
it was 3. I think they've only been together for 3 years.
Not
So-
quite.
That's it. I think that's
Yeah,
it.
I think
That's
that's it.
over.
There
I
we
think
go.
it's over. I think it's over.
But you know it's not over, guys.
What?
This stream, because we got another story. Unless we want to really quickly read some donuts, maybe.
Actually, Sam, could you reread the title for me real quick, just for me?
Yes.
That's
Just for
me.
him. Goodness.
I found out my wife bought a couples massage for her and a male colleague.
Boom.
Then let's read these donations.
Hey, Lola Lena celebrating 5 months. Today is my birthday.
Happy birthday.
And 5 months of being part of OK Storytime. Let's go. We freaking love it.
You.
Mad Hattergal with the 10 gifted donations. Ladies and gentlemen, growing the family. We love to see it. And then another. You thought Mad Hattergal was done?
No.
Incorrect. Another 10 for a total of 20 gifted memberships. Let's go. Thank you, Mad Hattergal. Josephine Medalla Burquest. Hi, Daddy Sam. Looking extra hot today. We don't have the AC turned on. So that's why.
We don't.
That's right. But maybe we'll change that.
And I meditated in the park today, so I feel extra glowing because I've busted my ankle, so I can't run. So I went with my Santa Monica guru.
Dude.
And
Did you walk there?
no, I drove there
Okay,
and we eye gazed. It was pretty great.
We need to get you like a little, those little carts, like beach, do those freaking cool little beach carts or whatever.
Oh, dude, a little golf cart.
Whoa.
Whipping.
Oh, that'd be
Wait, no. Did we just get another 30 minutes? Oh, wow.
Hey, Spiffy Tiffy with the 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. And then Kristen Hat with the 5 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go.
That got us over 30.
Man,
Oh my gosh. And that put us over 30. Ladies and gentlemen,
go.
these wonderful people have gotten us another 30 minutes on the stream.
Whoa.
Oh, just kidding. You thought I was done? No. Matt Hattergal did another 10 gifted memberships. And then Aussie Girl in the Art Shop, also 5 gifted memberships. Absolutely
The
beautiful.
gifted
Popping off.
memberships are pippity popping off.
Guys, by the way, we
poppin'.
love it. You know that's our favorite because it grows the family.
It grows the family.
God, you guys are just too great. I can't get over it. Deadly Cat
That's all
667, celebrating 3 months of membership. 3 months already. Time flies by, especially with some recent issues that have been mostly resolved. Hope everything is going well with everyone else. Deadly Cats, we love you. Hearts in the chat.
Hearts in the chat.
Josephine Medalla Burquest, thanks for the 253. She dropped the soap for him in the shower.
Woo.
Lol. Uh-oh. Don't drop them. Amanda Sue, thanks for the $5 tip and the heart. Heart back to you. And Matika Waterman celebrating 5 months of membership. Hello, everyone. Hungover, but enjoying watching the stream while drinking a lot of water. Stay
Drink that
hydrated.
water.
But make sure to drink water while you're drinking the alcohol.
Yeah.
And like hecka electrolytes. If I'm going out drinking, I am
eat.
drinking 2 cups of water for every drink.
Sam got me on the electrolyte game, and it changed my
It
life.
truly changes things.
Changed my life.
If I've heard the combo of eating before water and
All
electrolytes.
right, you don't need to poop on my party.
Certifiably Jen, thanks for the $2. If you have to hide it from your spouse, it's cheating. Kind of a bar.
Yeah.
Rainy, thanks for the $5. Coming out, okay, story time. When I was 17, I told my dad, I like girls. She stares at me and finally responds with, I see what you watch on Netflix. I'm not stupid. I didn't know how to respond after that. Fire dad line. Fire dad
That's
line.
awesome.
As long as it's loving. And then $5 from Caddy Yati, Patrice, you guys and lady are loved. Thank you.
Shut up.
And that's
We
all our
feel
donuts,
loved.
guys.
We feel loved.
Thanks, y'all. But we got more stories for you.
Yeah, we do.
And here we go.
5.
Brianna
355?
L says, I use coconut water for my electrolytes.
Ooh.
Coconut water is good.
Such a huge fan. So many haters out there.
What, of
Of
the
coconut water.
Really?
So
But
many.
I thought you didn't like coconut, John.
I love coconuts.
What? Wait. We got
Wait,
some.
you literally were chewing me out the other day about my coconut purchase.
What coconut purchase?
My LaCroix coconut.
Yes, that's what I was about to
LaCroix
say.
coconut sucks. Every other thing that's coconut is the greatest thing that's ever existed.
That's so specific.
What do you mean? You've had LaCroix coconut and you're like, oh, gross?
Yes. Also, it was $3.55.
355.
That's what I was. I'm confused too. I'm with Sam on this one.
Riley, can I have more blue?
Roy.
To angle the camera. Have more.
You
Okay, I feel like my thing about the drinking sounded sassy, but I was agreeing with you.
It was so sassy.
I was agreeing with
Dude,
you. I
you
was
had-
just adding. I was
You
like,
had
and if you eat
max
food.
sass.
No,
It
I
was
was
so
agreeing.
much
It's a
sass.
Sophia
Yeah.
way.
It sounded like you had 100 years of experience and he has never drank before.
Yeah.
I was just adding on.
Yours.
I think I'm
Who
just a
is she,
little
me?
tired, and I was like adding on, and it sounded like I was roasting you, but I was agreeing.
Sophia- I just assume Sophia's always roasting.
No,
me.
I was fully just supporting you.
It's the dynamic we know and love.
Yeah,
Aw.
I feel like Sophia's just so used to roasting me that when she's like, even when she's not trying, she's just
It's
roasting
just
me.
underneath. I was
It's
like,
just
oh, did
underneath
that
every
sound
comment.
sassy?
A little bit of a roast.
$3.55.
LaCroix nasty, says Bell
$6.55.
Conking.
Okay.
Brian B says the coconut controversy. Yeah, 2 cc's of controversy right there.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Have you seen that?
I love that.
You know
No.
what? No.
Dude,
Oh,
oh,
okay.
okay.
Sophia, I just
Sorry,
found
guys.
out
I've been
about
showing
it this
Sam all
morning.
of the Kamala Harris edits. Where
Oh,
she's like, you think
sorry.
you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Yes.
You exist within the context of, I can't remember them.
Level 27, Matt, 3 months of membership. There's flavored water called Joy Burst that is packed with
Ooh.
electrolytes and lion's mane extract, perfect for hangovers. No free sponsors, level
Yeah.
27, Matt.
But thanks for
But I
PMO.
appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We got the real number. So,
from
like-
the magic that brought you to
That's such a good callback. Here we go.
Where is it from the studio? Whatever.
Anyway,
No, it's from that.
Anyways.
It's from that.
Okay.
my girlfriend and I agreed to take it slow when we started dating, but I just found out that she slept with another guy.
She's
Oh,
like, I'll take
no.
it slow with you.
Yeah, there we go. Context. This is the answer. Should you ever stay with a long-term partner after they cheat? A good question, and it comes from Throwaway Hug F, who says, I have been with this girl I'll call Jess for close to a year now. Since specifics matter here, we started dating around last Thanksgiving, but it was only about a month later when we said we were in official relationship. I really like this girl from the get-go, and we've gotten very close since then, and we're actually planning on moving in together soon.
Whoa.
Wow.
After a
big
year.
step. Big
After a year.
step.
Close
Yeah.
to a year, not even a
Yeah.
full year.
Whoa, that's really early.
Yeah. How old are they? Do we know?
27 male and 22 female.
Whoa. That's pretty early for 22.
keep the gauge out.
But here's a problem.
What?
What's the
Okay.
problem?
Recently, Jess and I ran into a guy at a small get-together with mutual friends. They exchanged a weird look like there was something between them, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. During the party, something came up about the place Jess went to for a date. The time was clear since it was a Christmas market in my town. And again, I thought something was off about that guy. I think maybe, let me know if I'm understanding, chat, but they started dating around Thanksgiving time. And they're talking about, oh, maybe an old date during Christmas time.
Oh, month into dating.
A month into dating, did they go to a little Christmas
Yes.
market?
But
together?
were they exclusively dating?
They said after a
Says-
month.
It says after a month of exclusive dating. I
Oh, a
think.
month of exclusive.
I think
At
that's
a
what
month
it
in
said.
it. So
Yeah.
I
Did
think
they say,
we're,
wait, they said in the post they said exclusive dating?
they said we made it official
Yeah.
after a month.
Yeah.
So we're like,
Wait, made it official after a month.
okay,
so,
let me read you the.
So what it could be is we
Wait.
got together November, then in December.
Double check.
Here's the exact line. We started dating around last Thanksgiving, but it was only about a month later when we said we were in a official relationship.
Okay.
I really like this girl from the get-go, and we've gotten really close since then.
So
Okay.
official relationship a month later.
So
around basically Christmas, like right around.
It
Christmas.
could have been right before. It could have been right before they made it official.
The question is, was it before or after?
It's on the line. Well, So, again. Thank you. Well, later that night, I actually got a text from him. He got my number from one of the mutual friends, but said, "Hey, I don't know you, but I thought you should know that Jess and I hooked up right after Christmas."
So after they were official.
Somebody was a ho, ho, ho. I confronted Jess about this, and I could tell she tensed up right away. She got this sad look on her face, but confessed right away. Confessed doesn't sound good.
Bro.
She said she
Whack.
met this guy on Tinder and hooked up a couple of times, but stopped any contact before we became official.
Wait, so she's just saying that. Wait, that's not true, though. He said it was after
So
Christmas.
someone's lying.
Which is definitely her.
Well, she said she wasn't sure we would get into a relationship at the time, but she still felt bad that I found out this way. She said she considered telling me, but was afraid that it would ruin things between us. So,
wait.
I think it's...
Oh, okay. So what it seems like is that he's saying maybe they did get together officially after Christmas. So
it
there
seems
was
like
no
it's
crossover.
this. They hooked up together. They made it official.
Yes.
So it's like it happened right before she made it official, and she was like...
Which I don't think there is a problem.
That's not cheating. That's not cheating.
I don't
then.
think that's cheating. I don't think if it's not official. Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't
and
think
like
that's
what
cheating.
they could have been on. How many dates have they been on? Like
we don't know.
4?
Yeah.
Okay,
We just
once
know
a
that they
week?
were dating for a month. Which I mean, understandably, you might get a little sad about it,
Yeah,
but I don't. It's not cheating.
it's not cheating. You
'Cause
had
you weren't
no
exclusive.
contract with each other.
She said she wasn't sure we would get into a relationship at the time, but still felt bad. I found out about it this way. She said she considered telling me, but was afraid it would ruin things between us. I told her I needed some time to think and proceeded to get wasted that night and ignored her texts. The thing is, I feel very betrayed, and I am really considering ending things. Sure, we weren't official when this happened, so that
Then yeah,
Clearly
I don't
doesn't
think
matter.
you have any real right to be that mad.
No, I think you should assume people are dating other people
Yeah,
until
you're
you are
official.
official.
I think it really I totally agree with both of you,
Yeah.
but different like places and just I don't know. People have different expectations.
Oh,
I feel.
for
Yeah.
sure.
But I
Which is
think
why
that's
you gotta
what
align.
I just think that's what the official talk is for.
100%.
It's aligning those expectations, and before that, I think that you can't expect someone.
I agree with you, but I digress. But we had already been on multiple dates at that time, and I thought it was pretty clear that we were moving towards a full-fledged relationship. On my side, I had no interest in pursuing other girls at that point because I only wanted to be with Jess. And on her end, she was definitely hinting at us evolving into a couple and strongly hinting at exclusivity. Hinting. The other part that kills me is that during this early stage, Jess specifically said she wanted to take things slow physically until we knew each other better. That is
But I also
not that I agree again.
So I think people lump different people into different categories of like, oh, this is a person that I want a relationship with long term, and so I want to take things slow. And then this is a person that is just a quick romp in the sack, and then you release into the wild.
I think I agree with that.
Of all the things I could see him being upset at, this one I could kind of be like, I see, because again, they weren't official or anything, but Jess specifically said she wanted to take things slow physically until we knew each other better, but during the same time, she hooks up with a guy she barely knew from Tinder. When I asked her this, she said it was different because she took it slow with me specifically because she thought we would get into a relationship.
Yeah.
But it was somehow different than a casual hookup. That logic makes zero sense to me.
I think I'll wait until the rest.
I think that makes total sense.
Well, we can make it. Yeah.
I don't really want to talk with my friends because I think they would hate Jess if I think they would hate Jess if we ended up staying together. But I would like to hear opinions on here. Would you stay in a relationship like this if things were going well, but the beginning was so shady? Quick TLDR, my girlfriend met up and hooked up with a guy while we were dating, but not official, while she was taking it slow with me. We have some relevant comments.
Yeah.
We got more. Let's break it down real quick.
59% of people say, nah, not cheating.
I think not.
Yeah,
I
it's not
think not
cheating.
cheating.
It's
I
not
also
cheating.
a lot of people in the comments were saying that she was hiding it, but I don't think that any relationships that you have prior to making it official are relevant.
Yeah. He was like, oh, we were hinting and all this stuff, but it's like you guys didn't have the
Yeah.
official set. You have to communicate extremely clear things. And granted, it was only a month in. So it's like, I think they were both like, oh, okay, do we want to do this? But
I don't know.
What?
But you
'Cause-
had a different timeline, I think, with your partner.
Oh yeah, with my partner, but we went on a date, and then about 2 weeks in, I was like, I'm pretty serious about this person, but we weren't official. But if I were to do something like a little after, like 3 weeks in, we were kind of dating, but nothing was official, and I did something, I would feel guilty, and I would also.
But that's
did
tell
you
her.
expect that from your your girlfriend?
I mean, it sounds similar here. Like everything was leading up to it.
I know, but if your girlfriend, not saying that she did or would, but if your girlfriend before you were official was seeing someone else,
Oh, I'd feel hurt a little bit, yeah, because I was like, oh, I thought this was gonna be me and you kind of thing.
Which it would once
yeah,
you made
I
it
think
official.
it would. Yeah,
I think like if
Yeah.
I'm going into a thing, I think I expect everyone to be dating
Yeah.
other people until we have a conversation that we decide we're
yeah,
just because. And also, I feel like that's a healthy thing to have because that is what could be happening if you
Yeah.
haven't had the conversation. So might as well believe like the worst case scenario, rather than this person is with me and me alone.
yeah. I think that you can't count on like you can't think other things about expectations until you've had that conversation.
yeah, you have to communicate.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and that's what that conversation.
Jessica
is for.
Sana says, I don't know, if you're interested in someone, are you still planning to hook up with random other guys? I mean, I don't
know.
may-
People
may-
have different.
people have different
I
expectations.
I think that I approach relationships differently, but I don't think that this is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always like focused on one person at a time.
Yeah, I
but-
think it's just easier for me to manage.
Yeah.
But I don't think.
But that
makes
being
this
said,
yeah.
I have a bunch of hinge dates planned this
Yeah.
week.
Which is not. Yeah, I think. Which is. Yeah, I think that you're allowed to do that. Like I have a friend who is, like people talk about like the Rasta. I think you're allowed to have your own Rasta until.
Got your star player.
Yeah. Well, I had a girlfriend that was dating like 5 other guys when
Yeah.
as she was dating
Let's
me.
go.
Yeah, I
And
think
then, but then
Until
I
it- yeah.
won.
exactly. Yeah, they liked you the best.
Yeah.
That's so. Isn't that great? Like
Yeah.
if you make it official, they liked you the best.
I would
Make a bracket.
honestly, I would
Yeah.
rather someone like actually view their options and then choose me over just like, oh, this is the only person
Yeah.
that's here.
Ooh, the taxi theory.
What's the taxi
Taxi.
theory?
You know what it is, Sophia?
No.
Basically, with guys, this may not relate to girls, but whenever guys get out of a relationship, their taxi light is on. So whoever sits in the seat first, they'll stay with them until they get out. What?
I think there's truth to that for some people.
For some
Yeah.
people,
No.
not for everyone.
But
Oh.
we do have some more relevant comments.
All right, let's
hit
get
it.
into it.
Hardline61 says, in my opinion, if you're dating someone and moving towards a serious relationship, you don't freaking bang other people. This would be a deal breaker for me, but you do you, man. If you can't get past it, then end it.
But dating is
It's-
discovering
yeah.
if you're serious about
Yeah.
someone.
You have to communicate it.
Yeah.
If that is how you feel, but then that also puts puts this pressure.
I think if OP feels like that, then he should say, hey,
He has to
if
say
we're
it.
gonna start dating, I want it to be exclusive,
Yeah.
on date 1.
He
Yeah.
has to say it and didn't.
He has to
That's
say
the
it
problem.
as soon as he would. He has to.
As soon as he would be bothered by it.
But the dating world this day is so finicky. Like if you say something like that, they might like run away.
Well, then
But then you don't
that's
have a
the
right
risk.
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
not
think
a-
you
it's
have
not
a
in
right
alignment.
to expect something that you don't communicate.
Yeah, I think exactly. Here we go. Stars follow up. Expectations without communication are secrets, right? And
Bars.
so I think if you have any expectation on your of your partner and you don't say it, it's essentially a secret and it's not applicable. Your partner couldn't
And
know
you're not
about it.
aligned.
And you're not aligned.
That's
You're
I
not
think the
aligned.
biggest thing. You're trying to find someone you want to be with and aligns with you. Opie says, yeah, that's how I felt, how I feel as well. It would have been one thing if she was talking to other guys in the early stages while we were still defining things. Of course, that's fine and normal, but it feels like a slap in the face that she found another guy to sleep with after we had already gone on quite a few dates, and I made it clear I thought we were moving towards a serious relationship, which she seemed to also acknowledge. There's no way she didn't know I would feel hurt that she did that.
They were seeing each other for a month.
A month is
A month.
Opie,
That's crazy.
Opie's big in his feels.
I think,
Big in his feels.
especially also Opie saying, I thought we were on the same, but you can't think. That's what that's what the conversations are for.
Assuming makes an ass out of
Yeah.
you and me.
Oof. Opie also added to a deleted comment, her logic made no sense to me. She tried to explain that with guys, she wants to be in a relationship. When she wants to be in a relationship, she wants it to feel special and wants to build an emotional connection. But for guys she sees no future with, she sometimes just wanted some physical fun that meant nothing.
I think that makes
total sense.
Like, as a person who does not engage in like hookup culture at all, I think that makes total sense.
I think it makes sense, but I wouldn't personally do it.
Well, yeah, no, again, I wouldn't do it. I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Again, there was just no communication.
I might do it.
That's really the full stop there. But I just can't wrap my mind around that. It feels like a gut punch that we were getting closer and building a connection. She didn't want to be intimate with me, but instead preferred to find someone else. No matter how she rationalized it, it's hard to not feel like a second choice of sorts.
But you literally aren't. You were her first choice. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess he can feel however he wants to feel, but I think that.
Yeah, I mean, he can feel however he wants to feel, but I think it's not fair of him to put an expectation on it. And then in terms of what she's talking about, the categorization of like different partners, that there's like sometimes long-term partners and you want to go slower with them, and then there's short-term partners and then you could just like hook up immediately. I think in those cases, as long as you're communicating to each person about what it is, and it's like, hey, I view this as a short-term thing. Are you okay with that? Then like, that's fine. Or I view this as a long-term thing. But as soon as you categorize, you should tell.
And also, a couple of people in the comments were talking about like, you should let partners that you're seeing know that you're seeing other people, so like they're safe, like STDs wise. But we also know that she wasn't sleeping with him because she said she wanted to take it slow.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like that even applies there.
Yeah, bro just didn't communicate.
Yeah.
So he can feel how he feels, but like it's
she can feel how he feels, but I don't think she's done anything wrong.
There's gotta be other Reddit comments that agree with us.
Yeah, why is he just picking all the ones that agree with him? This is why
that's the ones he's responding
like,
to,
what?
which makes sense. He's just staying in his own bubble and reinforcing his own thoughts. But we do have an update. 23 days later.
Now another month in, a whole relationship basically.
So, as the title says, I decided to break up with Jess. It's over.
That's.
I mean, you know what? If he's gonna do that, he can do that.
He has every right to do it, but I think his reasons are dumb.
Yeah, I think I agree. I kept going back and forth because I was worried I was throwing away a great thing over something that happened in the past. But the problem is, I thought I really wouldn't be able to get past it. I can't help what she did was really crappy. Yes, I know that technically she did not cheat.
What do you mean technically? She didn't cheat.
She didn't cheat. But she knew that I wanted a real relationship and that we were potentially moving in that direction. But meanwhile, she expected me to plan and pay for interesting dates, court her, and prove that I was quote unquote worthy of her, while she happily hooked up with randos, one person, who basically did nothing but show an interest in effing.
That's literally dating.
F that.
That's literally that's what dating is for, proving that you are, someone that they want to be with.
Yeah. But maybe he has more antiquated ideas of what dating is.
In which case they're not. Yeah, in which case they're not compatible.
They're not compatible.
He shouldn't stay with her.
So maybe logic sound. Maybe he's like, all right, this is not a compatible person. I wouldn't do this to someone else. So like, hey, like if he
doesn't want to stay in this relationship, that is his prerogative.
Yeah.
And OP is a guy, Higgy.
Yeah.
I think he's very insecure.
Yeah.
I think. Like, yeah.
But it could be like maybe he has different views around what spicy sleep means. and it's like, oh, I view it as more sacred, not to, like it's never casual for me, and thus, if that is his view, they would not be aligned.
I think he's just your little man.
Potentially
That's what I
that
think.
too, but
Yeah.
In a follow-up conversation, it also came up that her friend sort of guided her to act like this. That she should basically allow herself to have fun and keep her casual options open, but with me to quote unquote make me work for it and show that I wasn't just looking for spicy sleep, but was capable of being a committed partner. The whole thing just seems so manipulative and ugly, and these were also mutual friends who I consider to be nice girls and now my friends as well. Now I never want to see any of these pieces of crap ever again.
Whoa!
Again, he's so salty, I think.
His friends were like, I feel like he's just mad that he didn't get to sleep with her.
Exactly.
That's
yes,
what this
actually,
is kind of giving.
Yeah.
It's like, they got to sleep with her and I didn't. That's not fair.
Yeah.
that I feel like, yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry, no one owes you spicy sleep, regardless of whether or not they're giving it to someone else. No one owes you that.
He's just, he's very, I'm picking up very
Yeah, she could be
insecure
sleeping with
all that.
100 other men and not you, and she still doesn't owe you that.
Dude, let's go.
Just because she slept with all those other men.
I know this is starting to sound like a bit of a rant, lol, but I feel pretty pissed
I'm
and
pissed off too.
and basically called it quits. The actual breakup was actually quite unpleasant. No harsh words were exchanged, but Jess cried and we kind of talked about some happy times. I guess that's the hardest part about this. Like, I don't think she is a bad girl, and maybe we could have had a nice future together like we did over the past few months. But in the end, I do think I made the right decision. I want to be with someone who treats me well from the get-go, not someone who manipulates me while playing games just so she can have her cake. Eat it too.
I
What
hate
is
this
the
man.
manipulation?
That
I
is
hate
it.
him so much, actually.
Yeah, he's just like, bro needs to calm down.
Honestly, thank God he broke up with her.
Yeah,
She deserves to find someone else.
like if he feels this strongly about something like this, there'd probably be other things in the relationship that he would feel
Yeah.
strongly about.
Like,
Yeah.
absolutely ridiculous
In the
that they
opposite
seemingly
direction.
had like a really good relationship for almost a year.
But
Yeah.
like, if this is, I'm glad they broke up, because obviously he has these kind of
Yeah.
beliefs that do not align with this
Yeah.
girl.
If the relationship was as good as he said it was, I feel like he could come to the table and be like, look, here is the reaction that I'm having, but like, obviously I'm invested into this relationship and I don't want to, take things out on you or,
Yeah.
whatever. Maybe I'm having these emotions, but can we kind of like come together, come to the table and, I don't almost have her help him work through it in a way, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like almost realizing like maybe I'm being irrational and to
Someone
the table.
in the chat says, but I think he just wanted honesty, but I don't think that it's not honesty to give your whole relationship status before
I
you're
agree.
officially seeing someone.
don't
I don't
I
think
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 you.
it's
anyone
kind of
is-
murky.
I
you
think
know?
Like, I just really don't think anything is relevant before you start officially dating.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm saying it's murky because they didn't or he didn't communicate.
Yeah.
Like because of him not communicating, that's where it made murky and no
Yes.
one knew what the expectations.
I think if he had asked, that's a different story. But I don't necessarily know if she needs to offer that up.
I don't think
No,
she
no,
has
no,
to
no.
offer it up.
I don't think
No,
she has to
no,
offer it up.
no. But yeah, it's
yeah,
just like
Judges Kasana says, I think he wanted transparency. Did he ask for that? Did he say?
Yeah, did
And
he
I
say,
have- yeah.
were you seeing anyone else before me?
Yeah.
yeah.
Did he ever ask that? Because I think he just assumed a lot of things.
Which I think if he asked and she didn't say anything, that would
That
have
would've
been
been
a different thing.
Yeah.
Because then he would be like, hey, this is actually important to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And now he's making his things
Yeah.
known. And then he can decide whether he wants to be in the relationship past that.
And he never acknowledged his own like lack of he just like very aggressively kind
Yeah.
of like put all of the blame on her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deadly Gamer
Which
says
I
she
think is
clearly
lame.
wanted him as a second option. Guys, I think you can have options.
You can.
I think you can have options before you start officially dating.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just, I mean, again, this is just my opinions on dating. And if you guys have different ones, that's like, those are your own and that's fine. But I think for me,
Valkyrie says
so,
if we
yeah.
remove the sex from dating, then finding your partner is easier. Our great grandparents had it sorted. Courting is the way to go. Hookup culture is trash.
I think hookup culture can make things harder to find romantic relationships, but I think people are doing their own thing.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. And this is also coming from, like, I have very different approaches to dating than this person. I don't think it makes her wrong for it.
That's that.
I think that's
That's
where
the end
that
of the
story
story.
ends.
Yeah, I'm heated, man.
Shall we do some donos?
Yeah.
Asian persuasion, Midwest hack, drink on an empty stomach to save money. Alicia, thanks for the $5. I just got my diploma. Yee.
Let's go.
Bell Conkling celebrating 4 months of membership. Riley, what's the biggest safari animal you could win? Kill or be killed? No weapons, no armor. Hyena, baby elephant, ostrich, zebra, baby rhino, etc.
And whatever Riley says, I'm then going to fact check it.
A gazelle?
No.
Instant fact check.
Fact check.
Wait,
All right.
unless you had unless you had a weapon.
He has no weapon.
I have
You're
no
just
weapon.
barehanded. No.
There's
I
no
Couldn't
way
ca-
you're
you
being
couldn't
a
catch
good.
a gazelle.
You couldn't.
I mean, yeah, if it was in a room with me, yeah.
Killing any
I think
animal
that
would
would
be
still-
so
I have no chance.
it has
against any.
horns.
I know I would do my best. A goat?
I would give it
Was
the
there goats out in the safari?
You could get a goat.
I think you could get a goat.
And a
think
baby
you could get a
squirrel.
goat.
There.
You could definitely get
They're
a squirrel.
fast. A baby squirrel, actually. No, you could get that.
Matt Hattergal, thanks for the $5. This was me and my boyfriend when we started dating. We're still seeing other people before we made it official.
I think it's very.
I think that's but in different parts of the world it's different.
Yeah.
I think it's
very common. I think within our demographic.
Yeah.
within LA, within our demographic, I think the assumption is like people are dating multiple people
I think
before
you-
they make
yeah.
it official.
I think you can only control what you do before it's official.
Yeah, agreed. Stars fall up. My grandma said date as many people as you want until you are asked to go steady. Wise words from grandma. Queen of Pasta, hot take. Disloyalty is disloyalty, unofficial or not. If you're going on dates, you're dating. Y'all are together. I don't get this thing of people dating more than one person at a time. So cheating, def.
I gotta say I disagree.
I think so. So Queen of Pasta, what
Yeah.
you're saying is someone asked you out and you go on a date. Now you're dating until you decide whether to end it or
Now you're exclusive.
So yeah, you're immediately from date one, you are now exclusive. Automatically, you haven't had a conversation or anything, but immediately from date one, you're exclusive. And if you see anyone else or kiss anyone else, it is cheating. That is a hot take. Stars fall up. Thanks for the $2. Expectations without communication are secrets.
said that
Agreed. Intertwined realms. Thanks for the 10 gifted memberships.
Let's
Let's
go.
go. Sophia or John want to take it from here?
Celtic Kit, thank you for the $5. It's my birthday. Got another birthday. Happy birthday. Gotta go to the beach. Now going to Outback Steakhouse with y'all in my ear. Best birthday ever.
Let's
Let's
go.
go.
Get a steak on us. Asian Persuasion, thank you for the $2. They were platonic, obviously. Wait, who was that? What was that in reference to?
I think maybe with OP and his girlfriend, they were platonic initially.
Oh.
Maybe.
Well, it's not intimate.
And Intertwined Realms, thank you for the $50 tip.
Oh,
Woo!
Dono link.
Been listening to you all nonstop on Spotify today. Have a great day.
Let's go.
Dude.
We have been noticing people checking out the Spotify more.
Rookie of the
Yeah.
stream, Intertwined Realms. I'm calling it right now.
Yeah.
Like rookie MVP.
Rookie MVP. True. Rookie MVP. Intertwined Realms. Welcome.
Popping
We're
off.
glad you're here.
Yeah. Gabrielle Morissette, thank you for the 73 cents. And Queen of Pasta, thank you for the $2. I'm way old fashioned.
Which, hey, everyone
Yeah.
is entitled to how they want to date.
Yeah.
You know, it just I
I
feel
think
like
it's just as long as you're communicating.
as long as you're
Yeah.
communicating. But I think if that's the case, you shouldn't necessarily assume that other people
Yeah.
are thinking the same.
Yeah.
And you might want to say like, hey,
This is how I view dating.
I view dating that we're
Yeah.
exclusive right now.
You just can't put it on the other person without having a conversation
Yeah.
happen.
But I think that is where that story ends.
Boy, oh boy.
That's it.
And the next one begins.
What a story.
Oh, and Patricia Schwabland, welcome to the Knights.
Let's go.
Joining the fam, getting the membership so you can enjoy all these private
Join the
streams.
kingdom.
Yeah, dude, we're about to
Join the
record so much more content. Y'all didn't even know.
Don't even. Oh,
Understand.
dude. They don't even know. They don't even know about the.
They don't know.
They don't know
Uh,
about the B.
They don't even know.
They don't even know about B.
B's gonna happen.
B's
They're
gonna
like,
happen.
What?
They're gonna be what?
What's B? What is this? Yeah, you can go on Discord and do all your theories.
I
Yeah.
don't even
What is
know
B?
Try to find it out.
See, Sophia doesn't even know what B is. She does, but she
know.
doesn't.
She does. She does.
She does.
We talked about it.
Okay. All right, let's get into this next story. I just found my boyfriend of 2 years on Grindr. How do I move on?
Swipe
You
right.
match him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Riley.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
dude.
Wait, why were you on Grindr?
Yes.
Same
Dude,
reason
it's
they are.
pina coladas. It's escape.
By the way, you can join us live on YouTube every weekday at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just tap our profile. And this is to answer the question of, should you ever stay with a long-term partner after they cheat? So Leah Loves Lilies says, context, I, 22 female, and my boyfriend, 28 male. It was horrible. We had just arrived at my beach house where we were going to spend the whole week. We were looking for a good pizza place, and I screenshotted my favorites. I opened his gallery to choose the pizza and found various pictures of him nude and other men as well.
Wait, him with other men nude or just him
Yeah.
nude?
Him nude with other men and other men as well. Oh, well, it
Like
doesn't say
separate
with.
pictures?
It doesn't say
I think
with,
it's probably separate pictures.
but that's somewhat damning. When I confronted him about it, he said he just traded pictures on Grindr for an adventure. And he said he never encountered those men, but honestly, I couldn't trust him.
Like he's collecting them like Pokemon cards.
Wait, I'm sorry.
going on
He
an
admitted
adventure.
it. He admitted it, and then she was like, I don't know if I can trust him. He's already admitted.
You cannot
fault.
trust him.
He's already admitted
Wait.
fault.
You're in a relationship and he's trading nudies with other duties?
He's going on an adventure.
Yeah, it's true. It's an adventure. It's like the little kid from Up. Adventure is out there.
If he,
On Grindr.
if he wanted to only trade pictures, he would do it online. Those apps are meant to find people near you. I can't trust him. He shouldn't be
Duh.
trading pictures.
No.
No, you can't trust
He
him.
shouldn't be trading pictures at all. Ah!
Already there.
Sam E, thank you for the $80 tip. Have you guys in my ear as I sit here watching my daughter paint and stuff at her Girl Scout Twilight camp. Had to drive fast because we were late due to me getting off late. Darn Amazon truck came super late.
Those
Sandy.
freaking
Thanks for
trucks.
keeping us in your ear. This is wild. OP should break up.
Yeah. So to be clear,
Yeah.
they are in a relationship and he is swapping nudies with duties.
Yes. And then she's like, I don't know if I should trust that he's
No, you should not trust him. Ace makes it says, what are the boundaries of their relationship? She needs to clarify.
Yeah. Communication, guys.
Communication.
Just a line
Communicate.
that
Yeah.
sending these nudies to other duties is an adventure.
boy. And the worst part is yet to come.
Oh.
He admitted he lied and his last relationship ended for similar reasons. So this was something from way back before we were together. I bought a bus ticket for him back home while he was out of his way. I called his mom because I needed to know if he went out with anyone in May when we were not seeing each other because of a medical congress I went to. I discovered he also lied about his last relationship. The first time he hit on me was 2021 and he was still with his girlfriend. He said he spent 2 years with her. He was actually 4.5 years. He said he was single for 2 years. It was only 6 months.
Break up.
Break out. He's
Break
lying
up.
about everything.
Yeah, this guy sucks.
Or is he going on a lot of adventures?
I mean, definitely going on adventures for sure. Not an adventure I want to go on, though.
No. I discovered the whole situation was so insane. She dropped out of college to not see him anymore. I didn't even know she studied in the same college as him. Apparently, they got in together. Also, he had told me before of a sexual encounter he had in mid-2021. Therefore, he accidentally admitted having an affair with his last girlfriend. What?
Because they were getting together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he basically admitted to cheating.
Oh my God. He's stupid. Dude, I'm so in utter disbelief. He had never done anything to make me feel even slightly suspicious. I can't trust anyone anymore. I don't know what to do. Can anyone redirect me to a support group? Anything for resources. I really need help at this moment. I feel so humiliated, so betrayed. I don't know what to do. Yes, we already broke up. And there are some comments and an update to this tale.
I don't know. Start like going to therapy.
Yeah.
Listen to a certain podcast that gives good advice goofily about relationships.
That basically is free therapy.
Free therapy.
You're welcome. Wait, okay. Someone was kind of. Wait, did you see that comment of someone like kind of roasting us a little bit, where it's like, well, they didn't establish the boundaries of their relationship. Really
well,
quick.
They did though.
Honestly, to address that,
Yeah.
I actually think when you get in a relationship, it's important to define what
you
that
think is
means.
cheating.
That is
Yeah.
true.
What's that?
That is true.
What that like? The more that you define what that means, the better the relationship will be.
And the less miscommunication you'll have.
Yeah. Like, what does flirting look like to you?
Yeah.
Like, what do you not want your partner to do? What do you want your partner to do? What does love look like to you? What does spending time together? What does quality time look like? I think a lot of times this stuff only happens and comes up when it's a problem.
Yeah.
But if you can have upfront conversations when you get into a relationship, you can kind of make sure that you're aligned enough to make sure those problems never happen.
And a great way to do that, how can I do this for you? What to you would feel like uncomfortable? How do I be the best partner I can be? And, avoid anything that might be in a gray area. And then thus the conversation happens.
Yeah.
So true.
Can I hit the swag with the boys still?
Can I hit the swag with the
What?
boys? What does that mean?
You know, we do it all the time.
I
What is
don't
hitting-
know what that means.
John knows.
John, what does that mean?
I mean, getting adventurous with the boys.
Swap the duties at the
John got it right.
duties?
Woo!
Okay. There's comments. ACCJ30 says, OP was right to break up with her ex-boyfriend. I would no longer trust this liar in a conventional relationship, much less in a dom-sub relationship. OP says, I deleted all my BDSM-related posts because I'm sick to remember it all now. I'm the one who introduced him to this lifestyle.
Wait. So OP had a bunch of BDSM stuff on their Reddit?
That's what they said.
And OP's like, I don't want to think about that now?
Yeah.
Were they doing BDSM with their partner? Or
I-
was it open?
They said I introduced my partner to this.
Whoa. That doesn't mean...
I don't know what that...
I think it's
Pegging.
like I gave you this
Not
BDSM
even
stuff,
BDSM.
and now you took it to all these people you were cheating on me with.
Oh, it's like kind
Maybe.
of like opening up spice trade between Japan and Europe, and then all of a sudden Japan starts trading with Spain, and you're like what the heck? I thought we were exclusive with France.
You know what?
That was
is
good. That was a
exactly what
great
I was
analogy.
thinking.
Yeah.
Like, sorry,
It's
what?
crazy. That's exactly what I was thinking. Care
Spice
too
trade.
much 7589 says your boyfriend is gay, which is not true. We don't know that. Stop assuming. Just dump his butt and move on. Edit. Actually, I'm not gonna read that because they're homophobic. OP says he's still saying he's not. I know it's a lie, and I feel sorry for him and for whatever poor girl ends up with him. I blocked him on everything, and I'm trying to get my strength to move on. And last friend says, has he not even admitted to being bi? I mean, the evidence is there. OP says he said he didn't feel attracted to them, just liked exposing himself, and men were easier.
Adventure.
Women
Dude.
usually don't want D pics. Do I believe him? Not for a second, effing liar.
So what he's saying is like, it's not a sexual thing for me. I just like an audience for my dick pics.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pistachio said BDSM didn't just fall out of a coconut tree.
Didn't exist in the context of it.
Yeah,
That's funny.
did it exist in the context of the relationship?
Sydney Kidney says sharing spices with other nations. Sharing some spicy with other nations.
I mean,
what are you doing?
and real quick,
There
even
is
if
an
you
update.
want to, even if you want to take that argument, it's still like, hey, you like doing this act is like, I don't feel comfortable with that.
Yeah.
You like,
Regardless of his sexuality, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, his sexuality, I don't
He's,
think
the least relevant point to this story.
sexuality is not, I don't think, as
Yeah.
important as the fact that
He was sending nudes to
Nudes.
people.
and
Yeah.
lying
Yeah.
about
and lying about
this
it.
and
Yes.
many other things, the relationships, etc., etc.
Agreed, but there is an update.
Ooh.
Buckle up. This is gonna be a hell of an update. Oh boy. I want to preface this by saying I'm really glad so many people reached out to me. This is the hardest time of my life, so having the support by incredible people truly made a difference. Now, I want to clarify some questions as well as telling you where my mind is at the moment. It's been 50 hours since my life changed. I know it sounds dramatic, but one thing I failed to say earlier is that my previous relationship was abusive. And the grinder man was the one saying I deserve to have someone to treat me better and that he couldn't believe how people wronged me in the past.
Grinder Man is the worst series.
Yeah.
The worst superhero.
Dude.
I love it.
Grinder Man.
Not the
Grinder
people we deserve, but the people we need.
Grinder Man, he's adventurous.
Adventures out there.
He yapped on and on while running his fingers through my hair that he was happy to help me heal and rebuild my trust in people, and that my suffering was over because he would do anything in his power to make me happy. By the way, I knew he was bi, and that didn't bother me one bit. I'm bi as well, and I never cheated and never will. We were totally spicy sleep positive. We welcomed any kinks, hence this account was fully BDSM related before this incident. I said multiple times we should try stuff with other men, which he never showed any interest, even if by himself. I asked him multiple times if he felt attraction to anyone else, and that if he did, it was fine, as long as he told me before pursuing anything. He always denied wanting anyone else and wouldn't stop telling me how having spicy sleep with me changed his life, that he never knew one person could satisfy him so much spicy sleep-wise. And he couldn't fathom being intimate with anyone else. Oh, well.
What? It's like
I don't
she's
understand
saying,
that, yeah.
hey, you can do whatever you want. Just let me know.
I think he gets off on that.
Yeah.
That he's like, it's like even more super naughty, which
Yeah.
is so.
It's so ridiculous when people
Horrible.
cheat when their
So he's
partners
like-
say, hey,
You can talk. You
You can
just
do
let me
whatever
know.
you
But he's
want,
like,
just let
no,
me know.
then it's
Yeah.
not hot. You don't understand.
yeah.
And
I need to cheat on you.
to
Yeah.
me, it's so, dude, it is so bad that he's like, oh, I help. She's been through all these negative experiences.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, like I'm here to help you heal, da da da. Meanwhile, he's using that to get his
Yeah.
freaking.
Ashley Roeder from Facebook says that's because he doesn't want permission. He likes the rush he gets from lying and sneaking around. Yeah.
You stinky.
You stinky man. You stinky stink.
Where was I? Okay, now back to everything that happened. When he left my house, I called his mom to know if he was at his place during certain dates where I know we weren't together. She said he barely got out and asked what happened for him to leave our trip so suddenly. I told her everything. She was heartbroken and said she would miss me. That she respected me even more given I treated him well even after all this, and that she wishes I find someone good for me. In this phone call, I got some dates straight, and I realized he hasn't been single for 2 to 4 years like he mentioned. He was single for 6 months barely. Yeah, we already heard that.
He's just a liar.
He's a liar.
Yep.
We had 3 phone calls since he left. First one was a sob story. Second one was him lying again. He said he came home. I asked if he talked to his parents about it, and he said they did. But I knew it wasn't true because I talked to his mom, and if he discussed anything with his parents, he would know. I confronted him, and he was defensive. I said I wanted him to feel the shame and embarrassment from the situation, to learn a lesson on lying. Also, he said he lied about having this one experience with a man in 2021 because he wanted to appear more relatable to me since I'm bi too, that he never had spicy sleep with any men.
Dude,
That's weird.
who is this guy?
Why is he lying about everything?
He gets off to it, dude.
Yeah.
He just likes it.
Yeah.
Whatever the lie is, he just wants. He
Like,
just
I'll just
wants
lie
it.
about it.
He
just
loves
likes to lie.
lying, and I think he's preying on people who have had like traumatic experiences with people who have
Yeah.
lied and cheated.
Because he like it gets him even
Yeah.
hard.
I'm
Grinder
ready.
man.
I'm ready to
Yeah.
defeat Grinder
He's
Man.
growing
Yeah.
in strength.
Yes.
The more
Grinder
he
Man,
lies, the
get-
harder he becomes.
Get ready to meet the old orange, ready to vanquish you with all the vitamin C. For your vitamin D.
Oh.
Oh.
Third and last call. I asked him to at least give me peace of mind now that we aren't getting back together, and that he owes me this. He clarified the whole situation about his ex and said he lied because he wanted to put this all behind him. His ex dropped out of college to pursue a scholarship abroad. Not because of him, and he swears on his mother's life he didn't cheat on me physically. He was just addicted to the attention and reassurance that the men he talked to gave to him. Don't worry, I will get tested either way because given how busy our spicy sleep lives were, I believe any person on this planet would be too exhausted to pursue someone else physically. So I kind of believe he didn't have a spicy sleep with anyone, though not for sure. He begged me to come back and said that this whole situation already taught him everything and that he could fix this. I said I loved him, but I couldn't betray myself like this. I hope he understands the problem wasn't the picture. I would have forgiven him if he told me the truth. The problem was the lies, the mistrust, the unnecessary secrecy.
Yes.
I never gave him any reason to be afraid to talk to me. I told him every single dark secret about me. He was selfish. One thing I know for sure is that he will regret this for a long time. He will remember me. He knows what we had was rare and beautiful. I could see from his desperation he was a victim of himself. I truly want him to heal from this pathological lying. I truly wish he overcomes this and doesn't put any other woman what me and his ex has been through. I wish all the liars and cheaters to heal and learn to live in truth and love. That's the path I'm going for, and that's the path I'm seeking out at this moment. And there are a couple relevant comments to finish this story off. Should I read them? Beneficial,
Heck yeah.
Beneficial Agency says, the lore expanded, but seriously, good on you. I'm genuinely sorry you need to experience this. By your writing, it seems you're handling it so maturely, I forget you're struggling. Take care of yourself. You deserve it. And OP says, I think I'm relieved I found out. The thought of staying with someone like that without my knowledge scares me a lot. Without my thank you. I hope you have an amazing life and never go through something like this. And that is really the only relevant comment.
Nice.
And this is again to answer the question, should you ever stay with a long-term partner after they cheat? And also we're live right now, so tap our profile to check us out.
Do it.
Nah.
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 Don't stay with this man.
This guy kind of sucks.
What if
Ouch.
they were together for 12 years, had 3 kids?
12 years, 3 kids.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they would have more likely of a chance to get together, but obviously there is no hall passes.
Yeah.
But there are prediction tools that you can have. But I think this guy has run out of passes.
We really do need to create like an AI relationship tool called Sam's Golden Rules.
Dude, and you could like just put in all of your relationship info and see if whether whether you're likely to stay together.
It becomes like a virtual therapist, and then it compiles everything and it gives you like a predictive.
Yeah, I think it is a great tool, but a predictive tool.
Predictive tool.
But money reclaiming purpose says still walk away. I agree. I think walk away from this situation for sure.
Run.
But I think OP's not even asking should I walk away. I think OP's asking like
how do I
move on? I think you maybe I think you should do a post-mortem of the relationship and look at all the things that are obvious to you now that maybe you ignored.
Yeah.
And
were there any flags?
Yeah. Because I think I was talking to this girl and she was like, saying that she went through an abusive relationship and she went through years of therapy, not necessarily just to like move through the trauma of that relationship, but also to understand what about herself felt like she needed to choose that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's important to understand too. So you don't end up repeating a pattern that's negative where it's like so she doesn't choose this kind of guy again. Let's make sure she understands why she chose that guy in the first place.
Yes. That's a great point.
Also shout out to OP. Like I felt like OP was like so fair and reasonable. Was like even if he lied, like OP gave him like the most grace and
freedom.
Was but also I would say at the same time, once she kind of like came to the realization, stood very firmly in her decisions,
which
I think is good.
That's awesome.
Like
that's awesome.
super empathetic and super dedicated to making sure that her own health, happiness, and boundaries were like respected and prioritized.
Especially because she had very specific boundaries before. She was like, you can do all of this as long as you let me know. I think that, that's...
Still didn't.
Nope.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
She was so ridiculously understanding.
Yeah.
Yes.
crazy understandable.
Yet still he
Yeah.
would found a way to violate it, which is crazy.
Is it possible while you move into this next episode that I can eat sushi in the corner?
You can eat
No.
sushi in the corner.
Thanks.
But I want you to eat it like Smeagol, like a gremlin,
Oh, that's
hunched
what I was gonna
over.
do.
All right,
Don't you
cool,
worry.
sick. But I feel like it's probably time for another story.
Wait,
Hey, yo.
Let's do it.
But we should probably read some donos.
Let's do it. Gabrielle Morissette, thanks for the 363. Also, at some point, you date out of your toxic type and sexual attraction. Time to grow.
Sam, can you read it?
Oh, so I think what Gabrielle is saying. Wait, what are you saying? Yeah. I think what Gabrielle is saying is that like sometime you're like you kind of only want spicy sleep with your toxic type because that's just what gets your goose
you
going, you know? And so if you're dating someone that's healthier, like you know, like the maybe I want to say nice guy, but like a person that is kind. You're like, yeah, like if you start dating a Riley, you might not have a lady boner for him initially, but that lady boner will grow as you
Dude.
realize that the type of love that you need to receive is the Riley type of love.
It'll become an eternal lady boner.
Yeah, exactly. Long-term lady boner.
Totally.
What
What we all want.
we all want out of life. So Gabrielle Morissette, thanks for the wise wisdom there. I think that was a good little notch. Should we read some more?
Let's do it. Should Sam do it? Asian Persuasion, thanks for the $2. Joke was Sam's date and OP's date were platonic.
No. Speaking of, all right, we have a question for you guys. So I went on a date last night.
Yeah, you
I recently downloaded a dating app, and I have a date set up for every day this week, which that has never happened in my life before.
Yeah.
Except Tuesday because we don't make plans on Tuesday. But I went on my first ever Hinge date yesterday with a sprained ankle. I hobbled over to her and bring your mic closer. Whose mic? Mine?
Maybe mine. This is so far down. I got you.
But on the date, she said she wants to have as many children as financially and physically possible.
Wow.
So she threw out the number 12.
Oh.
And I was like, but if you could octomom it 12 times, would you? And she said, like, yeah, but if it's financially allowable. So, like, she said, like, if she was married to a billionaire, she would be popping out kids until she died.
Let's raise an army, bro.
I'm like, it sounds like you want to birth a village. And she's like, yeah. So I said, dude, like, do you think you could actually like love more than that, like more than 2 kids? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, in what world? Dude, how?
My girlfriend and I did have a very early like casual conversation. You know, when you're just like exploring each other, of like, oh yeah, like we, you know, that happened.
Yeah, in the throes of passion.
No. In conversation,
Are we exploring each other's bodies?
Of like, oh, like I could see I've always kind of seen myself having like 4 or 5 kids. We both had like the same number of kids.
4 or 5.
Of
See,
4
4 or 5 kids feels like, you know, that feels
But
manageable.
why not raise an army?
But 12 being the lower limit?
Yeah.
The heck? That's crazy.
How are you going to topple an empire with only 12 children, bro?
That's true. And dude, if all of her kids have kids, dude, you got Genghis Khan right there.
That's what I'm saying.
And we already have a big family. I
Let's go.
said I would, like, my dad was one of 10. And I think she saw it as a green flag.
So
Anyway,
you're good with 10?
huh?
Good with 10?
I don't think so.
I thought that was what
I
you
think
said.
my upper limit would be like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Like I think the 2-kid model is like I worked out with
Good model.
Sophia and I. So like
Good model.
I feel like 2 kids would be
We're like
good.
2 kids, wait 10 years, another 2 kids.
The
works out
Riley
too.
model. Yeah. Anyway, Riley, could you do a poll? Is that a red flag or not? Should I go on date 2?
Should I go
Yeah.
on date
Dude.
Besides that, it was actually pretty fun. Like honestly, even with that, I thought it was funny. It was like What? Yeah, it was honestly, it was fun. She kind of asked me like, oh, like hit me up if you want to go on a second date.
Yeah, do we let chat control
Yeah,
your dating
yeah,
life?
chat, control my dating life.
That's my dream.
Chat, swipe on my Hinge.
We got 100% no.
That's so funny. She was really nice. She was cool.
But also shout out to Nicole and for the $5 on Donor Link. Hey fam, I watch you guys as I do my skincare before bed. P.S. John, you're my fave. Orange Legion. Rise, my oranges. Let the vitamin C coursing through your veins take over. Matt Hattergal, thanks for the $10. Wanted to let you know that the Hatter has sent you something since you are in the same city. You would get it sooner than you think. I would be honored if you guys open it on stream.
I went to the P.O. box.
We went to the P.O. box and we have
a few packages.
We have a few packages. So, hey, guys, when you guys, look at this number. You can raise this little number over here, okay?
We're going to spin that wheel and we could open a package if we spin that wheel.
We could literally do it. So just come on. And what's the next one up? Or are we caught up? Sammy, shout out to Sammy again for the $80 on Donor. Like intertwined realms, the rookie MVP of this stream, 20 gifted donations, memberships. Come on, guys. This is incredible. Josephine Mandala Burquist, thanks for 253. Pokemon on Go? Nah, Grinder Go. Gotta catch all the D. And then Mega Mild Orange, thanks for $5. Literally just clicks on video. First thing I hear is I deleted all my BDSM related posts. Y'all know what time it is on this show. Tiaka, thanks for the $5. Hopefully I said that right. I'm at the age where I can take father or the son. So what's up, Sam? God.
Wait, what?
She said she's at the age where she can go father or son. She's right
in the middle.
Right in the middle. JK, unless you come to Canada. Okay, JK, insert Google growl here. Sam does it best. And thanks for LK celebrating 3 months of membership. You can see a familiar vibe and mistake it for a good guy. Makes it hard to go on a date with a different type of person. There you go. Elite Technician, thanks for the $5 on the Donor Link. Every time y'all were saying adventure, I kept thinking of Reading Rainbow song, you know?
John loves that song.
Yeah, I was contemplating kind of jingle for us along those lines.
How does the Reading Rainbow thing go?
Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. And I think I was like, take a seat, come read with me. Okay, story time. That was my version. Elaine, the main pain says, thanks for the $2. Sam, it's okay to be picky. Heart, Hinge, horrifying.
I feel like I am being picky.
Should be.
I was being. Yeah. I'm on my way. I'm on my wife
As an
hunt.
extremely picky person, you can be picky.
Sophia is way pickier than I am. Ooh. Yeah, worked out.
Boom. And Fern96 says for the $5. Why does swiping for Sam's Hinge sound like so much more fun than doing it for myself?
I was doing it for Sam, and he was like, "Wait, no, stop!" He was like, "No."
You weren't swiping. You were going through my likes.
I didn't realize that. I did think I was swiping.
She was so.
But I don't. I stand by my.
I said what I said.
I think their profiles were boring, and I stand by what I said.
Wait, John. I want to show you one from yesterday.
Let's see it. And Josephine Madala Bergquist, thank you for 253. Sam, what's your shoe size? Josephine, you know we love you, but
it's 13.
There you go, Josephine. Okay. Did I read this?
If you want
in my mind. Are you trying to tell me you're a red flag with your red first photo? Shush, don't read too much into that. What if it was? Still might be fun to explore, but only if you're a fun red flag. What constitute a fun red flag? Text me your dankest, darkest memes ASAP.
And then she sent me. Wait, look at the meme she sent.
Is it recent?
Yeah, it's that name and last name.
Yes.
Hinge.
Aha. Do.
I still think I gave you the funniest response for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. It's Adam Sandler and friends jumping out of the Twin Towers.
And she sent
With
it
a
at
kissy face.
11:11.
Wow. Wow, dude. God bless. God bless Sam's new dating life. Just filling us with so much incredible
A
content.
wealth. A wealth.
A
of-
wealth.
Yeah.
Oh well. But you know what chat did well? They liked the stream. Okay? Guys, we did it. We're at 516, and you know what that means. We're gonna spin that wheel. Let's go.
Package.
Go.
What is
10
it?
extra
10
minutes.
extra minutes.
Do a package anyway.
Bam, bam,
Oh,
bam.
no,
Just
we
like
got a
right
letter.
next to
You can do a letter.
Oh, the letter is in my room. Is there another
Ooh.
letter?
We have another
Okay,
letters in here.
Yeah, let's pick one. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Things are
We're doing a
flying
letter?
all over the place.
All right.
This is cool stamping. on it.
Ooh. Okay.
Cool. You guys did such a good job with your fun details.
Here, I think this might be yours.
Aw. Happy birthday to you. Cute. I'm running out of OK themed cards, but this one is a test of your reading comprehension. And I passed. Happy birthday, John. We love what you do and hope you have an amazing day. Belton Plus. Thank
Aw.
you.
Aw,
You guys
Spelled it
also
plus.
sent me a birthday
Ooh,
card.
look.
You guys are on it.
And that way we just read it, Belton. Let's go.
Lovely.
Thank
Wait,
you for your
Belton's in
lovely
the
letter.
stream?
Oh yeah, Belton's in the stream.
Sweet.
Just said I sent you a letter and we just read it.
Just
What a beautiful
Got it.
thing. Well, there you go, ladies and
And
gentlemen.
we got 10 more minutes
We got 10 more minutes.
of our sweet, sweet FaceTime.
Guys, there we go.
it's
You know what? Let's put those minutes to use.
Oh.
How are we going to do that, Riley?
By reading these stories.
We're going to read another story. Who's next?
John, this is you.
This is me.
My
I read the first one.
Ooh,
I
yes.
read the last
650. S1.
City S1.
We got. Wait, should we put a new wheel spin goal?
Yep.
We'll open up a package. Let's say 600 to make it easy for him.
600.
See,
600.
guys, you can't say we never do
Yeah.
anything good for you. Okay?
600.
600. You can do it.
600.
You can do it.
do it easily.
You could do it.
69 away.
My goodness.
Oh wait, no, do 6. Okay, you know what? We'll make it easy. 600.
Here we go.
Yep.
Let's do it. My parents said I had to take care of my siblings. I refused and said that they should have thought twice before having more kids.
That is so timely. Don't have that many kids if you can't take care of them.
Go from this to this. Stop it.
Don't let that baby through.
And this is all to answer the question, how do you stand up for your parents? And it comes from specific
your
ad to your parents. Thank you, Sophia. And this comes from specific ad 9945. He says, so I, 15 female, am the oldest of 4 kids. My siblings are 10, 7, and 4. Running the gamut. My parents both work full time, and since my mom got promoted last year, she works longer hours now. This means that a lot of the household responsibilities and taking care of all my siblings falls on me after school and on weekends. I get my siblings from school, help with their homework, cook dinner, and sometimes put them to
Oh.
bed if my parents are late.
That is too much responsibility that not be putting on a 15 who has their own schooling.
Yes, but I feel like that's generally what happens in bigger families.
Yeah,
Like,
but I think that's
Baba
I think that's
raised
an issue.
everyone.
Yeah, which I think is like not. We shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
If you have 12
Yeah.
plus children and raise an army, there needs to be a general.
There
Go
needs to be a
by
general.
senior hierarchy. I'm just putting that out there. I don't mind helping out, but it's gotten to the point where I barely have any time for myself or my friends. I'm also starting high school this year, and I have a lot of homework and extracurriculars that I need to focus on.
Should have thought about that before you were born first.
Yeah, just raise 3 more kids.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Come on.
I know they're not your kids, but
They're practice kids. You'll
Yeah.
be so good at raising kids by the time you're raising kids.
You'll with all of your knowledge and experience, you'll use all that. You'll save the time back. You'll get
Yeah.
the time back in
Yeah.
spades. It's
You'll honestly be living longer thanks to us.
Yeah.
no, I think
With all
that
the
if
time
you
you're getting
can't-
back.
If you can't parent your kids, then you gotta stop.
You can't parent your kids, get a kid to parent it for you. That's what I always say.
Delegate.
Delegate to children.
Last weekend, I had plans to go to my friend's birthday party. I told my parents about it weeks in advance, and they said it was fine. But the night before the party, my mom told me that she has to work late on Saturday and that I needed to watch my siblings. I was really upset and told her I had plans, but she said that family comes first and that I should be responsible. I ended up missing the party, and I'm really angry about it. Later that night, when my parents got home, I told them that they should have thought twice before having more kids if they can't handle taking care of them without relying on me all the time. My dad got really mad and said I was being disrespectful and selfish. My mom looked hurt and told me I don't understand how hard it is to balance work and family. Now things are really tense at home, and I feel guilty for what I said. I know my parents are doing their best, but I also feel like I'm missing out on my own life because of the responsibilities I have. Am I the a-hole for saying what I said? We've got relevant comments. We've got an update. But let's take a quick break.
Yeah.
Zoe the a-hole for saying that to the parents you should have had.
I don't know.
No.
I mean, I don't think so.
I don't
he's
think
like,
so.
I feel like he's almost voicing what his perspective very clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
like,
think so too.
yeah, kind of saying, you're putting all this ultimately, there's a general contract. The parents take care of the kids, right? So it's like,
I don't think it's an issue to necessarily sometimes have like an older kid babysit from time to time, but this is beyond that. I
So
think.
question, when is it an issue?
when it infringes upon the life that the kid
Yeah.
wants instead. Once it
To
goes,
what extent? Because I babysat Sophia
but was
from time
that
to time.
in?
From time to time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
was that in like a major?
It wasn't an
conflict of your
expectation.
plans?
Oh!
But you know who just
Oh!
Sam? You know who just gave birth to 50 children that could all watch after
Oh
themselves?
my
because they're so
God.
Oh
great.
man.
Intertwined realms. Ah! Guys, we said rookie MVP of this stream.
Intertwined realms.
Intertwined realms is coming for the crown for all time.
Yeah.
50 gifted memberships.
50.
Let me say it again, guys. 50 gifted memberships.
And let me say it a third
50.
time. 50 gifted memberships.
Can I
Thanks,
say it a
Sophia.
fourth time? 50 gifted memberships.
It deserves it because that not only grows the family by 50, now we're almost at another 30
So
minutes.
true.
Because
Oh boy.
we hit 30 because of Intertwined Realms. Guys,
Well, so we almost are going to hit another 30
Yeah.
minutes on top of that because of Intertwined realms.
guys,
Gorgeous.
what
Gorgeous.
do we let's start brainstorming some titles.
Oh,
Let's start brainstorming them.
I
think
mean, it could be Ruler of Realms.
Ruler of Realms.
Ruler of Realms.
Ruler
good
of
one.
Realms.
I'm kind of messing with that.
kind of
Ruler
messing
of
with that. Let us
Realms.
know what you think Intertwined Realms should
Yeah.
be called. Ruler of Realms feels very.
And what
Kinky.
emojis to drop in the chat because
A galaxy emoji, star
Ooh.
emojis.
Ooh.
God, we're cooking today.
Ooh.
Galaxy emojis in the chat. Let's for now. Hey, that's the interim
Interim.
emoji.
Yeah.
Throw those galaxies in the chat. But we're gonna get into this next relevant comment. So, East Platypus 2490 says, "Not the a-hole. I'm also guessing you don't get paid for babysitting." Opie says, "No, I get nothing. Just a thank you from my mom. Although sometimes she does buy me ice cream, which I have to share." God, yeah. All right, guys. Let's all lick one cone.
Yeah. Or it's like, all right, we're sharing, and then the mom just goes, "Oh,
Yeah. That's big mama shit.
cream. I eat it up."
Yeah. You'll understand one day when you have an army of children yourself.
Yeah, it's called taxes. That's what the government does to you. Learn, son.
Yeah. Also,
That's tinfoil hats.
Oh,
Chris tinfoil
my
hat.
Oh my
goodness.
boy, oh boy, oh
Another 30.
boy.
20
Another
gifted
30.
memberships, another 30
Another 30.
minutes.
Also, just so you all know, the new people, if you are on YouTube, you have a chance to get a gifted membership. And if you're on YouTube and you interact with the stream, like you're chatting, you're saying stuff, you will get a gifted membership because YouTube's like, oh, who's like the most worthy of a membership?
Who's
and
the
it's the people that
hottie
are,
in the chat?
who's the hottie with the body in the chat? Could be you.
Could be
Could
you.
be you. So head on over to YouTube and maybe chitty chat a little bit.
It's YouTube's looking for new people.
It's constantly.
They're
Yeah.
like, please, who can we give
Please.
these memberships to? You.
Please,
You. It could be you.
Chat. Old Beach 2235 says, "Not the a-hole. I'm in my 40s and had a similar upbringing to what you're dealing with. I would have laughed if my parents had told me to be responsible and miss my friend's party. I probably would have said something like, responsible, like having kids and not taking care of them yourself, right?"
Ooh.
Got it.
What a comeback. But I've also been no contact with my parents and siblings for years now.
Oh.
Your parents will probably
Oh.
keep using you until you make it impossible to do so. I suggest getting a job as soon as you can and telling them to make other arrangements. Move out when you can set boundaries with them. OP, thank you for your advice. And I don't know if I'll find a job because I'm 15 and where I live, you need to be at least 16 to be able to work. Just lie.
Conspiracy theory.
Talk to me.
OP gets a job, and he's like, okay, that's so awesome that you have a job. Now you can provide for the family.
Ooh,
Use your money to get a babysitter.
you're right. Oh. And it would just be like all of their money just 100% funneling back to the babysitter. And then they'd be like, they'd sit down and be like, hey, OP, so we just ran over the books. You are in debt to the babysitter like a few $1,000. So we're just going to get a little line of credit under your name.
Yeah.
Don't worry. You'll just lump it
It'll
in.
never stop.
You will lump it in with your student loans. You won't even notice.
Yeah.
Won't even
20%
notice.
interest.
20%. It's okay. 20%.
They're like, we actually need you to pay for your siblings' college fund now.
Yeah. Like all three of them, you know.
Don't worry, it's okay.
You're the oldest.
I still want to know like what we defined ask like what is too much to ask of your kids, and you said it is when it impedes on their life in some way.
Yeah.
So like our parents like forced us to do piano and like swimming.
I don't know. I liked piano.
No, you didn't always like piano.
But when I knew, I did.
Yeah, but like
And I hated swimming. I quit.
sure, but like there are certain things that I feel like, and I asked this question to understand like what is the limit, and so it's like there is a like parents basically force their kids to do a lot of things that they don't necessarily want to do, to teach lessons, to like understand like familial values. So I like
it's a value add to the kids to put them in piano. It's a like more of a value take.
right.
to
So it's
have
not like they're
them-
learning a skill that can help them advance their career or academic or otherwise.
It's more so just like selfishly serving the
Right.
parents.
I also think that a lot of parents, when a kid is old enough to actually know whether or not they like something, if they express, hey, like, I don't like piano, a
Yeah.
parent will pull them out.
Yeah.
Like that's what happened for me with swimming. I was like, I hate this. My mom was like, okay, we're gonna pull you out and we'll try something
I
now.
think you did it twice.
What do you mean, swimming?
Yeah.
I did swimming for 3 years.
No, you did.
Yes,
not.
I did. I did meets. I was doing meets.
You did not do.
I did.
I remember
Maybe
you
2,
swimming.
but I did it
no,
2 to 3 years.
There's no way you did.
because I did it at
meets.
St. Mel.
No.
Yes.
I remember
I did
you were
meets.
in the pool.
I did butterfly
you
and
were
I did
in
freestyle.
an indoor heated pool once.
Nope. I did. I
yes,
did it for
indoor
at least,
heated pool once, and you immediately
years.
got out because your lips were blue.
You can ask mom. I did.
I-
I did
I-
It
meets.
sounds like we have more story to read.
I'm asking mom.
Yes, it does. This
I
is
mean-
gonna be an after story conclusion, okay?
Definitely 1 to 3 years.
Has more
No
story.
way.
We have more story.
No
Dr.
way.
Lucia says, yes, you do. In response to, yeah, let me reread OP. OP, thank you for your advice, and I don't know if I'll find a job because I'm 15 where I live, and you need at least to be 16 to be able to work. Dr. Lucia, yes, you do. It's not fair to use you as the fulcrum that carries all the weight. What a word. It needed to be
Fulcrum.
said, not the a-hole. You might need to sit down with your mom and have a discussion when you are more calm and she doesn't have an urgent need. Point out that you get that family should come first, but you think you should count as part of the family and get some and get to come first sometimes too. Out of curiosity, you said your mom was working late Saturday. Why couldn't your dad take care of the kids? Or why couldn't they hire a babysitter? Surely they must have had a babysitter when you were 12. And if they can't hire a babysitter, they should pay you for your time babysitting, and they should pay extra if it wasn't pre-arranged. OP responds, thank you for understanding. I agree that it's important to have a calm conversation with my mom. I need her to see that while I understand family comes first, I also need to be part of the priority sometimes too. As for dad, he works late too, so he's not always around to help. We don't hire a babysitter often because my parents think I'm old enough to handle it, but I do feel like it's a lot of responsibility for me. Paying me for babysitting is a good idea and something I might bring up in our conversations. Thanks again. So that I think is a very reasonable.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not listening at all, but I do have more info on the Sophia.
Wait.
Let's
Let's get some thoughts on this first.
Yeah, get
So-
some thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that so basically what they were saying was laying out how to approach a calm but direct conversation with the mom to communicate, hey, this is a lot. Like, maybe I should at least get paid. I should be able to come first sometimes too. Like, we need to, it can't be just you like monopolizing my time at a moment's notice.
Especially if OP can be paid to work elsewhere.
Exactly.
You know?
So it's like,
even tutoring, like you're 15, you maybe can't get like an official job, but you can tutor.
But you can babysit, you can, for
Mow
people who
lawns.
pay
Odd
you.
jobs.
Yeah. There's so many things that you could do.
Yeah.
And
Work at the sawmill.
Working on the sawmill,
Yeah.
chopping those logs. And so, also saying that, hey, maybe
And also, if you go to a church, you get paid to altar serve.
so many things.
Yeah.
So many things, guys. So it seems like in this next update, we are teeing up for a direct sit down confronting mama.
Which I'm very excited for. But speaking of confronting mamas, I
knew it was
texted my
coming.
mom and I asked, how long did Sophia swim? And she said maybe a few months max. She hated it. She would cry saying her toes hurt her.
Okay,
So-
great. That's
I
awesome.
said
Let's keep
1 to
going.
3
So,
years.
so how many times total? Like, and then she said maybe 3.
That's not true. I did meets. I have the proof. I have.
There
Ask her if I did meet. Ask her if I did
There's
meets.
no way you did a meet
I
after
did
3
meets
times.
because I won things.
What did you win?
I got like 3rd place.
Participation
I just said
trophies
I
don't
got
matter.
3rd place, Riley. I got placed.
You know what?
I was really good at breaststroke, okay?
I believe Sophia.
Thank you.
I'm on board with Sophia.
Wow.
I said 1 to 3 years.
That's crazy.
Which yeah.
And
So
I'm-
1 year.
I'm on
going
board
to-
of keeping this
In the-
story going.
yeah,
Let's go.
In the spirit of solidarity with Sophia, I'm going to keep on going.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Knowing that she has my full support. So, update. Things are starting to change at home, but it's still a tough situation. So, thanks to everyone who commented and offered advice on my last post. I took a lot of it to heart and had a serious conversation with my parents yesterday about how I was feeling and the impact that it was having on my life. To give some more context, my dad works as a construction site manager, and my mom is an account executive at an international marketing firm. Both of their jobs require them to work long hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. with a break from 12 to 1 p.m. It's clear that they have demanding schedules, and I understand that they are doing their best to provide for our family. After our talk, they acknowledged that they have been putting too much work on my shoulders and apologized for making me miss my friend's birthday party. They explained how difficult it has been for them to balance work and family, especially since my mom's promotion last year. They genuinely hadn't realized how much it affected me. Since it's summer, there's no school to give me a break during the day. I have to watch my siblings all day long, which is really hard. The 10-year-old and 7-year-old have summer reading and activities that I need to help them with. The 4-year-old needs constant attention and supervision. And on top of that, cooking lunch and dinner and managing their energy levels leaves me with almost no free time during the summer, mind you. This is when you should enjoying life and getting out with friends. By the time my parents got home, I'm exhausted and barely have time for myself or to hang out with my friends. For those suggesting I take a part-time job as a babysitter, I really have no intention of doing that. I don't even want to have children in the future because taking care of them is so hard.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
I think that a lot of parentified children, that happens to them where they don't want kids.
Good point.
Yeah.
Living in Italy also makes things different compared to other countries, and finding a balance here is challenging. My daily routine is intense. My 4-year-old sister wakes me up, or I wake up by myself. As soon as I'm up, I take her to the bathroom where we shower, I brush her teeth, and then I dress her.
Which, given our family,
That's what I was worrying about.
yeah.
That's
Baba
what I was
doesn't have
worrying.
kids,
Yeah. But our aunt is the only person in our family that didn't have kids.
Yeah, and she was the
the
parentified.
oldest. She was the person that was the parent of the family.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Real world
Yeah.
proof.
And she's awesome.
She's great.
She's kind of a little parent to us.
Yeah, she
second
considers
mom.
all of her
Yeah.
nieces
love
and
that.
nephews
My
parents.
parent too.
As her.
Uh,
It's true.
Got me donuts.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
Got us all done. Yeah.
She's great. Shout out, Baba.
After that, I go straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. Once breakfast is done, I give my siblings their iPads to watch YouTube videos.
Heck yeah.
Better be
Creating
us.
a world of iPad kids.
Yes. The 10-year-old and 7-year-old go to the room to watch, while the 7-year-old uses her iPad in the living room. Sometimes they sit quietly, other times they start fighting, depending on their moods. After breakfast, I start preparing lunch. Guys, we've only gotten through breakfast so far. Once lunch is ready, my mom usually comes home and takes it to my dad's workplace where they eat together. I then clean up and go through the same routine for the afternoon. At 4 p.m., I start preparing dinner.
She's live-in nanny.
Dude.
Whoa.
This is a live-in nanny. This is ridiculous.
To the maximum.
Yeah,
He's
not
doing
only taking care of her
everything.
siblings, but also her parents.
Complete parents and complete household
Yeah.
management.
I don't think it's an issue for a child to necessarily make dinner once in a while for parents, but this is too far.
Yeah. By the time dinner is ready, my mom and dad are usually home. We all eat together, and after dinner, my dad showers. My dad showers, followed by my mom. We then gather around to the living room to watch TV, and at 9 p.m., my parents sometimes stay up late or they go to bed early, depending on how their day went. Despite their understanding, we still can't afford to hire a full-time babysitter. My parents are trying to make changes where they can, like my dad adjusting his break times to come home earlier when possible, or my mom working from home 1 day a week to give me some respite. They're also looking into summer programs for my younger siblings, but nothing has been decided yet. I'm hopeful that with these small changes, things will get better. My parents have promised to continue looking for solutions and to be more mindful of my needs and schedule. In the meantime, I'm trying to manage as best as I can and take things one day at a time. I'm grateful for the support and understanding from everyone who commented. It really helped me see I wasn't being unreasonable and that my feelings are valid. And this is where things are now. I really love you guys. And let's close out with these relevant comments here. Hello, Junebug says, she's an account executive and he's a site superintendent. Lol, I just don't get it. I know it's Italy, not the US, but for real, I looked up average salaries and an account executive average salary is around 75k euros and a construction site manager is around 50k euros. That's 125k euros yearly. Average cost of living in Italy for a family of 4 is roughly 3k plus a rent/mortgage, but that includes childcare and literally everything: food, clothes, leisure, etc. OP says, I know, right? It doesn't seem to add up sometimes. My mom's an account executive and my dad's a site superintendent, which are good jobs, but it still feels like they're always stretched thin financially. They work long hours and I see how hard they work, but it seems like there's always something that needs money, whether it's bills, groceries, or something unexpected. Maybe it's because things are more expensive here in Italy, or maybe they're saving up for something big. I just wish there was more left over for us to have a bit more ease and not worry about money all the time. This is literally so confusing to me right now.
I feel so bad for this kid because it's like
Yeah.
there's no good options here.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like, yes, he wants to have more time alone, but if he just leaves the kids, then
Yeah.
what are the parents are going to do?
Yeah. And also I was going to say, on your point, going back to your point of like what is crossing the line, I think relying on your children, like if you rely on your children more than they rely on you, because this is they are relying on her to cook for all of them, including the parents, to watch their kids, to clean, it seems, and
like,
yeah.
why even have kids at that point if you're not parenting them? Like they're not spending any time with those children. Those children are getting no parental guidance whatsoever.
The problem is it's all delayed because
Yeah.
it's like you have the kids and then as time progresses, you're like, oh crap, I got a baby over here. I got 2 kids over like once you have all the children, which is like, again, you should really know and go into it, but maybe it wasn't on purpose too. Who knows?
Also, a 15-year-old does not know how to parent.
Yeah.
A 15-year-old is not mentally, ready enough to be a parent. We already learned she's giving. I mean, like some parents do this, but she's like giving the kids iPads all the time because she doesn't have time to take care of them.
Yeah, and she's not realizing how bad that could be for those kids.
Yeah, no, and she shouldn't. She doesn't have to know that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not her
she's
job.
freaking
She's not a freaking parent. She's 15. It's like there was that movie with Mark Wahlberg. Is that his name? Yeah.
Ted.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg, and it's based off a true story where he and his wife fostered 3 kids, and there is this one 15-year-old who, because of like going through the foster home with her siblings, kind of became a parent for them.
Yeah.
And then they kind of have this conversation with their the CPS, like the worker, and they're like, oh well, she keeps wanting to like take control, and like we don't know, we're trying to discipline her, but she's not listening. And the person they're talking to is like, well, she's not going to let you do that. And they were like, oh well, should we just let her parent them? And the worker was like, no, she's 15, she's a terrible parent. You have to figure that out. That's your job as a parent. And I think that was replicable.
Yeah, you kind of have to do everything in your power.
Instant Family is the movie.
Yeah, you have to do everything in your power to be parenting all of the children. Yeah, there can be like a mix, and now it seems like they're progressing towards a healthier place of finding the best balance they can.
Yeah.
And that maybe they didn't realize that they were putting all this. I think their response was good, or that they're starting they're starting to trend towards the right direction.
Yeah.
They totally could not.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's all
it.
she wrote.
So it's like, do we have any advice for OP on what to do, or like, tough luck, bro?
I think keep
Pushing.
Yeah, keep doing exactly, and
Yeah.
also kudos to OP, so mature, so on top of it, and I think really approach the situation in a fantastic way.
Agreed.
Just keep doing what you're doing and keep applying that accountability basically to your parents to be like, I cannot be the parent. We need to keep moving towards a place where the responsibilities are decreasing from me.
Yeah, and also Megan Riojas, we only got paid for funerals and weddings.
What?
For altar serving. They said she's Megan
That's
Riojas.
so random.
No, because I brought it up earlier. I was like, you could do jobs.
Did you
like,
get paid for altar service?
if you did funerals or wedding,
Yeah, I
not
never
for any
realized that.
other,
How much
not for
do you
any
get
other thing.
paid?
It was like $15 an hour.
Oh,
That's
No way.
That's a great gig.
dang.
I only did
go.
it once, I think.
Cash?
Funeral or wedding?
So, if you think it was a funeral,
You think?
I don't. It was very long.
Or just
ago.
a really crap wedding?
It really sucked. But yeah, it was like something like that, but not
Oh.
for regular altar serving. That was just volunteer work.
Hmm.
Sam.
That's me. Which one? Yes, two. What you gonna do? Okay.
Can we read this? The donors?
Yeah, let's read some donos.
Silver Riser, thank you for the
Donos.
$5. I'm child number 5 out of 6, and I took over cooking for everyone when I was a preteen due to my mom working more, and was at it till I moved out at 21. Wow. Stars Fall Up, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Let's go.
And Empress Sleepless Nights, thank you for the $5. Did you tell them you saw Wild Sleepless on Friday, Riley?
Oh yeah.
that
I
face.
saw Sleepless Nights Friday night while I was at the comedy club, and we ran into each other. She also has a package for us.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
true.
She has I think we could open it now. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Sure. I also have
It's
the letter. Should I
it's
grab
the-
that?
Yeah. If you can grab the letter. But yeah, she gave me a package and said hello, and she said that I am tall, and you can go in the Discord
It's been proven.
and check it out.
It's been proven.
Yes.
There are receipts.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Even
There
had
are
heels
receipts,
on.
but how good are the receipts?
Yeah, dude.
How good is the-
Is it like
there
a
is
blurry
evidence, but how
picture
strong is
of
it?
like a blurry picture of Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Riley's height.
Yeah.
You can see the stool.
Could we make a series of like? Could you guys start like photoshopping Riley into things
Oh my
to
gosh.
like really ascertain like how
Like, you
tall
know how
is he really?
with there's this one now canceled YouTuber that his editor would always make him like look much shorter than he actually was.
Right.
Oh
Start
no.
doing that for
We're gonna
Riley.
get him short do me.
Or make
Short
him really
king me?
tall. Because but then you don't know if it was actually
Yeah.
Make
him
me
or not.
really tall.
Oh my
Whoa.
gosh.
You know what's tall? The stack of gifted memberships that we have
Ooh-wee.
added today, thanks to Intertwined Realms. The ruler of realms put those galaxies in the
Ruler
chat.
of realms.
20 more gifted memberships, guys. I mean,
Galaxies.
I
There we go.
I like
There we go,
Saturns.
Belton.
I like Saturns in the
Saturns.
chat.
dude, guys, this is just
Put Saturns in the chat for Intertwined Realms.
Intertwined Realms. Just like this is like Michael Jordan in
Dude.
in his first year of basketball.
Intertwined Realms just intertwines my realms.
Just truly.
All right, we got a letter from Sleepless Nights herself.
All right. Do I read this one?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Him. Empress Sleepless Nights. Here it is, the long-awaited letter from the fan favorite Sleepless Nights. I'm so happy that the community is growing and the fans are getting closer. I can't remember the first time I watched you guys, but for a while it was on Facebook. When Sophia first came on, I moved on over to YouTube. From there, for a while, I couldn't make the streams, but then you guys started making later streams. February 19th. Wow.
That's my
his
birthday.
I was going to say. Was the first time I donated and selfishly suggested you guys stream on my birthday. Even when I talked to others about the live, I'm like, we're going live. I get strange looks every time. If it wasn't apparent I was on stream, you guys sang me happy birthday. I'm not sure if I will have the courage to give you guys both this note and gift. You guys have unintentionally been here during the BS, so again, thank you for taking out time out of the stream to listen to me. And again, Sophia was too sweet for listening to me talk about asking my now boyfriend out. By the way, he said he really liked the video, so again, thank you.
Oh,
It was nice.
This is what we're here for. We're building community. It's just this community is just so great.
it
Guys,
is. It is.
what the heck? What the heck? But guys,
the heck?
let's check out what's in this package.
Ooh.
Rip.
Ooh.
Satisfying. Oh, is reversible
Oh, word.
plushies.
Dude, these are awesome. So basically, I think you can tell the mood that you're in.
Whoa,
if
wait,
you're
Oh,
in
are
a
wait,
good
throw
are
mood.
they those little like octopus dudes?
Yeah.
Oh, they're so cute. How do we open this?
Need enough?
Oh, that was easy.
So you can tell if you're
Oh.
angry or if you're
They're
happy.
so cute.
And then it goes.
Make him angry.
He's
Happy.
and then he's angry.
Oh, he's so angry.
Oh, that's cool.
He's so angry.
I think these are smart. I'm gonna get one for my girlfriend. So whenever she says I'm fine, and her thing's angry, then I really know.
Yeah,
You could just
check, you're
flip
like-
it.
Yeah.
You can
You
flip
just
it
give
out.
her, yeah.
This is great. This is adorable.
I like
I
this.
think
Great
everyone
little
should get
gift.
one.
Thanks, Sleepless.
I love
Riley,
that.
check Discord.
Let me inside
Lovely.
out. That's so cute.
Jokes.
And soon we will be having a shelf
A shelf.
to
Yes.
place these
I guess
upon.
we'll mount it to the wall.
to the boards, right?
the board.
We could mount it to
Oh,
the
that's
boards.
smart because then you don't have to.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But we'll mount the board. We have to mount the boards to the wall, and then
Oh.
we'll mount the
On that plant.
dibs on what
That one. I dibbed it.
closer to it though.
Bad. I dibbed it. Bad.
Fair.
There we have it.
There we have it. Thanks,
Thanks,
Sleepless. We
Sleepless.
appreciate you.
Thank
Thank you. She also gave us a little ornament thing that is.
Oh
in
yes,
your
it's.
bag.
Sorry, it's in my room.
All good. All is good.
Cute. It's very cute. It's a little ornament.
There we go. I'm gonna put its little butthole.
Yeah, you'd
Right
be
over it.
happy. I'll be sad.
Ooh.
You
You can't even see it.
Oh, you can see mine.
There we go.
You can
Put
put
on
it.
the worm.
You can
Here
put.
you go. Here you go.
You put the worm
this
inside of
one.
it.
Oh yeah.
Read this one.
Shen Valley Mama, thank you for the celebrating 4 months of membership. My membership was renewed while I wasn't even in stream today.
Whoa.
I got a notification saying I was gifted a membership. Thanks, Hatter.
Oh.
Hatter.
Love that.
And Miriam Torres, thank you for the $2. My first time catching a live. Love you
Whoa.
all.
First
wow.
time live member. Let's
Wowee.
go.
Certifiably Jen, thank you for the $5. I had to raise my 3 younger siblings. My mother finally pulled me out of school at 15 and told everyone I dropped out. She won't admit to any of it. Yeah, I'm sorry. That is not fair. Make your kids do that.
Oh.
Is that it? Also, we are very close to another 30 minutes.
Ooh, just two,
and
less than $2
in
away.
30 minutes, we got a special guest coming on.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
I feel like I know nothing these days.
You don't ask. Just joking.
You're
just joking.
right. No, you're
You're
right.
busy working.
You're right. Communication is key. Yesenia, thank you for the $25 tip. Love you guys. I literally listen every all day. And
Game's awesome.
Intertwined Realms, or as we like to call you, Ruler of the
Realms.
Realms.
Rule of realms.
Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships.
Let's go.
Woo, 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 woo. And also they say, I love the name and the Saturn. Love you all.
Saturn's
Thank
in the
you for
chat.
$50
Saturn's in the chat. Yeah,
tip.
$50 tip for
$50
Intertwined
tip
Realms.
plus 20 gifted memberships.
Put Saturn's in the chat for the
Drop 'em.
Ruler of Realms.
I want
And
to see nothing.
Bella, thank you for the $25 tip. I love your show. Sam and John made me cringe at sometimes, but never fail to make me laugh. Glad to see you're all well. And look at that. We're at another 30 minutes.
Another 30.
With-
Chris Tinfoil Hat getting us over the edge. Edging us.
Baby Godzilla, thank you for celebrating 5 months
Let's
of
go.
membership. I
Baby
love
G.
y'all. We love you.
Baby G.
And Vince, thank you for celebrating 2 months of membership. You guys make my day. And on Sunday, I was going crazy because I watched all of your videos. LOL.
Stop. All of them?
There's
All
no
of
way
them?
you watch. You can. It is impossible to watch all of her videos in one day.
Okay. If you have watched all her videos, 1, what is John's middle name? 2, what is his third ex?
Yeah, pop
And
quiz.
3, Sophia.
We should make a quiz.
Wait a second. What
That was the full
improv
thought.
place does she go to?
Yeah.
Wait.
I think-
Actually,
I think it'd be really fun. Say it, you say it.
can if there are any mods
Yeah.
in the chat, can you guys make a OK story time
Yeah, like
fan quiz?
biggest fan.
Yeah, biggest fan quiz, and like things that we've maybe said casually on stream
Yeah.
in like an episode a year ago are like questions, and it has to be, I think, related in some way to
Do a
our
Kahoot.
lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like easy is like, what's their birthday?
Yeah,
And then it gets progressively
harder. That would be super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
that'd be
anyone
great.
puts that together, let me know.
Yeah.
But shall we get into this next episode?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
the same episode, I think.
So, I bailed on my family Vegas trip because my grandpa's a creep. And this is all answering the question.
Who's it from though?
Well, but it doesn't say what the question is. Where's the
No,
question?
where's it from? What suburb?
I know, but where's it from?
The question is, how do you stand up to your parents /
Okay.
family?
I'm gonna read again. I bailed on my family Vegas trip because my grandpa's a creep, and this comes from r/OK Storytime. Let's go. That's our subreddit. Go to r/OK Storytime on Reddit to go submit your story. Link in the description.
We'll read it.
But this first story comes from Aggressive Tier 6611, and they say, a few months ago, my grandma finally found peace after a long fight with Alzheimer's.
Oh.
During that long battle, her main caretaker was her husband, Tim. Tim has been in my life since the day I was born. He played a grandfather role, but always asked to be just Tim. This will become relevant, I promise. Okay.
Quick.
Anyway, if you know anything about Alzheimer's, you know it can get really ugly really fast. The grandma we once knew hadn't occupied her body in a long time. It took a toll on all of us. But Tim had very little escape from it for years. He hadn't been able to have guilt-free fun in quite some time. So after grieving, my cousin Kelly and I thought it would be a fun idea to take Tim on a family vacation to Vegas. When Tim and Grandma were both healthy, they frequented Vegas often. We thought it would be a perfect place to thank him for all he did for her.
The perfect place.
Perfect place. I'm thinking what happened in Vegas will now be spread to the whole
Spread
family.
everywhere.
Uh-oh.
And it won't
It's
be
not
pretty.
staying in Vegas.
Dirty grandpa.
It's not staying in Vegas this time. We shared an idea with our moms, who both thought it sounded great as well. So we filled in Tim. He was ecstatic and proudly exclaimed that he and Graham had racked up a bunch of airline miles that he would love to use for the trip. Upon telling my husband about Kelly and my plan, though, he started questioning me about my relationship with Tim prior to my grandma's illness. It consisted of the man being horrendously inappropriate to me and every other female around, so totally fair. At the time, though, I told him I didn't want to think about the past. I just wanted to thank the man for taking care of my grandma while she was sick.
Okay, so yeah, you said
Tim is not blood related.
no. And I think what was just happening was OP suggested this trip, and then when telling her husband was like, "Ooh, don't you have a complicated past with Tim? Wasn't he kind
Yeah.
of weird and creepy?"
Always very objectifying.
Yeah.
Upon telling my husband about Kelly, he started questioning. At the time, though, I told him I didn't want to think about the past. I just wanted to thank the man for taking good care of my grandma while she was sick. I wanted to believe that maybe Tim had changed. But recently, he has proved he has not. My mom was telling him about a Sweet 16 swim party she is chaperoning, and he cut her off to ask if he could tag along to look at all the girls in their bikinis.
I hate
Can't
this
believe
man.
Cody Ko's in this story.
Stop DJing.
Allegedly.
Oh my god, this horrible Man.
When my mom
Oh.
called me and told me about this, it brought every crappy memory back. For example, he regularly reminded me that he wasn't my real grandpa.
Oh.
And he'd wink and whistle at me after saying it.
Oh my God.
Remember how I only ever called him Tim? Well, furthermore, when I was 12 and walked out with a swimsuit on, Tim excitedly said, "Ooh,
No.
somebody's getting boobies."
I hate him. Vince says, put that thing down.
Dude.
And I don't know if you meant like
Tim,
put that
put
thing
Tim
down,
down.
or like
Put
put
Tim
him
down.
down.
Put Tim down.
Put Tim down.
Put Tim down.
Then,
Ah.
like 3 years later, I witnessed him do the exact same thing to Kelly. I stood up to Tim and told Kelly she didn't have to let him speak to her like that. I later got lectured about how to keep the peace.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. If you are an adult in a situation where, or even an adult in a situation where other adults are involved, and like men in your family are making them feel uncomfortable, then you should stand up for them and you should call them out. 'Cause
Like
that's ridiculous.
keeping the peace. How about like avoiding
Yeah.
your
Your
child
children,
in the
yeah.
family from going through the most horrendously possible
Yes.
imaginable traumas?
Dude,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
How
Okay.
about that?
I was about to say, maybe he didn't know that the age of consent was 18, but in the 70s, the age of consent used to be 21, and then it was lowered to 18.
And also,
what?
Yep, that's what AI Google says.
No, that makes so much more sense, though. I feel like having the age of consent be 21 makes so much more consent because that's when you can drink. That's when you can do.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I think also that's not relevant because he shouldn't be talking about younger women like this anyway.
To
Oh, yeah.
to
Yeah.
his basically
Yeah,
step
family.
grandchildren, to his family. Period. Point.
Yeah, dude, he's making passes at
Yeah.
his
I think
his
if you- yeah.
grandnieces.
if you ever tell your children to just like, oh, he's old, he just says stuff like that. That's
No.
no.
So dangerous.
I also think like you're like we've had these stories where it's like you're taking the side of the wrong person here.
Yeah.
Like you should be reprimanding
Yes.
the right person, which is the
Yeah.
grandfather.
And I
in this case.
truly believe this is one of the like most dangerous things you could
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, because you're teaching them that that
It's
is
okay.
how that is the way that they're going to be treated
Yep.
in life.
So anyway, those are just a couple examples among many disgusting stories. Our trip to Vegas is in 5 days, and I don't want to go anymore. I don't want to go be nice or even be around him. I'm beyond thankful that he cared for my grandma, but that doesn't cancel out his pedo behavior.
Bingo.
My mom says I shouldn't let him ruin our trip and shouldn't bail on everyone else going. I don't feel like I'm in the wrong here, but nobody in my family is on my side. My husband and his family back me up 100%, but I guess I just want to be sure I'm not being a dick by canceling. And there is an update.
Yeah, I do not think
But-
that you would be.
Do you think OP is being a dick by canceling?
Not at all.
No.
The other family is rewarding his
Yes.
behavior by not
Yeah.
like calling it out and all of that jazz.
I think if someone ever makes you uncomfortable, you do not have to put yourself in a situation where you are around them.
Agreed.
and just again, it's just like so dangerous to encourage or not like reprimand or
Yeah.
have no repercussions for someone's behavior like this. Insanity.
I'm just surprised because I'm surprised that no one is reprimanding the
No, yeah.
grandfather. Like everyone's just like, yeah, that's fine.
That's Tim.
But the
What?
thing is, even OP, like until she had what was it, her husband,
Yeah.
say
Reminded
something,
her.
remind her like, hey, are you sure you want to invite this guy? Like even she didn't realize how bad it was.
Which I think is because her family, her problem, like, I mean,
Mm.
I'm just assuming this, and OP, if you're here, say otherwise, but I feel like when your entire family is saying this is normal behavior, just shrug it off. You're like, oh, I guess it is. And then to have an outside person be like,
Yeah. Well,
are you sure you want to be around him?
you need someone to
Yeah.
break the reality distortion field.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
like I think you understand
Yeah.
what is normal and what is acceptable.
Yeah.
Really, first
Yeah.
from your family.
And I think everyone gets those gut feelings, especially I think if you're a woman in these situations with
Yeah.
a creepy person. You get those gut feelings, but if people around you are saying, hey, don't feel that,
Yeah.
you try and push down your like fight or flight responses, that anxiety,
So
that is
dangerous.
a protective, like it protects you. And you need someone. Yeah, as you said, you need someone else to like break that.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, icky man. But
Yeah. Tyler says normal doesn't mean acceptable. Dana Darkness says, I think my mom would have sterilized this man if he was in my life as a child. Alyssa Mundy says, always go with the gut. Pickled Kiwi says, as someone who just got off an awkward situation involving my grandpa and my son, the adult should have been more conscientious. Yeah, I can't imagine being the
adults,
the parents
and
seeing that
adults,
happen and saying nothing.
I've been in a situation where I had a friend who, to her face, like a family or like a distant family member at a party, like said something like this to her while I was standing next to her, and I was like, "Shot!" Like it's so.
What do they say?
They just commented on her. Like I don't want to say it, but like they basically just like commented on her dress and saying it was low cut. And it just very inappropriate comment to say to someone in any situation, but like two young women.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is
whack.
Yeah
Wackadoodle.
Also on the point that OP mentioned of like, yeah, he did take care of the grandmother or whatever, but that doesn't like erase or change at all the other stuff he did, which is super important too.
No, you can realize that someone has done a good thing while also recognizing that you don't want to be around them for all the bad things they've done.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like
yeah. Glad you weren't near my.
Gotta love Riley's off mic comments.
Off Mike Riley.
But yeah, I'm hoping and praying that in this next update that we
got an update.
I am hoping and praying that this family finally kind of comes around.
Yeah.
And thank God she has a husband's family. That's 100% on board.
But let's get into this update. So, firstly, I really appreciate the people who took time out of their day to read my story and listen to my frustrations. You all were very helpful in solidifying my thoughts and reminding me I was not in the wrong for my actions or feelings. Thank you all so very much.
Okay, fan for the win.
I did not make it clear. Oh, yeah, this is our /OK story time.
Yeah.
The best community on Reddit. Go submit stories to our subreddit right now, our /OK story time.
Yeah. These are the type of stories that I'm picking.
Yeah. Shout out Sophia. Shout out Sophia. I did not make it clear who was actually attending the trip in my original post, so I am now. The final list going on the trip ended up being Tim, my mom, my aunt, Kelly, her brother, myself, and my husband. My husband and I are officially not going anymore.
Nice.
Good.
Yesterday, I was extremely honest with my mom about how much it hurt me that she never stood up for me in these situations. There we go. And when I say honest, I meant it. I emailed what I had to say so that I could not be cut off or deterred from saying what I needed to get out. This is how the conversation began. Me, I'm not going to Vegas. I know you're going to be mad at me, but I can't do it. I'm going to contact my aunt today, and I'll gladly pay her back for any cancellation fee for my husband and I's room, but I'm not going to go to be miserable to keep the peace. The man is disgusting. I'm beyond grateful that he cared for my grandma the way he did, but that doesn't cancel out the fact that he's a pedo, and I'm done pretending that it does. I'm going to write him a letter as well. I'm not going to be mean or hateful. I'm going to be honest with how he has hurt me over throughout the years and that nobody did anything to stop him. It took me years to not let someone touch me more than I wanted to because I was taught from a very young age that my body was not mine to make decisions about. I was taught that Tim could put his hands wherever he saw fit. If I told him I was uncomfortable, I was told I was being disrespectful. So I grew up and felt guilty for telling any man to do so. And any man, no. I'm very aware that everyone will call me dramatic, but I don't really care. The mom asks about what she's basically talking about and what kind of touching. I knew he made comments and your dad tried to put a stop to it. And she said, sitting at the bar in the kitchen, getting massages, hugs when I didn't want them, the comments about not being my real grandpa with a whistle, the comments about me getting boobies, and then doing the same thing to Kelly 3 years later. Then when I told Kelly she didn't have to let him talk to her like that, I got reprimanded. At this point, she shifted and told me that she was not mad at me for setting a boundary, asked more questions, and did apologize as well. I also told her that I'm not very aware that she and my aunt are also victims of this, and I don't only see them as villains in this story anymore because of that. But with that, we're all adults now. I'm not asking anyone to stand up for me anymore. I'm simply informing them that I will be standing up for myself now.
I think a lot of times in situations like this, adults will expect their children to just give like hugs to the other people, like other family. They're like, oh, well, they're your family, so you should hug them. Let them like give you a kiss or something on your cheek or whatever. And I think that you should never expect your children to just like not be able to say no to any sort of physical affection.
I truly don't understand, because it's like at the end of the day, what is the literal most important thing is protecting your child.
You should encourage your child to always feel comfortable saying no.
Yeah.
Even if it's just like, I don't want my aunt to hug me. They should feel comfortable saying, no, I don't want that right now. And if you're not, I think that if you're not like encouraging your kids to say that, it can open, these situations up where they are uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, I again, like, I think what OP, going back to what OP was saying, or it's like, I was taught that I didn't have control over my body. And like, I think one of the things that you can kind of ingrain in your children early by saying like, hey, that's okay, is just basically at any time you want your bodily autonomy, you can ask for it. And or really
and
the reverse. If someone wants something for you, you have to agree to it.
Yeah.
Like consent.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
If you don't want to be touched and you say no, they need to respect that point blank period. And if they
no matter
don't,
who it
then
is, family
your
or not
parents
family,
should be a safe person for you to go and say,
Yes.
hey, I said no, they didn't respect that. And then your parents should say, don't freaking touch my kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's where the story ends.
Yeah. Diana says, children are people too. They aren't objects to be passed around. Yeah, I think that there is this expectation of like, oh, children's are like so cute.
And Alyssa Mundy says, my body, my rules.
Yep. Shout out to OP. Again, a member of the OK family, standing up to her mom. And it's like, honestly, the mom did not have a great response at all, in my opinion. And I'm glad that someone is like checking the mom and all the other adults in his family. And OP is the one that is like taking the charge to make this change, which in itself.
And I also really appreciate that OP is kind of breaking this cycle by standing up for her, I think, niece.
Exactly.
Yeah,
or,
it takes someone to finally say this is not okay, and OP's being that person, which requires bravery.
That's right.
Bella, thank you for the $5 tip. I really feel for OP. I've been in very similar situations and had no one to back me up. I'm so glad she is taking a stand. Hopefully she will be able to move forward without any more grief.
Amen.
But also, we just hit a wheel spin.
Oh,
look at that.
Look at that.
Guys.
Let's spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel.
There we go. We found it.
Ooh, trivia.
Here we go.
I love trivia.
It's my favorite.
This time it's not Jeopardy trivia, so you can just blurt it out.
What is it?
Oh, so I don't have to say what is.
Nope.
Okay.
Do we still have to go beep?
Nope.
Buzz? What?
What do we have to do?
But
how do we know who wins?
yeah, I feel
First
like we
per-
need to
I
say
will tell
Buzz.
you.
Yeah,
I will
Riley's the
tell you.
judge of the first person who said it. I like
It should
that.
be Buzz.
I like that.
I think there should be buzz.
I think we need buzzers.
I think we need buzzers too.
It's two against.
I would like
we have
a
a
buzz.
buzzer downstairs.
But it's only one buzzer.
Only one buzzer, yeah.
We need more buzzers.
Spin, spin. Also,
Okay,
if
here
you
we go.
want to see more sibling rivalry, do we post the link to
I
us
don't know.
facing off?
I don't know. That'd be fun.
Here, I'll-
Wait, did Mom say whether or not I did meets?
Okay,
'Cause I
so
freaking did.
there is a picture of Sophia swimming. Can you see that? So that is Sophia at a pool.
At a swim meet. That is a swim meet.
I don't know if it's at a swim meet, but she is at a
It
pool.
does look like a swim.
There
That's a
is
swim
a
meet.
picture.
I can find you. I can find you my awards because I have them.
Okay.
Who painted the Mona
That's
Lisa?
good proof.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Da Vinci.
Boom.
Dang it.
Sophia won.
Wait, that's it?
That's it.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Sophia 1 point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I think we all thought the same.
What
too.
year did the Titanic sink?
1912.
1912.
How do you know that?
It was. What do you mean? How do you not know that?
John almost got on the boat, but he didn't.
It was like 1912 at 3 a.m. or
Because
something.
he was there.
Did you not have a period of time where you were obsessed with
Dude,
the Titanic?
No.
The conspiracy theories around the Titanic is
Oh my
wild.
God.
I love those. Okay, what is the smallest country in the world by land area?
The Vatican.
Wow, John again.
Dang.
Smart.
Let's go.
Where is this coming from?
Who discovered penicillin?
Ooh.
What? I hate this guy
I don't know this guy.
because I'm allergic to it.
Andrew Penicillin.
No.
Who?
Who invented penicillin? Chat.
I've heard the name before. Chat, you got it?
We have a hint.
Oxford Penicillin.
No, his penicillin is not in the last name.
Andrew Amoxicillin.
I don't know.
Amoxicil.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Well, maybe chat might.
I don't know.
Rashidi says
Dog.
sock.
Nope.
What is it? Who's
All
it?
right, it is Alexander Fleming.
Didn't know that.
Oh.
What is the hardest natural substance on
Diamond.
Earth?
Diamond.
It was one of them.
I
Up to you,
heard
Riley.
Sophia,
Yes.
the clearest, but I could be wrong.
No, I do think I actually
Sam's
said it
so
first.
offended. It definitely wasn't me.
I think I said it first.
Sophia 2, John 2, Sam 0. Challenging questions. What is the largest ocean on Earth?
The
Pacific.
Pacific.
I think that's Sam.
Thank
Totally
God.
guessed.
I
didn't know that one.
Sure. Which element has the atomic number 1?
Hydrogen.
In which year was the United Nations established?
1948.
Close.
1945.
Yep.
Oh, I knew it was around that because
This one's too easy. Who's the author of the Harry Potter
Oh,
series?
you're right. Dang it.
Sophia.
You're
That's all I
gonna
heard. What is the most abundant gas in the Earth's
Carbon.
atmosphere?
Oxygen. No.
Nitrogen.
Yep.
Dang.
5, John 3, Sam 1.
Dang it.
Damn, what's happening? Okay, these are harder. Which planet is known as the red planet?
Mars.
Oh, Wingles, thanks for the $50. It's my birthday and
Woo!
felt like sharing the love. Happy
Oh my
birthday,
gosh.
Wingles.
Happy birthday!
Yeah.
Happy birthday!
So many birthdays.
Dude, so many.
Was that right?
Yeah, Mars.
What's this?
What's the rarest blood type in humans?
AB negative.
Positive.
Yep.
What?
Sam.
What was it?
AB negative.
Damn, I didn't even.
Who is known as the father of modern physics?
Isaac Newton.
Is it?
Modern physics.
Albert Einstein?
Yep.
I was about to say that. I
But you
hesitated.
didn't.
I know. I hesitated.
I was going to say Oppenheimer.
LOL. In what year did the Berlin Wall fall?
1989.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Too quick.
I didn't even know I knew this stuff.
know this?
Yeah,
I don't
I
know. I've failed so hard at literally every other.
I don't
subject.
understand because I feel like John. I've never seen you be good at trivia yet.
Me either.
This is
You're
crazy.
killing
What
it,
is the
man.
capital of Australia?
Sydney?
No. Brisbane.
Canberra.
Melbourne?
It's Brisbane.
It is-
What?
Canberra.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah,
You're
I
not
don't know
even
what that is.
Australian.
I'm not even Australian. I
Oh.
thought we looked that up last time.
Who composed the Four Seasons?
Bach, Beethoven,
Oh no,
Mozart,
Vivaldi.
Vivaldi.
Vivaldi?
Vivaldi.
Yep. Sam.
What? You only got there because of me.
What is that?
You didn't get it right.
ridiculous.
It's called an
Sorry.
alley-oop.
Get over it, damn it.
What is the square root of 256?
12.
Nope.
It's 34.
14.
2?
Nope.
15, 16, 17.
16. There you go.
Dang it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Who is the first woman to win a Nobel Prize?
Anne Frank?
Helen Keller.
Florence Nightingale. Did you say Anne Frank?
No.
Not Florence Nightingale.
Who? Nobel Peace Prize?
Nobel Prize.
Amelia.
Oh, I love her. She's the best.
I
Oh,
didn't say
Trisha
Anne
D,
Frank.
let's go.
You said Anne Frank.
I knew.
What was it?
That was Marie Curie.
No, you didn't know it.
Okay, I knew it was in that field.
Okay,
didn't know.
which country won the first FIFA World Cup in 1930?
Spain?
Argentina.
France.
UK? Italy? Portugal?
But
Yugoslavia.
uh,
Nigeria.
Africa.
Nope.
South Africa.
Nope.
Scotland.
Ireland.
Nope. No.
Brazil.
These people don't know how to play. No, not Brazil. No.
Argentina. Someone
no.
already said
Chile.
that.
Mexico.
Nope.
The U.S.
Nope.
Okay, I don't know.
I don't know.
I was saying.
I don't know.
It is. I don't even know how to say it. Starts with a U.
Yugoslavia. Uruguay.
Uzbekistan.
Uganda.
Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Yeah.
I said Uruguay.
Oh, good job.
Uruguay.
Sam. You got a point.
Yeah, you did say that.
All right. Very difficult.
Ah.
What is the name of the first artificial satellite launched by the Soviet Union in
Sputnik.
Oh yeah.
Sam's back up. Sophia 7, John 5, Sam 6.
Ooh.
I don't know how you did that, Sam.
Comeback boy.
Believe it.
And then who is the Greek goddess of wisdom and
Athena!
warfare? Yep.
Say it.
You can't beat me at Greek mythology.
Which Shakespeare play features the character Shylock?
Iliad. Odyssey.
Shylock?
Shylock.
I don't know.
Hamlet.
No. Okay. Is
Romeo
it?
and Juliet.
Okay, hold on.
No.
I don't know any Shakespeare.
It's not as
Iliad,
you like
Odyssey,
it. It's not
Hamlet,
much do.
Macbeth.
It's
Nope.
not. Is it two?
Yep, Merchant in
Venice.
Oh, wait,
God,
she
Chat.
said 2.
No, I didn't get it. It was someone else. I was
Oh.
actually I was trying to remember Merchant in Venice, but I
Nope.
was thinking of the.
What is the oldest university in the United States?
Harvard.
Harvard.
Damn it.
John. What? I'm the one keeping
I'm
count.
joking. I didn't.
What
say
is he sign? Oh, we already did that.
Give me more Greek.
Who
mythology.
wrote the physiological work of Critic of Pure Reason?
Machiavelli?
Thomas Jefferson.
No.
No.
It's not
I don't know.
Machiavelli.
Adam Smith.
Nope.
I have no idea.
What was the name of it again?
Theology.
Physiological.
Critic of Pure Reason.
No clue.
Critic of Pure Reason.
No, I'm not gonna know.
Leonardo da Vinci. Michelangelo.
We're not gonna know.
Okay. What is the name
Wait,
of
who
the
is it?
first cloned sheep?
Oh, Dolly.
Let's go.
Ah, nice.
Dang it.
What?
In which year did the Battle of Hackus take place?
1912.
1864.
1874. 1812.
1066.
Oh.
Who discovered the structure of DNA?
Oh, it was those two brothers, right? No, it was a woman.
Isaac
It was a man.
Helix.
It was a
It was
woman.
either two brothers or a woman, and I can't remember any one
Wow,
of those
you-
names.
Robert DNA.
Oh.
Ooh.
Who was it?
Emmanuel Kant. I'm reading that.
Oh, yeah, no, that was for
Who
the
was
other
it?
thing. James Watson and Francis Crick.
It
Two
was
brothers.
brothers.
Guys, I was right.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
Trisha
right.
D got that right.
It was two guys. I freaking knew it.
All right. Who was the second president of the United States?
John Smith.
John Adams.
Yep.
I said Thomas Jefferson.
Let's
Dude.
go.
I
He's the
said
third.
John Smith by accident. Nice job, Sam.
Nearly impossible. What is the largest known star by radius?
Altus and
Sun?
Siri.
No, that's
Nope.
not right.
Big star.
Big star.
The sun.
Black
the
Nebula.
Alpha Centauri.
No.
Dude, that's a dope name. C987X.
No.
I'm the biggest star.
X034.
No.
I don't know.
I'm the biggest bird. I'm the biggest.
What?
I don't know, Riley.
UY Scooty.
UI Scooty.
Or
You buy
S-
Skibbity?
Scooty. All right. Which country has the most time zones?
Russia.
America?
Nope.
China.
It's not Russia.
Not Russia.
India.
U.S.
Nope.
Asia.
Africa.
You're telling me
Wait, that's
it's
not a
not.
country.
You're gonna
I
be
didn't
so
hear it.
shocked. I'm also gonna give this a
Japan.
check.
It's not Russia.
Italy.
Nope.
Paris. Germany.
I'm gonna be so
I have
shocked.
no idea.
What country?
South
country?
Africa.
Nope. Not Canada.
Brazil?
Nigeria.
What are we?
Canada?
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
You guys are gonna be so pissed at this
Arctic.
answer.
U.S.
Nope.
I already said the U.S.
I said it
South,
I already said
somewhere
the
in
US.
South America, Mexico.
Nope.
What? What is it?
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
North Korea.
France.
I think I
Including
said France.
overseas territories.
I think I said France. Can someone tell me if I said
no.
France?
didn't
No,
say
you didn't.
France.
Right. Oh, people.
As I said
Okay.
Germany.
Last one. We'll do the hardest one here.
Oh my God.
Who wrote the Divine Comedy?
Oh, fuck.
Seven-
Divine Comedy was
Deepak
written.
Chopra.
No.
You were so
What's his
close.
freaking
Dante,
name?
good job.
Da-
Chat.
Dante's
Damn it.
Inferno.
No, Dante Alighieri.
No, I know.
don't know.
Dante's Inferno is the thing.
Sophia. 7-7.
I
chat,
won?
6.
Did I win?
No, wait, one more.
Nope.
One more.
I didn't
That's
even
it,
need
buddy.
Dude, that
Dante.
was, no, that was great.
I didn't even need Dante.
That was great.
Read
Ugh.
this. Don't we have someone here?
Who? Oh, maybe.
I should have known because Dante and Botticelli.
here. But in
No, wait,
between
Botticelli's
now
the-
and 15
What's
minutes.
his-
We're coming. Blondest brunette. Thanks for the $10 tip. My my older sister's ex-husband essayed myself and my younger sister when he was finally caught. She actually took his side. Our family was strained for years. She was under his
Oh, very sorry.
hearts in the chat for blondest brunette. Josephine Madala Berquist, thanks for the 253. I said UI Scooty and didn't say I was, and you didn't say I was right. Josephine got it, apparently.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Naughty Pokemon, thanks for the $5 tip. Donating so you can acknowledge my girl, Rosalind.
That's the woman I
Franklin.
was talking about. I said there was a woman and there were two guys. I was freaking right.
Someone did say it was like maybe Watson and Crick, maybe like Edison did.
Sabrina Maya says I said Paris. I didn't specify France.
Well, still wrong.
Yeah.
Freaking right.
I don't know.
I think that's close
Dude,
enough.
hey, great. I loved
still
that
won.
That was
trivia
good.
version.
Woo!
John, you crushed it.
You really crushed it.
I surprised myself.
I won,
truly.
but you did crush it.
Thank you. See, I let you all believe I was an idiot to strike back fiercely.
No, you did great. You did great.
Yay.
You
Oh,
beat Sam.
Do we?
Well, we tied.
huh? Oh, we should swap out. Yeah.
Well, maybe we swap out when.
When?
Um,
When
yeah.
they're
Yeah.
here.
Well, that means we got to read.
Lego Queen Jen. Thank
Yeah.
you for
That's
okay.
celebrating.
We can. Yeah, we hit one and then bring them up.
Yeah.
Who is it?
I just read.
It's my turn.
Yeah, I think it's you.
It's my turn.
50.
Josephine Madonna Berquist, thanks for the 253. I know my space facts. Super space facts. Also, Lego Queen Jen, celebrating performance and membership. Need a long stream to distract me after my husband admitted to the hospital, and no way I will be sleeping tonight. Guys, hearts in the chat. Let's send some love to Lego Queen Jen. We are all hoping for a speedy recovery, and we're here to hang out with you and hopefully give you a smile and a laugh along the way. So, a lot of love to you.
That's
A lot of
tough. That's
love to
tough.
All right, let's get into this. Where did Sam?
Sam is running away, but we can hang out.
We can hang
reach
out.
out. Who eats? Not us.
He doubted my swim.
He doubted it. And guess who believed Sophia and stood by her side? Me.
John, my best friend.
That's right.
Oh.
Oh, now you can see us do that.
Now you can see it.
All right, let's get freaking into it.
Do it, bro.
Freaky.
I threatened to cut off my parents over a new bed frame.
Do it.
Cut them off.
I'm about to reframe this relationship. It's over.
Oh,
With my parents.
Damn. And this is to answer the question of how do you stand up to your parents?
Not on a bed frame.
So true. By the way, you can join us live on YouTube every weekday at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just tap our profile. So, Immediate Taylor 9340 says, I will try and keep this short and sweet. This just happened yesterday. I, 25 female, had recently decided that I needed a new bed frame.
Controversial.
Sometimes you have to realize that. The frame I had previously had was something that I had since I began college in 2017. When I moved out into my own apartment in 2022, it was given to me as a gift. Flash forward to about 3 weeks ago, my frame began to crumble and parts of it were flaking off in big chunks. When trying to put any weight on it, the frame, along with the mattress, would tilt upward in the air.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you should get a new one. I had my boyfriend, 26 male, come take a look at it and see if it was fixable. He said no. Thinking on it and not wanting to try and keep fixing it, knowing it would fall apart, I decided to throw the frame away. I mentioned this to my parents, 56 male and 54 female respectively, in passing, as I've mentioned it before with them. And my father was furious at me. To sum it up, what he said, I spent $2,000 on that frame and you had the audacity to throw it away? $2,000 on a frame? $2,000 on a
How?
frame? I spent like $100 on my frame.
Yeah, 2K, and it's crumbling.
And it's crumbling?
It's crumbling like sand after a few years.
I've
is
had
a
my
bad
frame
deal.
for 5 years.
This is the craziest thing I've ever read.
What?
This dad should be
34,
locked
but
up for
still.
being the dumbest like spender of all time.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Lock him away.
Yep. And
Why
you don't even
couldn't-
need a frame.
Why couldn't you wait until we got back from our vacation for me to see if it was fixable? For extra context, my parents went on a 3 to 4 week vacation and were taking a long drive up to Washington State and then traveling back to Texas. I live about 30 minutes from where my parents live, so it's a long drive for them to visit me. There is a furniture store in front of my apartment complex, so I decided I would go in there and look around. I saw a frame that I liked and decided that I would get it, along with a coffee table for my living room. Adulting. Love it. I filled out the paperwork, and since I brought something there a year prior, I have a line of credit, and the amount I would pay a month would not be that much. 60 months with 0% interest.
Ooh.
I called my mom about it yesterday evening and told her about it and how excited I was. But the one drawback is that my mom always speaks to me on speakerphone. My father overheard our conversation. He blew up at me again saying, "Why would you do this? Why are you making decisions without our input?"
Who is this father?
She's 25? She's 25.
Why do you care?
That's a 25-year-old. She doesn't even live with
What do
you.
you mean? Oh, Dad! Oh my gosh! I need to get your approval for this bed frame. 25-year-old adult
Living on her own.
and
or not living
even
out,
that
it's the
aside,
same.
it's like it's a bed frame.
A bed frame.
Even if she was
It's a bed frame.
14 years old, 10 years old.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And he continues, "And why would you put yourself in potential financial difficulties?" Perhaps she's getting a much cheaper bed frame. My mom was trying to get him to stop yelling at me, and I was on the other end trying hard not to cry. After what seemed like forever going back and forth, we hung up, and my mom went to text me and asked me about the frame and the coffee table and what color it was. I basically told her that it would have been nice that Dad would be at least happy about it. My mom tried to justify it by saying he worries for you and doesn't want you to be in any financial stress. He just wants you to be in regular stress. And that in these kinds of situations, you need someone with a sound mind to help you make decisions.
Sound mind? He's an idiot.
He's an idiot.
He's a like
He's financially
unempathetic
irresponsible.
idiot.
I blew up at her and said that I'm tired of him always eavesdropping on my conversations, and at this point in my life, I'm ready to cut both of them off. I can't continue on not being able to hear any conversation with her without him overhearing and giving his 2 cents when it's not needed or fear of any type of consequences for what he hears. She apologized and said she would have a conversation with him about that, but to not cut them off. Her words were, "Only have each other in this world, and your father only wants what's best for you." At the end of that conversation, I told her that if this happens again, I will cut them both off. And that this isn't a threat, it's a promise. My furniture is coming in a couple of days, and instead of being happy, I'm writing this and crying, wondering if I was wrong. So Reddit, am I the a-hole for threatening to cut off my parents for their reactions about me buying a new bed frame? And there is an edit. Yikes. Also, oh my God, Intertwined
Saturns.
Realms. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships.
Saturn's in the chat. Do it. Oh, Sophia, wait. I'm floating in space.
Whoa.
There's no gravity because we have just entered the intertwined realms. That's like our version of the Twilight
Interstellar.
Zone. Interstellar. Ah! Okay. Thank you, Intertwined Realms, the ruler of the realms. But to comment on this story.
The under of my arms are.
Wow, that's what a great comment.
But,
to
you know,
the
that
story.
was, I think that was so, the if you think about the underarms of this story,
Yeah.
you know what if
They're
you think
so
about it, the
pale.
dad is the armpit of fathers.
It's so true.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
dude, but the mom said something about like, oh,
They need to shed some light on the situation.
they really do. Unlike the pale,
The pale
underarms
underbelly.
of society. Yeah, like this dad is in no way. Oh, here's what I was gonna say. Some people could be like, oh, it's like one interaction. Like, oh, you gotta. This is probably the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And I would have to imagine there's like so many other instances that happened before, and this
It's
is the
gotta be a
straw
lot,
that broke
yeah.
the camel's back.
I
you know?
agree. I
Like,
completely agree.
It is so insane. And why is the mom saying this?
I hate it.
This keeping the peace BS. And like, you know, I'm not the best with confrontation and things of this nature in the family, but like you can't, you know, subjugate the other family members to all this BS.
No.
Are you not worried about your or are you not I don't know if the right word is like worried or concerned, or like, do you want your child to go through this kind of treatment?
Yeah.
Really?
Unbelievable. Very unbelievable. But there is an
Well, let's get into it.
yeah, so let's
G-
see
give
if
it to
OP drops these parents. All right. Edit.
Ooh.
I'm new to posting anything on Reddit, so I'm unsure on how to add my original post. But I'm here in the comments to answer some questions. Number 1, why did the frame not last longer than it did? A month
Great
after
question.
moving into my apartment in 2022, my apartment got flooded due to a pipe burst during a cold snap. The water came through my ceiling fan and fire alarm, which happened to be over my bed. Oh, that's as I was trying to move the mattress and the box springs, I didn't have any tools to take the frame apart, as there are a lot of screws that need to be drilled in/out. So my thought is that the frame was beginning to possibly decay due to the exposure of the water. Presumably this is a wood. Yeah, I think
That
Sherry
makes
said
more
this is a
sense.
wooden frame.
Yeah.
So maybe he didn't buy a bad frame, but it's still ridiculous that he bought a $2,000 frame.
Like I would text him with a picture of me like holding the crumbling like
Yeah.
ashes and be like,
Fix it.
my bed frame.
Yeah. No, he's like one of those YouTubers that uses like ramen. You know what I'm talking about? Where they use
Fix
ramen to
everything.
fix things and they glue it. Yeah. That's what this is.
That's funny.
Number 2. Why did I choose to do the 60-month plan? Did we know that?
Oh yeah, 60% was zero APR.
Okay. This isn't my first time doing this. I had bought a couch and table last July when out with my mom.
Not new to this.
The table, I paid for it up front in cash, and the couch, technically a love seat, but I call it a couch. I decided to finance that with a similar plan. I understand that these are monthly recurring payments. I paid off the couch this April/May, so it was under 1 year of having it. Also, presumably, can you pay more off?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, right? You can pay
Awesome.
more off if you wanted to.
I imagine, especially in this one,
Yeah.
because it is 0%.
Yeah.
It changes sometimes, but like
Yeah.
I imagine so.
Yeah. Number 3, did I ask them to bail me out or anything or having financial struggles? The answer is no. I've been able to be fine on my own for a year and a half on my own. I would rather have nothing in my bank account than tell him that. My father is the kind of person who would turn any situation to an I told you so moment. Number 4, how much did everything cost? I don't want to give out the total amount, but I will explain how much a month it is. It's about $45 a month. The bed...
700.
What is
What
it with these
is this?
expensive bed guys?
Am I crazy?
You know what? I'm gonna give out a sponsorship. IKEA. Guys, I'm gonna give out another sponsorship. Facebook Marketplace.
Okay, hold on.
Guys, we have solutions.
IKEA.
We have solutions to these issues.
I'm so confused. I went on Amazon. I bought mine for like less
Yeah.
than 100, like about 100, maybe 150 at most on Amazon.
There is truly
Bed frame.
If she's doing 60-month APR, $45 a month, that's how much it costs.
Bed frame, $269, $349, $149, $99. I'm trying to find an expensive one. Let's go most expensive.
So you could say, like, hey, that's not a good, you know,
$479, $419, $499. I can't even find a $1,000 one.
this is crazy.
I
It's
can't
just
even
made of
find an
gold.
$1,000 one, guys.
You're not in the diamond bed frame.
Why are you
range.
spending $2,500 on a bed frame? That's ridiculous. What?
7.
20. That's even worse.
$2,700.
This is ridiculous.
Insanity.
You guys are bad at financial.
So yeah, the one criticism for OP: do
Yeah.
not buy that expensive. of a
You're,
bed
I
frame.
mean, like you're in the right about your parents.
Yes.
But you're both in the wrong about how much you should be spending on a bed frame.
yes.
Where was I? So the bed frame had drawers on the side that open up, which I like, as it means a bit more extra storage. So in total, it's the headboard, footboard with storage rails, the drawers themselves, and the coffee table, all of which had the furniture protection along with that. And then relevant comments. OP says, this isn't my first time doing this. I had bought a couch and table last July, went out with my mom. The table I paid for up. Oh, I said that. That one's already kind of. Yeah, that was already said as well. So that is the end of that story.
It's over.
Yeah.
Dunzo.
Damn. Yeah.
I think
I just not over how much they spent on the
it
bed
is.
frame.
It is like so infuriating,
It's so
but
ridiculous. But
I
that's
mean-
not the point of the story.
yeah. So
Yeah.
breaking it down,
Breaking it down.
dad, absolute a-hole.
A-hole.
Here's a question: is mom an a-hole?
A little bit because she's complicit.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
Actually,
agree.
a lot of it because she's being complicit again.
I agree. I think it's so. It's again going
Yeah.
with this like whole protecting the peace, the
Yeah.
family type thing.
But he's actively making everyone stressed out.
Ooh, it. Oh yeah, that grinds my gears more than Grinder Man.
Grinder Man.
Grinder Man strikes
Spaghetti
again. Yeah, get the dad out of here. But
Yeah.
he didn't even comment on the. He could have given her the correct advice, which is like,
Yeah.
hey, that's actually a lot to spend,
Yeah.
and like just so you. But he also spent $2,000.
He
So
also
he's-
spent $2,000, so he can't
he's an
even
idiot.
talk.
He can't even talk. He can't even freaking talk.
Damn.
And all of his comments were basically irrelevant as to what he chose to
Yeah.
actually say when he could have said something smart and informative.
Yeah.
But no, he's an idiot. and he
Man,
sucks.
oh man.
OP, protect your peace, but
Protect your
buy a
peace.
cheaper bed frame for
Please.
for
protect
God's
your
sake.
bank account, man.
Yeah, protect that. But yeah, I think that's about it.
So.
OP the a-hole.
No, just financially irresponsible.
No, yeah, financially,
Or maybe ill-advisable.
Ill-advised,
Yeah.
but not an a-hole
Yeah.
in the slightest. Good for you for standing up for
Like
yourself.
you can buy whatever you want as long as you're, it's that's your choice. I would just say there are cheaper bed frames.
And true, the real final
Yeah.
point: go no contact or not, as OP did.
It seems as though this is an ongoing issue, so I think that OP made the decision that was right for them.
Yeah, given we were kind of
Yeah.
assuming it is,
We
so
were
it is an
assuming, yeah.
assumption. We're assuming this is one in a long line of like these
Yeah.
like controlling things.
Someone said in Australia that would be a normal price. I'm gonna text my mom. Ask Sandra, that's my great aunt, how much a bed frame costs in Australia.
She's really answering all of our questions today.
We need it
Dude,
for
we need it for stream, Mom.
okay, slay.
Here we go. We have Slade.
Slay. But that's the end of that story.
Well, there we go. Should we that are coming up?
Ooh,
Oscar.
I need to go to the bath.
Go. Get out of my face. And I'm going to talk to the people. What's good, people? Oh, do we have any donos that we haven't read yet? I think we're all caught up.
Yeah, that's all of them.
Let's freaking go. Fur 96, I looked into custom-made bed frames from family-owned businesses, and they were around $2,000 to $3,000, but not from a furniture store. That's the thing. It's like, okay, yeah, you can get anything at an expensive cost. Dixie Blue Seal also says mine was Amish built. But like there's such a plethora of fantastic options in the range of a few $100s that's extremely high quality that you just don't need to go anywhere near. Maybe in your like forever home type situation, or if you have like crazy money. But guys, what are we doing? Riley, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Did you have there was like a large Amish community next to like
Oh yeah.
town
We
next
had an
over?
Amish community in Vashta.
Did you get the like fireplace and like other like wooden furniture ads on TV?
Yeah. They had billboards of them and stuff. We actually would like give wood to those Amish companies.
Right.
Yeah. They'd get wood from us.
Dude, yeah, dude, there was literally so many TV commercials. There's this one like classic one. I'm pretty sure it was like a local ad.
Okay.
But it was like this like electric Amish fireplace, which I always found hilarious because
how would they know that works?
That's a great question.
Like I could see them building it and doing all the things, but
Amishism is a spectrum because a lot of them use like simple electricity, and because I think Luddites is the specific type. That's
did you
like,
ever watch the freaking documentaries of the Amish people?
I didn't watch them.
I love them.
Nah.
They were like, oh, the Amish gangs. They used to have the Amish gangs in
That's crazy.
Dude, they
Pennsylvania.
literally would cut off people's beards. Like there was like there was Amish gangs that would go against other Amish gangs and cut off people's beards.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's too much.
It is too much.
We
But
gotta
you know
cut
what
that out.
else is never too much?
What?
Adding another person on this stream.
Let's do it.
Come on over, Steph. Go sit down.
Audience applause. You got it.
Slide in.
bash
Just slide
through
in.
it.
Just go
Bash
Get
through
in
through it.
there.
You got
Get
it.
in
Don't
there.
don't have
through.
no regard for the lights.
Okay,
we go.
so Steph is my best friend from college, his girlfriend, and also now a friend, and she literally just came off work.
Literally. That's right.
Here, get the mic.
Yeah, get that mic.
Get
And
your
under
phone
your
right
chin,
there. Boom.
and try
Yeah.
to like
Chinny
you want to
chin
kiss
chin
it.
and wait, yeah, like
There we go.
literally it should be right below.
Hello.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Can you hear?
Crushed
her?
it.
Yeah,
Can
we
y'all
got
hear?
it.
Earthlings.
Beautiful.
That is us. But yeah, so Steph is also wait, Steph, what are you studying?
I'm going into psychiatry.
So literally, low key, an actual brain doctor that may be
Useful.
credited to give advice like we've been flippantly giving advice.
Wow.
Not yet.
But will be
way more
But close
qualified.
enough.
way more
Way
qualified
more
than
qualified.
us. Has
Although,
actually had years of experience.
we also have years of experience analyzing these insane stories.
That's true. So who really knows the brain better?
We're about
Steph
to put it
and
up to the test.
Yeah. So Steph is gonna be popping in and piping in.
That's right.
And shall we
and give some
get
love
started?
to the chat.
Yeah,
And let's
get
into
some
it.
hearts in the chat
Hearts
for
in
Steph.
the chat.
And be nice.
Yeah. Yeah,
Be-
chat.
Chat, you better be nice.
We see you.
Yeah.
We see you.
Steph is one of the nicest people I know.
Please be nice.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we get into it?
Let's do it.
Who's reading? Am I reading?
I just read.
Yeesh.
Look at you. Your time
Did
is
you
up,
read about
partner.
Amish people?
We were talking about Amish people.
Oh.
There was a bed frame that cost $2,700. Crazy, I know.
$2,700.
So that got me and Riley to talking about in our hometowns. There's like all these like Amish electric fireplace commercials. Yeah.
Can they make? Is that allowed?
It's
To make-
Amish is a spectrum, as John said.
That is
Amishism
true.
is a spectrum.
As I learned in Amish country, I did learn that. But that
Shout out
feels
to the Amish.
shout out to the
Amish.
Amish.
One
They
time for the
also
one time.
make really good stuff, like high quality stuff, because I think they like take their time.
That's their whole thing, man.
But also the Amish
Craftsmanship.
aren't a monolith.
Dude,
There's a spectrum.
talk
Talk.
that talk.
So Slithy Toves, Slithy Toves. I always
Toves, I know.
always say that wrong. Steph needs to weigh in on Sam's golden rules.
She'll
What are
find
your
them out.
golden rules?
That sounds like a fun.
She's
end
gonna
of story.
hate my golden
Dude,
rules.
It's, gonna be
It's
so
a predictive tool.
Am I gonna
First of all.
scold you?
You
Yes.
could
It's gonna
could
be
Okay.
scold
so
me.
good, and I cannot wait.
Or maybe she will agree if enough context is given.
Enough
right.
content.
What episode are we on?
Um,
Yeah, sorry, I was not listening. 3. Cool.
There it is.
All right. Thanks, baby cakes. Okay.
Oh.
I dated my friend's therapist even though she begged me not to.
Listen,
Gotta get the inside deets.
Oh no.
free therapy. Done.
Free therapy,
Whoa!
and
Mic
also
drop.
you're kind of getting an inside look into your girlfriend so you could do even better.
No. Unethical.
This is all to answer the question, is it important for your friends to get along with your partner? Also, by the way, it's important for you to get along with us because we go live every weekday at 3 p.m. PST. So hop on over to YouTube if you want to go see us live and chat with us. This first story comes from Careful Blacksmith 283. And they say, I don't want to dox myself, thus the anonymity. I have a very tight-knit group of friends. We are always there for each other for all the ups and downs. I see them all as my sister and have never done anything that would affect them negatively. Well, few years back, something really horrible happened to one of them, Susan, and she went into a downward spiral. After many crappy therapists, she finally found one that worked for her, and she started slowly to crawl herself out of the darkness.
Oh my.
OP is kind of a poet with I'm imagining Susan in a dark area, and now she's fighting for.
Coming through the light.
Congrats to Susan for doing the work.
There we
Also,
go.
congrats to Kristen Fullhat to getting us another 30 minutes.
Wow.
Oh,
Kristen
Kristen
Fullhat.
Fullhat. Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Wait, did
Sound
we
off.
already shout out Intertwined Realms? Oh,
Oh.
should we? We'll wait. But Intertwined Realms, you are
Just
Good night, Stephanie. Don't let the depression get the best of you. You got this.
Woo! We love you, Stephanie, and you, Stephanie, who is here.
we love all the Stephanies.
I moved away to a nearby city about 5 months ago. My new home is about an hour and a half ride away from where I grew up. When all the necessities were paid for, I went on an impromptu holiday to Greece when I calculated that I had some money to spare. There, I met an amazing guy on my first day in a restaurant. We immediately clicked. This has never happened to me before. A little romance abroad. Love that. I initially planned a hiking type of solo holiday, but we spent 11 days together. I found out he lives in the same city that I moved to, so naturally he changed his ticket and came back with me. I told my friends about it. Everyone was happy for me, even Susan. And again, Susan is the person that's getting the therapy right now. So I guess she see it in enough light to see the light for her friends. That's good. Doing the work, Susan. Congrats to you. I feel like the Susan character is going to do something bad. That's
Get
my
ready.
conspiracy theory. During the holiday, he did tell me he worked in the mental health field, but we were too busy enjoying our time together to be talking about the specifics of work. When we returned, we continued dating. We still are. Well, long story short, turns out he is Susan's therapist. And now I understand I dated my friend's therapist.
Yes.
But that wasn't on purpose. So question
Mm-hmm.
to the professional.
Yeah.
Ooh.
If you find out you are dating your friend's therapist,
Yeah.
do you ditch the date, the friend, or the therapist? Or do you keep all three?
Oh, man.
And no pressure, but this is an official decree for
Yeah,
all science.
yeah.
Well, in the name of science.
Ooh.
Well, no, actually, officially, there's no rule. If it was your own patient and you were dating them, like you actually cannot, like, a therapist / as a psychiatrist, for example, you can never date a patient.
Right.
Fun fact: if you're a medical doctor, you technically can date a patient, but it has to be like 2 years after you've like stopped treating them completely.
Whoa.
So that was interesting to me because
I didn't know there was.
technically
Yeah.
there's actually rules that
Whoa.
we have, like
would
ethical
you get
codes that we have
disbarred
to.
or whatever the.
I don't know if you get disbarred, but that's actually something that we learn, like what you can and can't do. So like as a psychiatrist, you can never date a patient.
But you could date
But you
the
could-
friend,
But you could date the friend of
a patient.
a patient, but you know, that's more of a personal ethical. Would you really want to?
So if you were the therapist guy in
Yeah.
this case, and you found out you were dating the friend of a patient, would you change anything?
I feel like that really depends. Like if this is just a fling and you don't see it going anywhere and you actually have like a therapeutic relationship with a patient, I feel like maybe the professional thing would be to like
And the fling.
end the fling.
But this is a guy that she met in Greece that she instantly clicked with, that flew back from Greece to be with her.
Look, back in the day, I clicked with many people abroad. And you know what? You move on. I have the love of my life now.
Yeah.
Shout out,
Oh.
Isha. Let's go.
We can always connect with people, okay? There's lots of ways.
All right. So the professional opinion is break up.
Dump 'em.
Dump 'em.
Dump 'em.
But it's more on the therapist to do the dumping than OP, because OP's not really in any conflict. Well, I guess with the friend.
I don't know.
I guess OP's kind of in conflict.
I feel
too.
like that is a question because it's like, what if you started dating my therapist? You know,
dude, give me your number.
Isn't he your therapist?
That is true.
we are each other's therapists.
we
actually.
kind of act as each other's therapists
Yeah.
sometimes.
We're each
So
other's everything.
technically, to Naima. I am Naima's friend dating. I'm not gonna figure it out. I'm not gonna figure it out.
No,
But-
you could. No, John could do it. John is dating Naima, and Naima is Sam's friend.
and
Sam is my
John-
therapist.
yeah.
Boom.
Well, I
Wow.
could be your psychiatrist. You're my boyfriend's best friend. How would that make you? Like if I was your psychiatrist.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would feel
Actually,
okay
I
with
feel like that would be okay.
That would
Yeah,
kinda be
I-
sick.
Yeah.
It's a bigger support system.
Yeah.
That would be
Actually.
dope.
Honestly, I'd be a dope psychiatrist too.
Yeah.
Hey,
dude.
hey, talk that talk.
But let's get back into this story.
Let's do it.
So a few years back, we already read that. Initially planned solo. When we returned, continued dating. Okay, so when it finally clicked for her, she told me I had to drop him. She said she was happy for me having a holiday fling, but she didn't feel comfortable that I was dating the guy that had all her confidential info and that he might even be breaking some HIPAA, so some HIPAA rules by dating me. Is he?
I mean, if he doesn't disclose anything, then no. But I mean, he literally can't say.
I told her neither one of us knew that she herself felt neither one of us knew and that she herself felt he was a great therapist. So why couldn't she trust that he would keep it professional? I told her that he hadn't told me anything about any of his clients and I had never asked him about it either. We were always in the moment with each other instead of worrying about who and what happened during work hours, which if one of her closest friends is a patient of his and they just found out about it, it probably speaks to the level of confidentiality that he has with his patients. Green
Facts.
flag. Green flag. At her next appointment, she confronted him and had asked him to dump me or she would report him.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yikes.
He reassured her he would never violate patient confidentiality, but she kept harassing him for the next few appointments. So what do you do, Steph? Professional opinion.
I mean, I think,
This is
this
the
one.
best story to introduce Steph
Right?
into,
It is literally
This
too
one-
perfect.
That was like a total accident too.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I think the tough part here is that, for example, this therapist, I'm sure, is being very professional. So that's great. If he's not disclosing any information, cool. I think the issue now just becomes between the two friends because that must be awkward for the patient to be like, oh my gosh, like you are dating my therapist.
Yeah. How could I open up
How can
about
I
anything?
exactly? And so I feel like if anything, that kind of ruins the therapeutic relationship for the patient. Doesn't necessarily mean that the therapist is doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
So I think in this case, it might be like a dump the therapist and move on because if you aren't able to open up to them anymore because
Yeah.
of this awkward situation, then they're not going to be helpful.
So maybe Susan should dump the therapist. That's basically what
I
you're
think
saying.
so. If,
If the friendship
everything
is
else
strong
is,
enough.
yeah.
Radish says, can you imagine how awkward it would be to double date with your therapist or to spend holidays with your therapist?
Yeah.
It's a great point. Like,
Although my therapist is dope. I've been wanting to hang out with them. So
Is
I
that
can't-
allowed?
No.
Not
But my
So
therapist
if you're not
moved-
allowed, then what do you do in this situation?
No. So my therapist moved to a different school. And so like technically if I happen to like email them and like ask to get tacos, like it might be possible.
Is she still your therapist?
He is not anymore.
Okay. So then it's okay.
Right.
Okay. So he talked to me about her harassing him to dump me as it wasn't part of patient confidentiality. Is it not? If it's not in the session? Maybe it was outside the session?
Oh.
Olivia Gray says, I'm a therapist and the ACA ethical code says it's never allowed. For the APA, it's 5 years after ending treatment with a client. I'd never entertain the thought of dating any of my clients. Yikes.
Well, they're not dating their
dating
Yeah.
client's friend.
they're not dating
They're dating a client's friend, to be
So
clear.
yes.
2.5 years?
2.5 years for friends.
Yeah,
It's
right.
half-life
Yeah.
for every degree of separation from your original client.
Another
it's
Sam's
half.
golden rule.
Yep, there we go. He wanted to know if I felt the same way about him as he did about me and if we had a future together. And I said yes. After that, he recused himself from being her therapist and recommended one of his colleagues to her. Since then, Susan has been on a smear campaign against me and our tight-knit group. Since then, Susan has been on a smear campaign against me and our tight-knit group isn't so tight anymore. She didn't take him up on his recommendation, and due to being out of therapy, she started to drink again. And one of our friends told me she rarely bathes, and other parts of her hygiene have suffered too. She has also skipped a lot of days of work and might lose her job. She isn't faking her downward spiral, but I can't go through with what she and her other friends want me to do, which is end the relationship.
Wow.
So it's kind of like, it's almost like she has a choice between, do I end this relationship and basically contribute to getting my friend out of this downward spiral? Or do I keep the relationship and maybe contribute further to the downward spiral?
But why is Susan sticking with the therapist then?
Because she's not in the right mind.
Yeah.
He needs therapy.
They're at
I'm
PD.
sorry, Susan.
Yeah, Susan.
Commander Waddle says, oh God, Susan is spiraling. And it's like, I imagine it's real. I mean, especially when you open up and you're in a really bad spot, I imagine switching therapists can
No,
be
that's a lot. It's really hard to
incredibly
pick
hard.
someone that you connect with and that you're comfortable feeling vulnerable with. So, I mean, it's tough.
Yeah. They say he is just a man and there are millions of men out there for me. So why won't I dump him for her? Aren't there a bunch of other therapists? Susan? It took Susan this long to find a good therapist, and it took her an hour and a half to drive to him, but she did it despite the commute to get better. According to them, she might not find a good therapist closer or within that driving distance, and she has exhausted all the nearby possibilities. They are telling me I am risking her life for a holiday fling. Am I the a-hole for being the hurdle in her recovery? And there is a thick, juicy edit. Honestly, feels more like an update than an edit.
Yeah.
But I'm going to pause right here
Please.
and ask that question, which is like one of the hardest. I mean,
Truly.
it truly feels like life and death.
This is a really tough one.
Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
impossible
So
options.
can you
Because
solve it?
there's like
Yeah.
quick
Yeah,
maths.
solve it right now,
Quick
Steph.
maths. I have no clue. I think, there's just like everyone has a role in this situation.
Refer to Susan to ZocDoc. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's dude, what editor put ZocDoc as ZocDoc ad right
Yeah,
after this?
Please
I
do
feel
it.
like Susan is being a little bit like vindictive though, like because this whole like smear campaign and like
Yeah.
this guy is a professional and it's also like their friend, like I feel like maybe there's a intervention that needs to be staged between the three of them.
Yeah. Here's what I feel. So I kind of almost look at it as like when you're like, say, a citizen of a country, for example, you have like a certain civic duty, be like, okay, like be a good member of your community and like vote and like these guys.
Yeah.
So do make a reasonable effort to be a good contributing member to society. But then there comes a point where it's like, do I like do the absolute most and like give up the most important things of my life for
And it
someone else?
sounds like this relationship is really it has gone beyond just a holiday fling for
Yes.
both people in this relationship,
Yes.
which is not, I think, how the friend group and Susan is looking at it. It's like, oh, like why aren't you just ditching this holiday fling? Obviously, you care about Susan more than just some guy that's slinging his wang around on Greece. But
Talk about it.
but I think now it's reached a point where it's actually like super deep.
Yeah.
So I think it's unfair for Susan to ask that, but it's like also she's not in the right mind too. So
Mhm.
Yeah, I think OP, go as far as you can to help within that like reasonable amount, but at the end of the day, you can't like just snap your fingers and control. And I don't know that it's necessarily as tragic as it is to say. I don't know if it's OP's full
Yeah.
obligation to.
And it's not like OP said, "Oh, Susan, you can't see my him as a therapist because I'm dating him anymore."
Yeah,
like they
yeah.
made they tried as much as they could to make accommodations for Susan in this weird scenario, and she was like, "I want him all to myself." And I think Riley highlighted some comment that was like maybe Susan is in love or obsessed in some way with the therapist. I don't know if
Does that happen like
true.
all the time?
I'm sure it does, but also keep in mind, like, who knows what this person's mental health is like, right? Like, they're in therapy. Who
Yeah.
knows for what? Could be mild, could be severe. So, I mean, it's not uncommon for people to feel like attached to their therapists, and so maybe they feel like possessive towards their therapist. You know, who knows?
Well, I've heard a lot of people being possessive.
Yeah.
I had a friend that didn't recommend, or like a friend was looking for a therapist
Mhm.
and heard good things from her other friend
Yeah.
about the therapist her friend was going to, and was going to go and get her therapist. And she's like, no, I don't want you having the same therapist as me.
Yeah, you know, people are particular. So,
And I haven't gone to I haven't had that relationship. I haven't really gone to therapy. And so I
Yeah.
haven't had that relationship. But I imagine if you're, spilling a lot of your internal truths
right.
for a long time, it could be very natural to become
Yeah.
attached to your therapist in that way.
I literally emailed my homie's therapist today, right before the stream.
Really?
Well, I'm
Who
proud of you.
recommended? Yes,
Let's go.
proud of me, proud of me.
Yay!
But yeah, I could see that happening a lot. But ultimately, I would say not OPs in the impossible choice. The impossible choices, you're ultimately not completely responsible
Yeah.
for Susan's.
But Kristen Foylat says, regardless of the relationship with OP, the therapist should absolutely cut off Susan as a patient. Transference is a thing. But how do you do transference elegantly?
Have you ever watched Monk?
I haven't. He was pissed when he transferred therapist.
Just don't do that then.
Don't
Do
transfer
better.
therapist.
Nice.
Good
Good job, Riley.
Blind B says, ending a relationship isn't going to change her downward spiral. She needs serious help.
My question is, what happens next?
Well, let's get into the edit.
Oh.
So, since a lot of people misunderstood the timeline and are confused about HIPAA, I'll give some more info here. I tried to post this earlier on, but after typing it out, it wouldn't post, so I'm trying again. I did not date him for 11 days before she found out, unlike so many have posted here, and the numerous people who have wished death upon me in the chat, because you know how Reddit goes crazy. We were together for those 11 days in Greece, and then we dated for 2 months before she figured out my new boyfriend was her therapist. During those 2 months, we spent almost every evening together and the weekends too. I guess you can call it speed racing a relationship. To be fair, relationships while traveling are speed runs. Because instead of having like 4 dates in a month, you have,
Living together.
yeah, you're,
Yep. Yep.
John's referring to my girlfriend in college that we dated for a month, but we saw each other every day and lived together.
They
It
were
was
together
cute,
for 3
adorable.
years.
Yeah, honestly, if you if you're seeing each other once a week, kind of similar amount of time spent.
Math.
Anyway, but I have never met anyone like him before, and he feels the same about me. The first session after it clicked for her, she used to tell him to dump me. So first session after it clicked, she's like, dump her right now. He never told me this because she was his patient. She outed herself as his patient. The next 2 sessions they had, she also used to convince him to dump me while he was trying to help her to transition to someone else, but she spent the time to convince him to dump me. She told me all of this, and a lot of our mutual friends referred to this because obviously she shared this info with them. So I think that's an important distinction. The information wasn't leaking from the therapist, OP's boyfriend. It was leaking through Susan.
Maybe she should keep some information confidential.
Yeah, Susan. The 4th session didn't even start because she had the jacket on and hadn't even closed the door before she went full nuclear about reporting him for dating someone from her close social circle. Something she had mentioned in the first session too. He didn't get paid for it, even though legally he could, despite it not counting as a session. 4 sessions in 2.5 weeks. He wasn't stringing her along for a long time before letting her go. The smear campaign started almost immediately, and it has lasted 3 out of 5 months of my relationship with him.
Oh.
He works in a building that is subsidized by the branch that is responsible for health in our country, but they also take private clients' patients, as there are a few other types of health workers, including specialized nurses. They have people that are regulators of the practice. He went to one of his senior colleagues and one of the regulators, therapists with an administrative role, that also provide therapy for those that work in the field. After confirming that he could discuss this issue with me, he mentioned about the harassment in the last session because it is not covered under patient confidentiality. The session wasn't even regarded as a session. This regulator told him to tell me about the harassment, as significant others can be targeted by patients. See below for more details.
So real quick, my understanding of that is basically like the officials are telling him you are telling the therapist you haven't done anything wrong.
You have what?
You haven't done anything.
Yes,
wrong.
you haven't done anything wrong, and you can tell your
you can
significant
tell your
other.
partner
Yeah.
because you're in like danger.
Yeah, and like you're in danger, and the partner's in danger because like patients like this can target significant others.
Right.
Him coming to me and asking me about our future is something I worked out after the fact of the timeline of events. He was intent on stopping to see her anyways when I told him he was her therapist, but when I did, he neither confirmed or denied it. Also, I really want to quickly say they must like each other a lot to endure all
of
this
this,
and
yeah.
keep together.
Yeah.
So true.
So it must be hella deep, because if it was just like, oh, I'm not sure, like maybe they would have broken up.
Yeah. Gee, I'm going to go through 3 months of absolute torture.
Yeah, dude.
No.
I'm honestly like, I'm shipping them more and more.
He likes her.
Yeah, he likes Only after the 4th session did he mention the harassment, because his workplace wanted texts confirming that she had outed herself in case she wanted to make a false claim. I didn't type out every detail, as I wanted to give a quicker, shorter version of the read. Due to an incident in our country where a mental health worker's son was poked with a sharp object by a patient that stalked him home and started harassing him, certain things are not covered under patient confidentiality, as she outed herself, and he hasn't mentioned anything. I don't know how things work in your country, but everyone does not live in the USA. Legally, he hasn't broken any laws, as significant others can and do get notified if there are concerns. This is why they advise therapists not to have recent pictures of children and not to use their legal names for social media that can be used to track their daily routine. There are other safeguards too. Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, sometimes I'm like scared for the future. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's patients that have done really like crazy stuff to like they'll follow, like
Right.
find out where you live. I mean, keep in mind, like we're treating people that are like really sick.
Yeah.
Granted, this is like most like therapists, like, you're not dealing with like acute, like
Right. There's
psychotic
different-
patient.
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
levels and
Yeah.
stuff,
Yeah.
but like you never know what's gonna happen, and like if someone you can just Google search anything and like find my information,
Yeah.
like you never know.
Is that something that like you're thinking about of having some level of anonymity on the internet about like who you are and what you do, or at least about your like at least familial anonymity?
Well, I feel like I used to post a lot more on social media before I started med school, and then during med school I still posted a little bit, but I actually have like stopped posting a lot because I feel like kind of weird, like
Yeah.
I'm being perceived not only by my colleagues but also potentially my patients.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, like I will graduate in May. I'm not a physician yet. But it is a thing that I think about. And so I feel like everything that I post online, like I just are cautious about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to an internet show.
I know, but here I am.
Here we are.
So there are other safeguards too. So stop saying he broke the law. I am a significant other, and he only mentioned the harassment after okaying it with work so I could be aware for my own safety. The bigger city I am in is not a metropolis like New York or Tokyo. My country only has a handful of millions in the entire country. The bigger city is bigger than the previous one, but a lot of you would probably call it a small city. The fact that I would bump into someone from my country in that region of the world, which is probably the #1 holiday destination for my people, are high, even higher when we both live in the city closest to the airport. I hope this clears things up. And this is all to answer, is it important for your friends to get along with your partner?
Or your
Also, we're live
therapist.
right now, so come join the live. Click our profile.
There we go.
But yeah,
I
what a complex problem.
I
That's
think
a toughie.
I think what we've learned from this situation is that therapists and psychiatrists should take their clients' phones and hit up every single person looking for a partner. Because
Yeah.
wow, what a relationship that has stood the test.
Yeah, screw Tinder, screw Hinge. Just take your client's
No.
phone.
And just bulk, those like old school like bulk email chains and stuff. Just hit them all
Steph
up.
is like, no.
BCC
No.
everybody.
Veto.
No, but it does. I feel it like it speaks to how strong their connection is that they are enduring all of this.
And he's a good therapist.
yeah,
I
he-
mean, the fact that he was able to like maintain that confidentiality for that long, like that's great.
He's doing everything right.
Yeah.
He's
Sound
doing
off.
everything right. So shout out him, Susan. I hope you find the help that you need.
We support you, Susan.
Yeah, we do support
Susan.
you.
And OP, I'm sorry you got in the middle of this.
Just truly an innocent bystander.
Who would you least want to be in this story?
Well, the thing is, it depends how bad this smear campaign is. Because I wouldn't want to be the therapist if this is actually like threatening their
Whole
job.
career.
Yeah.
Whole
You know,
career
'cause,
is on the
like,
line.
Who knows what this person is doing? But also, I feel like the friend is like, well, I feel like she's kind of wishy-washy in like how much she wants to like do for this. I feel like she's even acknowledging that Susan's kind of like,
Yeah, I think I think at this point she's like, I'm distancing things from my
yeah,
friend.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like, you know, I think Susan's kind of unfortunately
Cast aside.
getting the short end of the stick because it's not her fault that they're, you know, that
It
her
all
best friend
happens
fell
by-
in love with the therapist and now
Yeah.
it's just kind of ruined.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel like things suck most for Susan, but like they didn't, OP and the boyfriend didn't do anything wrong.
They didn't do anything wrong, and they
No.
were punished for doing nothing.
Yeah.
Basically.
But that's where the story ends.
Finito.
The end.
But we got more stories for y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Don't you worry. But
Don't you
before we
worry.
do, let's read some donos.
Hey.
Sam E, I'm doing good, everyone. No spider is going to take this mail carrier out. There has been calls of getting rear-ended and sideswiped, but no bug is going to take me out. I do have a dash cam in my mail vehicle and a personal vehicle to keep me safe. I feel like if you have any driving job, dash cam is absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
And Sammy, thanks for the 5 gifted membership. We appreciate you. Duchess Cassandra, 5 months of membership. My frame costs $6,000.
Cassandra!
King size, solid hardwood, 2 bedsides. It comes with smart ports and lights for our devices. Also, like the stream, you guys. Do you even want to spin that wheel once we get to
Wow.
750 likes? Come
Oh.
on.
And Duchess is in Australia.
Yeah. So that's, but still $6,000 for a freaking, well, maybe it costs more to ship stuff to Australia.
Maybe.
but-
If there's one
Australian
thing I've
dollars.
learned today, it is that all therapists and psychiatrists should hit up all of their clients for life
They're like,
partners.
Love.
And there are such expensive bed frames I never would have imagined.
Yeah. I did not have a bed frame for years
And think,
until
dude,
last year.
You saved thousands
Thousands
of dollars.
Now I have a bed frame now. It came with the house. I wonder how much that bed frame costs.
Yep.
Probably $100,000.
Who knows?
No,
Who
I
knows?
don't have a bed frame.
You see? Well, no. Yes, you do. You have my bed frame.
That's a bed frame?
It is a bed frame.
I sleep on the
What's
ground.
the
What do
definition
you
of
mean?
a bed frame?
Yeah.
It has it. It's just very thin. It like is like wood, but it's on the ground. It's
yeah,
like,
I
Oh.
basically have a mattress on the ground.
but
Okay.
you have a frame.
Do you have
One-
like the what are those called? Parcels?
Parcels.
Oh, yeah.
Wood.
Shipping
the
container
The
things.
containers, yeah.
Yeah.
The,
Yep.
Pallets.
There's a name. Pallets. that.
It's like a fancy pallet.
Okay, okay.
So it's not just a pallet.
Okay,
Nice
it's a
bed.
pillow pallet.
Pillow pallet.
They're
Yep.
sleeping.
Do that 5 days fast.
Um,
Chris Tinfoil Hat.
Yeah.
Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Growing the family. A lot of gifted memberships this stream. We love to see that. And thank you for the $10 tip from Shy with no comment attached.
no comment.
That's
'cause
okay.
Are you shy?
Maybe. And then drop some Saturns in the chat because
Saturn's in the chat. You have to.
we have
You
gone
have
into
to.
intergalactic hyperdrive. The ruler of
5,
realms.
4, 3, 2, 1.
10 gifted memberships has been donated today. Let's go. Thank you, Bella, for the $5 tip on the donor link. Hello, newbie, and welcome. Guys, is Steph not just dropping
Crushing?
the absolute Thor's hammer of
Crushing?
incredible commentary? What a perfect story.
After you've dropped Saturns in the chat,
Ooh.
drop some docs in the chat.
Doctors.
Docs in the chat.
Doctors.
She
Let's
will be
freaking
one
go.
in May, right?
Yes, in
She
May.
will be one in May.
this
Please don't
show?
report me.
On this show, she is one.
Yeah.
I don't
Yep.
care.
She's my doctor.
I am by the John certified board
Yeah.
of me.
I
I hereby
certify
decree you are doctor.
No.
I
Yes,
pronounce
yes.
you doctor.
So you're a John doctor. Can you?
Okay,
Yeah, there we go.
JD.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Ooh,
That's a lawyer.
That's a new JD.
Yeah,
We're reinventing
JD,
it.
John Doctor.
Kimberly Fine celebrating 5 months of membership. Can Steph get Dr. Romani on stream because my brain would explode?
Who is that?
I can pretend to be them.
Who is that?
There we go.
I can make your brain explode.
You can play a doctor on
With
an
her
internet show.
mind.
Yes. Let us know who that is. Maybe that's a good guest that we should get on the show.
I don't know. Have you heard of Dr. Romani? I don't
No,
know.
but I will look them up after this.
Yeah, guys, hit them up. and tell
Dr.
them to-
Romani.
Courtney
Oh.
Brady, this is not Sam's nurse. No, this is my friend's girlfriend.
Yes.
I went on a date with a nurse yesterday.
Oh, they meant that. Yeah, no.
And he's
This
injured.
is my best friend-in-law.
Eshawn's,
friend-in-law.
Eshawn's girlfriend. You would see him on my Instagram. He's also in my dating profile. In the
he
background. In the background.
That's
he
funny.
is. Yeah.
Featuring.
But he's not
Featuring.
available.
He's not available. He's
Nope.
very taken.
He is
Just
locked
Extremely
down.
taken, locked
Okay.
down. One of the healthiest relationships that I know, by
Truly,
the way.
truly beautiful.
I look at them and I'm like, I want that.
Oh.
Aw.
Yeah. So literally, doctor giving relationship, a brain doctor who's in a healthy relationship,
Whoa.
giving a relationship advice. She was born to be here.
Wow.
Born to be here.
Sound off.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I could be here.
But
That's it.
you know what I'm happy to be here for?
What?
This next story.
Oh my gosh. Riley, why'd you steal my phone?
Where's
I
John's
literally
phone?
lost my phone.
Oh, you're
Breezy Bree 8 says, "Bring her back, please." She hasn't left. She's still here. She's right there.
Don't manifest the wrong thing.
Yeah, it's under the couch. I hid it
dropped
there. Ha. Breezy Bree says, but she is also probably incredibly busy. What, you think doctors work? Come on.
They just
No
signed
way.
prescriptions. Come on.
Yeah, no, dude.
I wasn't
doctors don't
supposed to
work.
wear this outfit, FYI. I did have a change of clothes.
But it works so perfect.
But it works so well.
It
You
is
look so
truly-
official.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is it again, Riley?
A 653. Yep.
Thanks, partner. That's one.
653. 653.
All right. Let's do it.
Let's
I'm
do
ready,
it.
partner.
Is it going to be another psychiatrist story? Because if it is,
That would be really
that would be
hilarious.
sick.
Well, let's see.
Cooking.
I dated my friend's therapist,
Oh,
even though she begged me not to.
No,
What?
that's not. I just read that.
Yep.
You're
I,
right.
was
I
like-
asked if it was S1.
Oh, sorry.
But it's okay. I
S2.
got no response.
S2.
Here we go. Are we ready? Let's do it. I'm on the right one now. Thank you. I told my roommate I don't cook for her. Now she won't talk to me.
Your roommate
What?
is your live-in cook. Doesn't she
that's
know that?
not your mom.
And this is the answer to the question, is it important for your friends to get along with your partner? I have thoughts on that. This comes from Haunting Athlete 951 who says, I, 21 male, and my girlfriend, E, 20 female, live together with a roommate, A, 31 female. We all contribute equally to our monthly house food, food meant for everyone, not one specific person budget. We can still have our own food. It is not illegal.
Communists.
Talk about it. Riley, my favorite communist, dude. Absolutely.
Yep.
Why do you think he has a red mic?
Ooh, talk about it.
Oh.
And as long as we communicate, so nobody eats anyone else's food. A couple weeks ago, I made myself and my girlfriend E some spaghetti with the
Can we give her
house
a name?
food.
Okay, so there's house food that everyone contributes to, and then
Yes.
there's like my food,
Me food.
me
Mhm.
food.
Don't touch that.
That's such an interesting way of doing it. I've never heard of that. Have you heard
How
of
do you
that?
do it?
Where we all just buy our own food.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never heard of house
Oh,
food.
house food. Oh, yeah. Ishan did that with
You
his
did?
roommate. They had some like communal foods.
Like
and then,
what?
like frozen random things and eggs. Or
I guess
like,
eggs
stuff like
are-
that, you know?
Eggs
yeah.
are a good communal food.
Yeah, but honestly, I prefer doing like our own.
Yeah, you just
groceries.
your own thing.
But then like,
with
oh, like, hey,
roommates.
can I borrow some of this? And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
fine,
exactly.
you know?
Yeah.
It'll all go bad.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
no one will know what's
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the communal food either gets eaten too quickly or goes rotten.
flawed system.
But what
Flawed
about
system.
milk?
Milk?
What if someone had communal milk? Like, let's say someone bought 2 gallons of milk and you know they're not going to drink it before they leave, and you just have a bowl of cereal that you need some milk for and you
Or
don't
some
have
mashed
any.
potatoes. You
I
want
would
to
No, I
expect
feel
you
like you
said
should. No, I feel like you should
30
be able to
cents.
share if you're in need.
Yeah.
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 Riley used some of my milk, which I am okay with, and he Venmoed me 30 cents for it. And I'm like, what are you doing? You can just take my milk.
Let's hoard
wasn't
all of
sure.
our resources for ourselves. That's what I'm saying.
Riley, use
I'm
my
laying my
milk.
foot down.
Drink
I will.
from my teat.
Oh my.
I
I
did
want
this
you to
morning.
be a big, strong boy. Good. I have 2 gallons.
I know. I saw.
Anyways, so a couple weeks ago, I made myself and my girlfriend eat some spaghetti with the house food, just noodles and generic brand canned sauce. Nothing fancy. Quick and easy because I was feeling lazy. My roommate A was at work until late that night, and myself and my girlfriend ended up finishing all the spaghetti. When my roommate Alan came home,
Nice.
she saw the dirty pot in the sink and made a comment. Elena.
There we go.
I asked if she wanted me to save some for her next time I made it, but she really didn't give me a straight answer. I got the feeling that she wanted me to, though. So I made a mental note to do that next time I made spaghetti, and I moved on. Now, a few days later, I made some pork chops. Again, nothing fancy, and my girlfriend Edith wasn't hungry and didn't eat her portion.
You just chose the oldest name
Edith.
ever.
Edith.
But
It's
Despicable Me.
Who's Edith?
One
Edith
of
Smith?
the kids.
Yeah.
They're really popping right now.
Edith.
Oh, dude, Despicable Me just gave a refresh to the name Edith. I bet you a
It's been
bunch
rebooted.
of kids are going to be named Edith now.
And yet you mock my choice.
I did, because it is the oldest sounding name.
Shame on you.
Maybe it was one of your peers when you were growing up, but
Guys,
not mine.
Guys, get him. So Edith wasn't hungry and didn't eat her portion, so I offered it to my girlfriend Elena when she came home. She accepted. However, when she put the food in the microwave to warm it, she made a face as the smell hit her. She tried to not let me see it, but I could tell that she wasn't thrilled. She took the food into her room to eat, which isn't unusual for her, so I don't know if she finished it or what. Since then, whenever we're in the kitchen together and I'm cooking, she's been kind of hovering over my shoulder and trying to give me advice on how to season my food.
Oh, so Edith is like, dude, your cooking stinks.
I'm confused.
What? You're confused?
Yeah.
We have never been confused in any story ever. We have perfect reading comprehension.
1,000% reading.
1,000%
It's not like we receive
reading
comments all the
comprehension.
time that are like, wow, you guys don't understand the story
No,
at
it's
all.
not like we have to repeat parts of the stories because we don't understand
And it's
them.
not like we have a whiteboard to help us.
Yeah, it's not
remember
like
it.
we have Sophia's unfinished or finished thoughts that literally maps out stories for us.
So let's talk about
Let's
it.
do it. We'll do we often don't know what's going on.
Okay.
So
Literally,
we'll do a
basically every
TLDR.
story.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
We don't
don't
understand
worry.
what's
Sounds
happening. So basically, we have Elena, who
Mhm.
is Edith, who is the girlfriend, and
Yep.
Elena, who is the roommate. By the way, I should note, OP and the girlfriend, 21 and 20.
Mm.
The roommate, A, 31.
31.
So I'm getting some generational,
Okay.
like,
So is the
misalignment
roommate
vibes.
like,
Alright.
hey, like let me help you out.
Okay.
Wait. Oh,
Wait,
oh,
but she's the 31-year-old
OP
is
is-
mad
is mad.
at the cooking
yes.
Yes.
Right?
because it's not seasoned.
How old is OP again? 22,
20 and 21.
20 so OP,
OP
is
is 21.
OP is 21. I think the roommate is probably maybe just being like, let me teach you how to make
Okay.
some good food because you suck at making food.
Yeah. You're
It sounds like benevolent.
Okay.
Whoa.
could be. Or could be evil.
Also, I would just like to point out that sometimes these stories are so complex, even doctors can't understand them. So
Guys.
cut us some slack.
Yeah.
Cut us some freaking slack.
Okay.
Nobody's perfect.
That's
Yeah.
right. So, doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, where am I, Riley? Give me your beautiful little head on wherever I'm at.
I love
Give it to
when
me.
you
Pause.
It's so beautiful. Resume.
Give me that head.
Give it to me. Where is it, Riley?
I showed it to you.
Where? Oh, I see it. A few days later, I made some pork chops. Again, nothing fancy. Edith wasn't hungry and didn't eat her portion, so I offered it to Elena when she came home. She accepted it. Okay, so she accepted it. However, when she put it in the microwave to warm it, she made a face as the smell hit her. So it's the
I see.
girlfriend who is not vibing with the food right now at this
No.
point in the story.
I thought Edith was the girlfriend.
I think it.
Edith is the girlfriend.
Edith-
Yeah,
the
and
girlfriend. So-
Edith didn't want the food, so Elena
I offered
heated
it.
it
I
up.
offered it to Elena.
and Elena heated it up.
Yes, and now she's
and now
making a
she's
stank
not.
face.
Okay, so Elena. Yeah.
So,
Elena's the girlfriend.
wait,
No, no, no.
Elena's no. Elena. Wait, Edith is the girlfriend.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
I messed up.
Elena-
Wait.
I messed up.
Edith is the
Edith
girlfriend.
is the girlfriend. I'm so sorry.
Elena
Okay.
is the 31-year-old
31-year-old,
roommate
yes.
that's teaching OP how to make food.
Yes.
Elena's like, put it in the microwave, and Edith is like, ew, that smells bad. Or no,
Elena.
Elena's like, ew, that smells bad. But Elena
Yes.
put it in the microwave.
Let me read it back one more time, and I say my girlfriend and my roommate. Okay. A few days later, I made some pork chocks. Again, nothing fancy at all. But my girlfriend, Edith, my girlfriend Edith, she wasn't hungry and didn't eat her portion. So I offered it to my roommate Elena when she came home. My roommate Elena
Yes.
accepted it.
Yes.
However,
Okay.
when she put the food in the microwave to warm it, she made a face as the smell hit her.
Right.
My roommate Elena tried to not let me see it, but I could tell that my roommate Elena was not thrilled. She took the food into her room to eat, which isn't unusual for her, so I don't know if she finished it or what. And
Okay, so roommate Elena is just like, this is gross.
Yes.
Okay.
Since then, whenever we're in the kitchen together and I'm cooking, she's been kind of hovering over my shoulder and trying to give me advice on how to season my food. And honestly, sometimes it's good advice. I'm one of those people who views cooking as a constant learning thing. So I don't mind taking suggestions. However, she gave me an attitude whenever I didn't do something how she wanted or liked. It was always subtle and unspoken until yesterday.
Uh-oh.
I was making spaghetti again.
The stinky spaghetti.
The stinky spaghetti
Not
strikes again.
Aw.
When I make spaghetti, I keep noodles and the sauce separate so everyone can choose how much sauce they want.
Smart.
I've seen this before.
You have?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Sorry, there was just this Reddit story where this guy would keep the noodles separate for his girlfriend, and then one time he didn't, and it turned out he was a horrible person and cheated on her.
Oh.
That's unrelated to the pasta.
No, yeah,
had
just like
everything
he
to
was
do
a
with the
bad
pasta.
person because he wouldn't separate it at first, and then it also turned out he cheated on her.
Oh,
too saucy.
yes.
You remember that one?
I remember that one. I remember that one. And it was it started with the spaghetti, and we're like, oh, like that's a character flaw, but it's not that bad. But then he was inconsiderate about everything, inconsiderate to the point where he cheated on her.
See?
So, it starts with spaghetti.
Correlation, not causation.
Or direct connection.
Direct connection.
So, my roommate Elena had seen me make spaghetti before, but this time she said, I make it the white people way. I was going to call this. Why didn't I call it, Riley? I feel it's important to note that she is also white.
Also, aren't Italians the makers of spaghetti white?
What even is
That
the
is-
white
that is a big
people
debate.
way?
Yeah.
a
What
big
is it? A
debate.
big debate?
It's a big debate.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're saying the
The
inventors
people
of
debate that,
spaghetti.
not me.
Which people?
The people.
People are debating where spaghetti comes from.
People are debating.
It's literally spaghetti.
spaghetti.
Spaghetti. Where's my spaghetti? That's one of my favorite memes.
Me too. I feel it's important to note that she is also white. She said that I should mix the sauce in, and I told her that isn't how I make it. She told me that she liked it better when it was pre-mixed, and here's where I maybe went too far. I told her I don't care how she likes it because I wasn't cooking it for her. I told her that when I cook, mine and my girlfriend's preferences are the only things I consider because the food is being made for us and not her. If she doesn't like it, she has her own food to make. And there is nothing stopping her from eating it.
Get wrecked.
Go off.
Get wrecked.
Eat those words,
Yeah.
okay? It's a delicious meal. She got all huffy and stormed off. And later on, my girlfriend, Edith, said my tone came off a bit angry. I wasn't angry. I was just stating a fact, but maybe there was a way to put it out more gently. I don't know. I'm told that I can sometimes come off as an a-hole without meaning to, that I have one of those resting faces that makes me look angry all the time, even when I'm not. So, am I the a-hole? Quick edit, made a post onto my actual profile to clarify some stuff. Edit to, everything's resolved, we good. But there is an update, which leads me to believe that everything is
Not good.
not good. That we not good.
Also, Carol Castle says, too bad, make it yourself then. I agree.
Mm.
Make it yourself.
Make
You
it
don't
yourself,
like it.
truly. So let's before we dive into this next update, Steph and Sam, S squared, is OP the a-hole? What say you?
No. Yeah, if you don't like their spaghetti, don't eat it. End of story.
I feel like this is a clear-cut case. Also, unrelated to the spaghetti situation,
Yes.
is a 31-year-old living with a 20 and 21-year-old weird?
We know one group of 3 people that create. Yeah,
Well, that feels different.
it is kind of different.
I think the age. Okay, I'm not going to disclose our ages. Never mind. But
they know.
You
They
could-
know
you
our
could
but
age.
know
when
our
I
ages.
was 20,
Yeah.
I remember I made a friend when I was studying abroad, and they were 31, and I literally could not tell because like we just like we're talking like normal, and
Yeah.
like we were traveling together, and it like didn't feel weird at all. So maybe contextual.
Yeah,
Mm.
I had friends
Yeah.
25 to 30.
I
as
mean-
a
Well, you
20-year-old.
were,
Sophie and I are okay living with you guys. It's okay.
get out of here.
We do pretty good.
Get out of here. All right. I
Can't wait
mean,
till he's old.
but obviously there's a generational difference that's causing a spaghetti rift, and
Yeah.
so maybe it's not working out.
Dude, did you know that people put sugar in their spaghetti?
They do?
Elf.
Yeah, dude. Elf.
Well, like
That's what I literally
other
was thinking
people,
that,
like
dude.
real people.
real people. Wow.
Elf is
Elf is
to
real
me.
in my heart.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
my
like
bad,
my.
boy.
Yeah, come
Get
on
off the
now.
stream.
He would be real to me if Will Ferrell decided to do Elf too. But
you
he
know
said he looked ridiculous in the movie, so he wasn't going to. So
What?
that breaks my heart.
He looked ridiculously
He only
funny.
does ridiculous.
Yeah,
movies.
exactly.
Exactly.
It's called comedy.
You know what's
Yeah.
realer than that?
What?
This
John?
update.
Let's
Let's go.
go.
So hey, I posted on Am I the A-hole and then effed off for a bit, and the post sort of blew up. Huh? So I wanted to pop in and show you, just kidding, and clear up a few things. The subreddit has a character limit that had me really pressed trying to fit in what I thought was the most relevant info, so I'm sorry that not everything was super clear. That's my bad. One common misconception was that I was only using house food for said spaghetti. So let me clarify something. We're about to get some new evidence. There is a pathetic Nerf war going on where Sam and Riley are trying to shoot each other, and it is literally completely hitting
Dude,
all of the things in between.
If you
them.
hit the mirror just right, it will hit me. I did it before.
This is your one shot,
Ah, dang.
one opportunity, and you missed it.
Do not
Sorry,
miss your
sorry.
chance to blow this
That's right.
opportunity of a lifetime.
I got Sophia on that yesterday, and she was clueless, and it was beautiful.
She doesn't listen to any Eminem.
I know.
I don't think she listens. She does not listen to any hip hop.
She thought that Metro Boomin producer tag was shouting out the metro station of New York, which is my favorite thing ever. Anyways,
Her the closest thing that she listens to that is hip hop is Hamilton.
Yeah,
Dominic
I
Fike.
knew it. I knew it. So, but back to these noodles. The noodles were house food, but the sauce was a specific, albeit generic brand that I prefer to buy, so it was my food. Our house food mainly consists of staples like bread, pasta, eggs, milk, etc. Things which are easily customizable to suit each person's tastes. The pork chops I mentioned were also my food.
Yep.
Another thing was that people seemed to be assuming that I was cooking her portion of the pasta, considering that she would technically have paid 1/3 of it. I could see where this was sort of coming from, but this was where we brought back up when she first moved in. We agreed that figuring out thirds like that when it comes to this just complicates things further. We operate under a "if you cook it, it's yours" mentality. So the
I just want to take a moment to appreciate that the last story was literally life and death.
yes.
And this whole story is about spaghetti
Bad
and how one
spaghetti.
cooks
Guys.
it.
One would say it is the sauce of life.
It is the sauce of life.
You know?
Yeah.
The most quintessential dish.
I have a different sauce of life in my head.
You know what?
All right,
Screw
Riley.
you. Get
All
out of
right,
here.
Riley.
Okay.
Jesus.
So the pasta I made.
Picture
missed
me
it.
confused.
Confused Steph meme.
Oh yeah, meme stuff.
Yeah,
put
there we
some-
go.
some
Nice
stuff.
memes.
Yeah.
Nice memes.
And I'm particularly talking to you, Sydney, without kidneys.
Yes, we are directly
We were
talking
directly
to you.
talking to you. Be nice in your memes.
Yes.
Sydney without kidneys. I love kidneys.
She loves kidneys.
Come on. Come on.
You have both of them?
Yes, barely. I did
ally.
have surgery.
Oh.
Whoa.
Do you
Yeah.
sell them on the
What?
black market?
Don't worry about it.
How do you think she paid for med school?
So, the pasta. The pasta that I made was not half hers and half mine. It was just mine. Let the courts know. Okay? This system has worked for us for over a year. It is thus been dubbed the spaghetti system. It has ruled our nation for thousands of years.
Wait, what?
This is like Spaghetti Gate.
Yes, this is Spaghetti Gate. And I sort of doubt that this is the root of our problem. The Senate has not voted against the spaghetti system in a millennia, okay? Also, with the first spaghetti meal mentioned, I made enough for 2 people, not 1, but 2. Me and my girlfriend, and that is it. I did not make 3 portions. Now, the second time, after I figured out that she wanted some, I did indeed make 3 portions, since she would be eating with us. I don't know why people assumed I was making more than I needed, but then again, it's the internet, and I bet some people are really just like that.
How are people caring this much about Spaghetti Gate?
Yeah. How is this so long?
This is probably.
I feel the same way as Steph. I'm like, are we really talking about spaghetti?
I'm like, how is this still going?
Yes.
Just eat your own dang spaghetti.
Yeah.
Don't make spaghetti.
Yeah, just
Or
I
don't
honestly
make
ban spaghetti in this household.
And add some seasoning so your roommate doesn't get mad.
The
Yeah.
spaghetti Senate would literally crumble.
Will crumble.
The entire foundation.
the fabric of spaghetti
society
society
would noodle.
would noodle away.
All that said, the answer I saw most often was that a discussion about the food budget. The Senate needs to vote on the food budget. It needed to be had, and these things needed to be properly split between the 3 of us. Some would say 2/3 majority needed to suffice the vote. And properly split between the 3 of us. And while I am on the fence, I do think it's worth bringing up with Edith and Elena. So that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to give Elena a bit more time to calm down since she still seemed cold after she left work earlier. This is the most important issue of our times. Okay.
I don't know why Kamala Harris and Trump aren't talking about this right now.
You know, truly.
Spaghetti Gate is the thing that should be debated in America.
I think this story about spaghetti will determine whether our society continues or
it
immediately
defines a generation.
It defines the human race as we know it.
I think they should divorce their grocery.
I think so.
Divorce.
Divorce.
Dude,
Dang,
Steph
you
just
started a divorce chant unknowingly.
Is that a thing?
That's
See,
a thing.
guys, Steph just came in, crushed it.
Just crushed
know
it
what?
immediately. Badoom.
Firing myself.
Oh, please
I'm
don't.
firing myself. Here I go.
They need to stop noodling around.
You know what?
Got him.
You're right. But guys, we got
Can
more
we
hot
just-
sauce.
Shut up.
Because
I don't want this
No
story
way.
anymore.
the hottest, sauciest update
No.
that you've ever seen in your entire life, and we are going to
freaking
barrel
joking.
through it. We're going to barrel through this,
Ah.
okay? So, all right, I figured I should give you guys one last update before I vanish on the
Who
face
cares?
of the earth. Myself, Elena, and Edith all sat down at the spaghetti court last night after Elena got off work, okay? I brought up what happened the other night with the spaghetti, and I explained how I saw things. Look, to sum it up, what I said, I told her that while I appreciated her sometimes in the kitchen, since she has more experience than me, I didn't understand her insisting on something.
Incest?
What?
Yeah, we're going to focus on the spaghetti and not the
continue.
incest.
Insisting on something as small as stirring the sauce in and whatnot. Stirring the sauce of this relationship, am I right? When she could simply stir the sauce in herself on her own plate. I was mindful of my tone and my wording this time around, and I think that helped. After I had said my piece to the Spaghetti Council, Elena let out a long sigh and apologized.
Finally.
The sauce.
I don't care.
Should I send her to a psychiatrist?
Yes. If you are obsessing this much about spaghetti, you need help. You need help.
The sauce of unity is being poured on our noodle since uniting us once and for all. Oh my God. She explained that she had come home from a long day of work before she joined the Spaghetti Citadel. And when she came home, she was pretty moody and ended up taking that out on me. Projecting through the spaghetti. She said that growing up, her family had always mixed in the sauce.
My God, not the growing up.
It induces
Family trauma.
This goes back to her childhood, okay? And she had never actually eaten it any other way.
Aw.
So when she saw something she perceived as new in her brain, she kind of flipped out about it.
Dude, she does need therapy.
Guys.
If she's flipping out about spaghetti sauce, she
Deep-
has some unresolved
Deep
trauma.
family trauma, okay? Deep childhood
Darkfall
trauma.
says spaghetti therapy. Darn dude.
It's the purest form. I told her I understood, and I apologized for maybe coming off more annoyed than I actually felt. I also took this opportunity to explain to Elena why I eat spaghetti this way.
You gotta be
It's so-
freaking kidding me.
It's so important.
How
Listen,
much more of
listen,
this story
Listen,
exists?
Listen, my older sibling has autism and is an incredibly
How did
picky
you
eater.
get to autism?
Okay? And look, when we were kids, they would refuse anything that wasn't plain buttered noodles. So
Okay.
the separation of noodles and sauce was our family's a way of accommodating, dare I say, uniting everyone. And I
Okay.
guess that sort of stuck with me since it's how I grew up. She said that it made sense, and I told her it really mattered that I could stir her portion of the pasta when she's having a rough day. She smiled and said, "It's not necessary." But I heard this tone in her voice again, so I think I'm going to do it anyways and see how she responds.
Low key, now I'm team spaghetti. Now I like the story again.
Guys, right?
It wasn't about spaghetti. It was about autism the whole
It was
time.
about the family trauma.
Family trauma.
and
Family trauma.
remembering the bowl of spaghetti you had when you were 3.
I
Yeah.
see through
It's
the
like
sauce.
that scene in Ratatouille where he eats the ratatouille and he goes,
Exactly.
Brain
and then he's
blast.
back as a kid falling on his bike.
Now, since so many people seem
Yeah.
confused about the house food system, the Senate of spaghetti, I decided to bring this up and ask if it was in any way relevant to this. She said no, that she didn't really mind the system we have, so the spaghetti citadel lives another day.
All right.
Wow, beautiful.
She said it probably would have happened no matter what I had made. The uprising of spaghetti was inevitable. Since in her mind, right then, anything that wasn't made her way was wrong. Now, Edith also agreed that as of right now, our house food system is working, and neither of them saw a reason to change. Therefore, the unanimous vote, not even 2/3, the Spaghetti Senate has spoken. After that, we kind of just hung out in the living room for a while, talking about weirdly specific food preferences we have in the same vein as spaghetti. It turns out we're all pretty picky about random food items, and it only makes sense to us. Like, I will only eat hot dogs if they're not actually
Are you kidding
actual
me?
hot dogs, but Polish sausages. And
You're
that-
joking.
and it has to have mustard. Okay. Not sure if that's something else, and honestly don't care. Not the point. The point is, our strange and specific food preferences can be accommodated more often than not, except Edith putting ranch dressing on her spaghetti. I love her, but her crimes can never be forgiven by the Spaghetti Senate.
My
And they all lived happily ever after in the
Goodness.
spaghetti paradise.
We just went through a Roman Empire level, story, and rise and fall and rise again.
I kind of have some trauma from that.
So is this a discussion you have to have with every roommate? Like, hey, how do you like your spaghetti?
Yeah.
yeah. It's
and how does it relate to autism in your family?
exactly what
You have to ask
childhood
both.
traumas are we addressing through the sauce?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Wow. It's kind of like reading tea leaves at the end of like drinking your tea. Like it's like what does your spaghetti say about you? That's a BuzzFeed quiz right there,
Whoa.
or a shaman quiz,
Or
like,
a
those
therapy quiz.
or a
'cause,
therapy quiz.
I mean, it looks like they have a lot to unpack.
They have those like black blob charts, right?
yeah, the
okay,
Rorschach.
that's like I've never seen one used.
I know. I'm like,
clinically.
what
Isn't
is
it-
that?
but it's free
it is a
association
thing.
stuff,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because like I
Yeah,
feel
you-
like
you
they
like-
use it a lot
yeah,
with
to
schizophrenic
see what you're
patients, right?
thinking about. But
I
like
never even knew what it was.
in the acute setting, which like I'm in the ER right now, like we never do that because they just come in. This is an emergency.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't have time to say.
Yeah,
like,
we're
does
not like,
this
so
blob look
what's
like
this
a
blob?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to kill someone? Okay.
How do you prefer your spaghetti? Let's really dive
Yeah.
into this. But guys, that's it. Look,
Thank God.
the
We
spaghetti-
lost like 30 people.
we went through the great spaghetti wars of Edith and Elena, but the spaghetti citadel survived, the Senate voted, and we are here back to prosperity.
If you were to rate that story 1 out of 3, 1, you hated it, 2, you were meh, 3, you liked it. What did you think? Put your answers in the chat.
Drop it in.
I want to know what you thought of the Spaghetti Citadel.
That's right.
But we do have Another story,
Oh.
possibly our last story of the stream.
Oh.
We got 13 minutes left in the stream,
Oh my.
so we'll have to make it a little quick.
Don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow.
Exactly. Do not sweaty spaghetti.
Mom spaghetti.
Mom spaghetti.
He looks nervous, but don't be.
All right. Are we ready? Get into this next story. My best friend and my husband suddenly stopped talking to each other. I think they cheated. Ooh, now we got stakes, table stakes right now. So this is all answering the question, is it important for your friends to get along with your partner? By the way, we go live every day, 3 p.m. PST, so join us there. This first story comes from T-Friend Husband, and they say, something weird is happening between my husband and my best friend, Dana. And I don't know if my head is making up stories or their actions are really suspicious. I'm seeing a lot of ones on the spaghetti story.
What was it again? One was best or worst?
One was worst. One was bad. Two was meh.
I
Three,
see a lot of ones and twos.
I see a lot of ones and twos.
Here, I'll put a poll up. And
Sophia is running out of stories with the amount of stories that we are reading, by the way. So something weird is happening between my husband and my best friend, Dana, and I don't know if my head is just making up stories or their actions are really suspicious. My husband, Phil, and I have been married for 4 years and are both in our 30s. We are very happy together. He loves me a lot, but sometimes I have caught him lying to protect my feelings, which I do not really like. Dana is my best friend since college, and we were roommates. Just to give some background about Dana, she was in a long-term relationship with her boyfriend for 3 years, but they broke up last year. He was also very insecure about Dana and was very controlling about Dana and who she hangs out with. Dana's boyfriend was really jealous of Phil for some reason, and they would avoid hanging out with us. And again, Phil is OP's husband. So OP's husband. Where was I? Dana's boyfriend was jealous of Phil. However, since the breakup, Dana's boyfriend was really jealous of Phil for some reason, and they would avoid hanging out with us. However, since the breakup, Dana and I have gotten closer and spend a lot of time shopping, going out to restaurants, etc. And Phil also loves to tag along with us occasionally, but not always. Phil and my friend Dana also get along well. And my friend Dana has told me that if I find another Phil, my husband, I need to set up a blind date between them ASAP. Well, 1 month ago, my husband Phil and my friend Dana and I planned to go to a concert in our town. Phil was really excited as it was one of his favorite bands. I started feeling unwell the morning of the concert and just wanted to rest. Well, my husband Phil was disappointed but told me that we can offer our tickets to our friends and we can see the band another time. I didn't really want to spoil it for him, so I called a few of my friends, and my friend Jess, a mutual friend with Dana, was happy to go to the concert in my place. My husband Phil still wanted to cancel, but I insisted he went as I would have felt bad if he missed the concert. They all went well together and enjoyed the concert. My husband Phil kept sending me photos all throughout the night, and the concert ended at 11 p.m., but I slept before that due to my medication. Well, when I woke up in the morning, I was alone in the bed. Phil did not come back. I quickly checked my messages, and Phil's last message was at 11 p.m. saying that they are leaving the concert and he should be home soon after dropping off Dana. So Dana was OP's friend. I went to the living room, and Phil was sleeping on the sofa in the same clothes he wore to the concert. Okay, so maybe he was just like, didn't want to wake up OP. Or maybe he was cheating. I waited for him to get up. I asked him about the night and when he returned home. He said that they came back around 2 or 3 a.m. He said that there were multiple accidents outside the concert venue and traffic was horrible. He said he dropped Dana at her place and came home directly. I asked him why he was sleeping on the sofa, and he told me he did not want to disturb me and also was too tired to change out of his clothes. Phil had some glitter on his clothes, but that was from dancing in the crowd at the concert, so he just crashed on the sofa and slept immediately. It seemed plausible, and Dana also confirmed the story, which to me right now, I'm seeing a bunch of ICUs in the chat. So if you see something, let us know. But right now, everything checks out. Oh, ICU means like you see what's coming. I see you.
Not intensive care unit.
Yeah.
Oh,
not that.
right.
We have different acronyms.
Yeah.
I'm like, I see you.
Yeah.
But honestly, this relationship could be in the ICU.
Good.
Honestly, on life support.
But do
if
you
ask me.
think everything checks out? Because right now, to me, on the surface, everything seems to check out. Like he said he was going to go to the concert. He texted it when they left.
I just saw the comment.
There we go. We have John with the flow chart.
So basically, let me get this right. OP is married to Phil, the
Yep.
husband, and then there's a friend Dana, and OP is like wondering, like, oh, is there
And
like
another friend, Jess, but less important in the story.
Jess is literally so irrelevant.
Yeah.
And OP's wondering if they are maybe having an affair because they both were like out late at the concert together.
Yes.
He had some glitter on his clothes.
But he was on the couch. Everything checks out though. Like, I mean, if I was in that relationship and I was OP, I would be like, oh, like everything checks out. Or do you guys think differently?
I think
Steph?
so.
Yeah. What do you think, Steph?
Yikes.
You are in yikes territory?
I'm in like a little suspicious territory.
suspicious.
What are you suspicious of?
I feel like there seems to be some miscommunication here, and the fact that he has been guarded in the past and like lies to protect her feelings makes me feel like, okay, well, maybe
That's a red
he's
flag.
not the
for
most
sure.
like honest.
But is there any red flags in
And-
what he said so far?
No.
But there-
No blatant red flags.
I don't see any blatant red flags
Yeah.
except for the fact that he has lied in the past. But what definitely is a green flag is Shira Yuki with the $100 tip and 16 cents.
Don't forget.
Shira's given us even gang.
Even
We
gang.
appreciate you, Shira Yuki. Shout out to you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a stream in a sec. Not at least in my streams.
That's true.
I know you've been around, but shout out Shira,
Our beloved.
our beloved Shira Yuki. Yeah, LFG's in the chat for Shira Yuki. So we're going to keep going. However, the weird behavior started after this night. Firstly, Phil stopped tagging along with me when I was hanging out with Dana. He would come up with the most unbelievable reasons to avoid going out with me when Dana was there. Phil has also been a bit aloof with me since that night, and I've noticed him spending a lot more time in his home office playing video games at night instead of coming to bed. 2 weeks ago, I invited Dana to our house for drinks after we went out shopping, and she also started giving reasons to avoid coming to our place. Dana has not visited our place since that day. The only time Phil and Dana saw each other was during a house party at my friend's place last weekend. I was observing their behavior, and they both were avoiding each other. I asked Phil about why he's avoiding Dana, and he said that it's just in my imagination. Dana also said the same, but then starts giving me BS reasons for not coming over to our apartment. I feel in my gut the behavior is suspicious, but I'm not sure if it's my insecurity. How do I know what's going on? I have gone through Phil's phone multiple times, but the only messages between him and Dana are very sparse, and there are no messages since that night. I feel something happened between them that night, and both are just avoiding answering even basic questions about why they are avoiding each other. Am I the a-hole for assuming the worst? I really do not want to come off as insecure, but it is killing me from the inside, and we have a thick, juicy update. Thick, juicy update coming in.
Ooh.
But what are conspiracy theories?
They made out at the concert
Whoa.
with glitter.
Pretty good theory.
Pretty good theory.
And now
Pretty good
they're
theory.
not talking.
John, what do you think?
I think that's pretty accurate. But to throw something else.
Oh, getting us another 30 minutes. Shira Yuki, we
Thought we were done.
appreciate you. 20 gifted memberships, putting us over the edge, giving us 1776. Shout out to our founding fathers and shout out to Shira Yuki. And Mela6815, thank you guys for all you do. Thanks for the $10.
Right.
What is, yeah.
I
Shout out
made
to you.
plans.
Huh?
I'm an idiot.
You made plans?
Stupid.
I can't believe you made plans. John, what?
Made
You
plans.
know this.
You know better.
I made plans.
John, what did you do? What did you
you-
plan?
I literally, today is the only day I don't have plans.
I made plans because I'm stupid.
You're a silly goose.
Super silly.
We all know not to make plans on Tuesday because they monopolize our time.
Is Tuesday the day?
Tuesday is the day.
The day.
The day.
The day.
They rally their legions.
Ah, yes.
Their chant
hold
is
us hostage.
10-hour stream.
They bring
10-hour
the
stream.
coins.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, to be clear, you do not have to stay
Well,
if you don't want to. If you have to go.
I'm fine now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. At any point when you
I just
feel
have to take Ishan to his flight to Africa at
right.
8 p.m. But what time is it?
now?
Don't tell him that.
Oh, just kidding. Ah!
7:10 actually.
Okay.
So probably in a bit.
Okay.
We have to
What do you feel? Yeah. What's your cutoff?
Literally
When do you
leave
have to
whenever.
No, I mean, I think we can finish the story.
Cool.
Good
There we
daddle.
go.
Sounds good.
But yeah, to put in another theory, I think that they both went to a strip club together, accidentally got the stripper to grind so hard that the stripper had a heart attack, had to bury the body, and now they are both accomplices in murder, and that's why they're being
And they
hidden.
kissed because it was just so hectic.
In the moments of passion, they're like, "Wow, you had me.
We've
I
been
had
through so
you."
much together.
They had a kiss, and now
Now we're here.
it's untold secrets.
I think my most realistic conspiracy theory, right next to John's, is I think that she made a move on him, and now he feels weird about the relationship as a whole, or vice versa.
But then why wouldn't he say something? Wouldn't he be like, "Hey, your friend made a move on me"?
No, because he doesn't want to hurt her feelings.
Yes.
Oh, he lied.
And he
He
lies.
lies to protect her feelings.
And
Don't
she's
lie.
like, "Oh, I don't want to take away your best friend from you. I don't want to be the one to."
Yeah.
Look, I let Sam take my boyfriend all the time.
It's true.
You
I
learn to
do.
deal with it.
I give him little kisses on the cheek.
Dirty man stealer.
Well, update. I was briefly able to get access to Phil's phone last night. I did not have time to retrieve any deleted messages. However, thanks to someone's idea, I opened his camera gallery and went through the photos he took that night. One important thing that jumped out was Dana's outfit. Dana was wearing a white t-shirt and denim to the concert, and it was an outdoor concert. She took off her shirt and was only wearing a blue bikini top. She had some glittering fake tattoos on her shoulder and her back. By the end of the night, she was again wearing a shirt. So for the glitter to be on Phil's car seat and his clothes, Dana had to have taken her shirt off in the car.
Yo, this is some FBI level
This is some
detail.
Sherlock stuff.
Wow.
I was so angry and could not keep my cool anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I went and confronted Phil. He immediately broke down and apologized to me. He said that it was his fault that he took it too far and was feeling very guilty all month. He said that he did not want to tell me because I would have been very upset, and he just wanted to forget it. Coward. I told him to tell me what happened in detail, and he did.
Oh, not the detail.
Yes, the details.
I don't want the detail.
We must be tortured.
No.
He told me that Dana and Jess both got drunk during the concert.
Oh.
Phil had to hold Dana while talking. Phil had to hold Dana while taking her to the car. Dana slept in the car for an hour while Phil was driving. She got up, she started playing music and singing loudly. At one point, she told Phil that it is hot in the car, and before he could lower the AC temperature, she took off her shirt.
Oh.
Phil said he was very uncomfortable at this point and asked Dana if it's okay if he drives to our house and she could sleep in the guest room, as her apartment would have added another 30 minutes to the drive. He insisted that she wanted to go home, so Phil took her home. As she got out, she asked Phil if he could walk her back to her apartment as she felt tipsy. Put ICUs in the chat if you see what's coming. After she opened the apartment door, she hugged Phil and said thank you. Phil said that he was sorry that the hug lingered too long and they had a moment. Do you think this is trickle truth?
What? A hug?
Do you think we're getting a trickle truth though? Is it just a hug? Is she just admitting to a hug, but it was actually more?
My question, did she ever put her shirt back on?
No, I don't think so. Because that's how the glitter got on him. Or at least that's what he's saying.
Oh, but she's still wearing her bikini top probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had tears rolling down my eyes and asked him if they kissed. Phil told me, of course not, but he cannot describe it, but there was definitely a moment between them where it was like a hug that lingered a little bit too long.
The eye contact.
Yeah.
The BJ eyes.
Yeah. He told me that Dana invited him in, but he immediately told Dana that he had to leave and made a run to the car. I kept on asking what happened, and he just said they had a moment that he felt he could not control and just got out of there. After he came home, Dana messaged Phil that he should have come inside the apartment. Phil kept on telling Dana that it was an accident and to forget about it. But Dana kept on asking Phil if he is attracted to her and if he had a good time. Phil told Dana that he is not attracted to her and never will be, and told her to not tell me about it. She agreed, and he deleted all the messages. He said that he sat on the sofa because they were messaging each other for a long time, and he did not want me to hear it. I asked him if he could retrieve the messages, and he told me he deleted them and also cleaned all his archive and sent messages.
Thus.
He wanted to forget the incident ever happened. I showed him my post, and thanks to my comment, we went to find the messages on the SD card. Phil was right, and the messages were the same as Phil described. Okay, really quick. How do you guys feel about Phil right now? Is this breakup territory?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that Phil, like, why hide it?
Yeah.
Like, it seems to me that in the way that Phil is describing it, he kind of did everything right. It was like, okay, maybe there's a hug that lingered too long, so I removed myself from the situation. And he was like, but why hide it? Why?
Yeah.
It feels like, why delete
I
all
think
the
what
messages?
what we said before is he hid the messages because he didn't want to ruin the relationship that OP had with her friend, and is
No.
lying to, as she said in the beginning, to protect her feelings.
Your partner trumps that. And I feel like that's like, you can't have anything without communication for us.
Why-
So do you
wow.
think if he said, do you think if he said it immediately, it would have been different?
Yes,
Of course. Yeah.
definitely.
But the fact that he hid it for a month means, like, can
Badness.
you trust? And I think this is kind of an example of if you communicate as soon as possible,
Mhm.
you can even make like pretty bad situations
Like
like
workable.
workable.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the longer that things go, and also I think what also we saw is she already knew the red flag from the
Yeah.
beginning. She literally said it up front,
Yeah.
even before this update.
Yeah.
She was like, he lies to protect my feelings,
Mhm.
which is not a good character
good.
trait because
No.
it's people pleasing. And it's also like, it's not lying to protect your feelings. I feel like it's more lying to
Protect his own image of the image of that she has of him.
and also to maybe lying to not have to deal with her feelings.
Yep.
I think that's more what it is.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
Yeah.
on to Dana. She was in a long-term relationship. She got out of it. It was very abusive. Her boyfriend would control who she would be around a lot. I feel like this is her way of being like, I can hang out with whoever I want and do whatever I want now. And this is like a sense of rebellion I kind of see between, like,
She's free.
Yeah.
She's free to do whatever. But
Are you in her class, Riley? What's going on here? When are
Yes.
you graduating, dude?
I'm learning.
You crushed it.
well, we do have more of the story. This is where things got super weird.
Oh.
We're not even in weird territory yet.
Oh,
We're getting
my
into weird
word.
territory right now. I invited Dana for brunch yesterday and met her. I told her that I talked to Phil and he confessed to everything that happened that night during the concert. I asked her that I wanted to give her a chance to tell her side of the story. Dana immediately became defensive. The story was the same until they got to her apartment. Dana said that she opened her apartment door. She gave Phil a long hug for a great evening. She said that she could feel Phil wanted more, but nothing happened beyond that. I asked her why she invited him inside the apartment. She told me that she wanted to offer him some water and a snack as he was driving for a long time. Sus. I said that it's really a B moved to invite my husband in her apartment at 1 a.m. at night when she felt he wanted more from her than a hug. She said that I was just being jealous and crazy.
Ugh.
We started arguing and she blurted out that she was not the one popping boners during the hug.
That's what the moment is.
No.
That's what the moment was. The moment was a little movement.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, man. I told her she is never going to see Phil again in her life, as our friendship is done. She started shouting that she knows Phil loves her and he does not act on it because of me. She went on about how I'm always complaining about Phil and do not deserve him. She said that Phil has been so nice to her after the breakup and she feels he would leave me for her if he had the chance. She finally said that she could make Phil way happier than I ever could, and he started to realize it now. At this point, I just wanted to avoid a blowout and walked away. I talked to Phil at night and what Dana said. He confirmed to me that he did become aroused when hugging Dana that night, and he does not know why. Dana held his hand and invited him after the hug, and he just ran towards his car. He said he feels guilty about it. He said he feels guilty about it, but it does not mean he has feelings for Dana. He said he is very happy being married to me and would like to keep it that way for the rest of his life. Although I am relieved that nothing happened between them, it's hard for me to process my thoughts. I feel mad at Phil for hugging Dana in the middle of the night when she is barely wearing anything. He should know better. On the other hand, I feel like an a-hole myself that my best friend had a thing for my husband that I had no clue about and pushed both of them to go to the concert together. Also, if you're hugging someone for long enough to get to an erection, probably a bad move.
An issue.
Through these comments.
It's harder to tell.
But also, like, why was he hugging her in her inebriated state?
They said
And she didn't have her shirt on.
And she didn't have a shirt on.
Yeah,
like, I
this
would
is-
just be like, respectfully,
No.
No.
Yeah.
Like, hey, okay.
fist bump, oh,
Yeah.
elbow.
Both, I feel, are pretty toxic.
The
Dana
Yeah.
friend-
seems even like way toxic. I feel like the husband is making some very bad choices and
Yeah.
has a toxic character trait. We got trickle truth. He
Yeah.
didn't mention if you're being confronted with this, he should have immediately said, I pitched a tent when I was hugging Dana,
Mhm.
which maybe would have made things a little bit better than it coming from him. I mean, not a great
Yeah.
thing to have to admit, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, I mean, here's my question: do they deserve each other? In the,
Dana and
the guy?
Phil.
in the negative way of like, is it worth? I don't know. Like, it's Phil does not seem like the man.
Trisha D says Phil is a pathological liar. As a medical doctor in training, does this feel like pathological lying?
I don't know. I think like a part of me wants to give them, like, both of them grace individually. But I think like the situation as a whole just is not favorable for them. Because it's like, I think he was honest about everything, but it was just like the timing and the fact that he has this like history.
But he was only honest after being confronted, which I think
Yeah.
is an important distinction. Like,
Yeah.
like honesty when you
No,
have
it's
to
still
is so
super
different.
red flag, and I don't know that would ever fly for me. But like,
Yeah.
I feel it's not like for me, the biggest red flag is not what actually happened
right?
with
It's
Phil.
like the communication.
It's the communication that
100%.
is like if that happened to me as a partner, if I was OP,
Yeah.
I feel like I would be way more upset about the trickle truth
Oh, for sure.
than the actual things that occurred because
Yeah.
that means like what else are you hiding at that
No,
point?
at the end of the day, it's his responsibility to tell his partner like
Yeah.
this happened.
And I'm getting into conspiracy theory land, but I think what's happening with both of them is they're both like building these like feelings for each other, and OP kind of caught I think if left unattended, it would have exploded and they would have gotten together.
Well, actually, I think a little bit slightly differently. I
Mm.
think the boner was the explosion.
Ooh,
And that's
bone
why they
explosion.
separated. Phil was like, I don't want to talk
He's
to
like,
her
"This is too
anymore.
real."
This is too real. This is getting to the point, and separated. But I think what Phil did wrong, I mean, Phil did a lot wrong, but the biggest thing I feel like he did wrong was not talking about anything immediately after it happened.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Or even, well, I guess was she at home asleep because they left separately after the concert, right? They stayed longer in the concert, or did
So
OP
what
go to
happened
the concert
is,
at all?
so they went to the concert together because OP couldn't go,
Right.
and then she insisted to be driven back to her house, probably to make a move on Phil.
Yeah.
And then it was like, can you walk me to my apartment to make a move on Phil? And then kind of made a move on Phil with the hug. Phil popped a boner, and then it was like, ah. and then
Here's
ran
my
away.
question: why didn't he tell her literally instantly in the moment that like, yo, your friend is like super sloshed, and I think like.
Well, she was asleep. OP went to sleep.
No. Like even just text her. is what
I
I'm
mean, I
saying.
think he could have done it, but he texted her at 11. She didn't respond because she was asleep. So it could have been that, but still, like, what would have been the best thing is to
Just hey.
to be like, hey, this happened immediately,
yeah.
and then the next day when she wakes up, it's like, hey, this happened
Yeah.
immediately. A month later, it makes it so
No,
much
that's
worse.
bad. Yeah.
I feel like I would have like if there was in the moment where it's like, okay, this person needs to get home safe. It's like even if they're not around, just like, hey, just letting you know that, like this is happening.
Yeah.
Gonna get her home safe or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, that's fine, like good on him taking care of the friend, but also like things started getting blurry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
But that's where this story ends.
Wow.
And I believe that is where our time with Steph ends. So Sophia is going to take my place while I walk Steph out. But put some docs in the chat. Shout out Stephanie.
Doctors in the chat.
Thank you for coming on the show. You were great.
Happy to be here.
And maybe she'll be back soon. All right.
See.
Sophia,
Bye, everyone.
Yay. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy. We're up. I've been cut in half. There we go. Kimberly Fine says, in the moment, he would own it. Yeah, like own up to it. I don't know. Jocelyn says, OP, please dump Phil. Dump Dr. Phil. That's what we're saying. Oh my God. But guys, thanks for all of the kind comments to Steph. Love to see this. Love to see this. Nicole hadn't. Sam hobbling out. Lol. Look, he heroically rolled his ankle harder than it's ever rolled. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. He took a stand and then took a fall. Okay, and consequences happen sometimes. That's what happened.
Action.
So there we go. Sophia, how you doing?
I'm doing chill. I was just reading my book and eating some dinner.
Love that.
Yeah.
Dude, I haven't eaten today.
Oh
I need
my
to hop on
lord.
that soon. I haven't eaten lunch today.
There's sushi in the little fridge.
I'm gonna hop on some stuff in a bit on some food, but
Ooh,
I have to stay with the gang.
you have to stay.
Have to say. Caro says LMAO, take a stand, and the universe told him to sit back down and do this live.
He literally has to be here.
That's correct. Like we will explode if we leave. Oh, by the way, we are what? You know what I was about to say, Sophia?
What were you about to say?
I was about to say we're one like away from a wheel spin, but then guess what?
Well, it sounds like you counted your chickens a little too soon.
I did because they hatched in. We got ourselves a wheel spin on the hand.
Yay!
Why don't we do a John and Soap wheel spin?
Hell yeah.
How does that sound? We're bringing it up right now, and we're gonna spin a wheel for you. Yeah. Easy. Whoa, Nelly. All right, let's spin that wheel. Sophia can't talk. Woo. What is that? 10 more minutes.
10 more members?
10
What
more
does that mean?
members. Oh my good golly
Whoa.
goobers. Guys, we're doing this new little thing. You guys have been so amazing at growing our family and bringing more knights to our army, okay? We're going to give 10 memberships away right now because that is what Riley added to the wheel, and we will not stop. We will not stop until we will not stop. We will not stop until every human being on planet Earth
is a member of our family. Okay?
Right now.
What are we doing? Oh yeah, Riley's setting
Wait,
it up.
It says I can only do super stickers and super chats. SOB.
Yeah. I might be able to.
Let me switch my account.
Whoa. So guys, we're on it. All right. We're
on the case.
We're on the case. That's so awesome. People are liking it. People are liking this idea. Guys, the question is, will we be able to do it? I don't know. That's
I'm looking into it.
we're looking into it as we speak. I'm looking into it simultaneously as Riley's looking into it. My head. Sophia, please.
Fix it. So like drag his head down.
I am.
On the go to OBS.
I freaking know how to do it.
I freaking know how to do it. Duchess Kasana, don't cut John in half, guy. Sophia, let me live.
Why won't it let me gift memberships?
Let me live. I might be able to do it.
What the frick?
But guys, yes. And we're gonna hit another story. Oh, should we? Let's Sophia, let's go ahead and add another. Oh wait, I was gonna say add another 10 minutes, but
I won't.
we are going to.
Ready for another story?
We're ready for another story. I'm gonna see real quick if I cannot assist Riley in giving
Give me your
good
phone.
people what they want. I have a bunch of.
What you need to.
Just flick through. Here, we'll swap. All right. Sophia, what am I reading? Tell me right now.
657 S1.
657 S1.
Ooh, 657
Let's
S1.
go.
What the heck? It
Oh, that's
won't
the wrong
do it
one.
here either. It still has the 2 options.
Switch through. I have my John Fry one, and then maybe OK Storytime. Because I think I was able to see it before on the OK Storytime
What the
account.
frick?
Do we know if it's an S1 or S2, Sophia?
It's S1.
It's S1. Let's freaking go. All right.
S1.
I am ready. Let's do it.
it.
My boyfriend offered to take me to Europe, but now he wants me to pay him back.
Whoa.
Hey, Sophia. Happy birthday. Here's this brand new car.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I'll take it.
Sophia, that will be $30,000 plus 10% interest a year. Right now. Yep. Guys, this is the answer. What are the deal breakers in a relationship? And it comes from the Garden of Thorns, who says, I don't even know how or where to start this, but here it goes. My boyfriend, 24 male, and I, 25 female, have been together for years. We both live separately, and he recently moved out on his own. However, his family is now staying with him on and off. Wow. We've always had a good relationship when it came to respecting each other's boundaries and having a solid foundation in terms of trust. For the most part, our outings would go something like this. He would usually insisted on picking up the bill whenever we did dinner dates. I don't know anybody like that. I would buy the tickets on movie dates, and if he bought them, I would buy the food. That was until 2 years ago when I stopped working as I was diagnosed with a chronic autoimmune illness and then went through a very severe depression because of it. A year into me not working, he began to voice his frustration at quote unquote financially supporting our relationship by paying for dates. We definitely didn't go out on as many as we used to at this point. Fast forward to last September, I finally began to feel like myself again and decided to continue my undergrad, which I had stopped to work full time to support my single mom prior to an illness, and was receiving my country's student loans. My boyfriend's family got a condo in Europe a few years back. He works full time, so his parents and siblings would go for the summer, and I would temporarily stay with him at their family home to help out with the household stuff and watching the dog. One year he ended up going up for the holidays, and I stayed back with his dog. Well, fast forward now to this past holiday season. They were planning on going, and my boyfriend asked me if I would come. But I told him that this is completely outside of the realm of possibility for me, given my financial situation. They're going on vacation. OP has not been able to work. It's out of the budget.
Yeah.
It's out of the budget, Sophia.
It's out of the budget.
Over the following weeks, he proceeded to insist that he really wanted me there, that it was important for him, that was important to him for us to enjoy this together, and offered to pay for the trip. I declined once again, as it didn't feel right to accept something like this. But he continued insisting and assured me that he would take care of everything. All I needed to do was bring some spending money for myself. I still felt bad, so I looked into my student loans and saw that I still had some funds left to be released. He did some calculations and figured I'd receive $500 in my account. And we agreed that I would use this money to pay him back in a way, even if it's just a small part. At this point, flights were going for around $1,300, so I asked him not to purchase anything in the event of a price spike before talking to me. Let's take a real quick pause here, Sophia.
Yeah.
I see an ICU in the chat.
I see a big old ICU.
What's your big old ICU you're seeing, Sophia?
I am seeing that he is not going to talk to her before.
Oh, that's a great ICU.
Yeah.
I am seeing that he did this once, and I predict it's going to become a pattern where he's basically like, hey, like, oh, let me pay, like, let me do this, da 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 da. And he's like, I'm so tired of financially supporting you. Like, oh my gosh, like, it's such a financial burden. And it's like, sir, you are the one that is offering to do it, and then turning around, and it's like,
yeah, I think if you offer, then you don't have any claim over that money.
Exactly. Yeah. Like the implicit contract in offering something is knowing that it is offering something, not a loan. You're giving, not giving a loan.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
No, I think in the earlier part of the story where he was like, I'm paying a lot for food and dates and stuff, and expressed that concern, I think that is a different thing that's valid. But this is where he's like, this isn't. Yeah, he's just offering, and that's just a gift at that point.
Look, that's what I'm ICUing. Yeah. Guys, put an ICU in the chat if you see that too, or maybe you don't and you think I'm a raging lunatic. That's also valid, but let's find out. I spent the following 3 weeks reminding him that prices would spike soon. However, he ended up waiting until the last minute, and he bought a $2,700 flight and didn't let me know until after the fact. 2 days before our flight, I was asked to be a bridesmaid. My boyfriend was with me, and on the ride home, he expressed that since I'd have to eventually pay for my own flight for the bachelorette trip, he thought it was only fair that I pay him back $1,000.
And OP has already said that she only has about $500, right?
Yeah, he was the one that like did this crazy, which is already crazy. Like looking at your student loans to do this is insanity.
Ridiculous.
I was asked to be a bridesmaid. I already said this. He was adamant that if I went on a trip that I should pay him back more, and at this point I couldn't really cancel. I fell back into a corner, so I said, okay. Once we got back, I learned that my student loan had actually gone straight towards my tuition and no funds were released into my account. Our relationship has been rocky.
I mean, even just the fact that it was a student loan that she was taking out money from is that,
it shouldn't have been done in the first place.
Yeah.
Now, I used my student loans to buy cars from an auction to try and flip.
With student loans.
Was that a smart idea? No.
But if it made money, it would have been a smart idea.
It would have been great. I lost all the money, but it would have been fantastic.
Did you really lose everything?
I didn't lose everything, no.
How much did you lose? Like percentage wise.
I probably went from like $5,000 or $7,000 to like $2,000. I think
that's significant.
Something like that. As a 19-year-old, as
that's
an 18,
so
18-year-old,
significant.
As an 18-year-old.
Dang, bro.
It's tough.
Dang.
Learning lessons. And my parents encouraged it.
Really?
And it actually turned out to be the most unexpected parenting move ever.
Why?
Because it taught me like
to not blow.
I'm not even joking. Like that is one of the most informative experiences of my like early adulthood.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is important. It's important to learn what losing money feels like before you make money.
They let me fail in specific guide rails that like made me learn and grow like exponentially.
Yeah, and they knew you were gonna you were gonna be okay.
That's right. Yeah. But I digress from my parents' great parenting. I fell back into a depression. not me, OP, as my university went on strike and my symptoms came back.
Oh.
I tried to find a job that would work for me in my situation, but I had no luck. I recently recovered from my flare-up, and one of my old bosses graciously hired me back as a server, giving me 1 shift per week for now until more shifts open up. I should also mention that my boyfriend's dog sadly passed away a month ago. My boyfriend's family went away for Europe again, and my friends flew out for the bachelorette trip that I unfortunately could not go on. While on the phone with my boyfriend, I jokingly asked him when he'd ask me to come stay with him now that he's got the place to himself. He coldly responded, "I don't need you to stay with me. The dog's gone. Why would I feed 2 people? Why would I feed 2 people? What I could just feed myself."
Maybe when I could.
Oh. True.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
For what?
For the gifted membership.
Oh.
That's so horrible.
Dude, I was a bit taken aback. We had an argument about this, but he didn't really understand why it was hurtful. A day later, I told him I was scheduled for my first shift back, and he responded saying that we should go on a repayment plan and that he was again thinking 20% of each weekly pay I receive. Now, this is a great place to stop and inform Sam, who is completely coming in blind here. So a quick TLDR for you. So basically, OP and boyfriend in a relationship. In the beginning, he would offer to pay all the time for dinners and stuff. He was kind of paying for the majority of stuff. She had autoimmune issues, couldn't work anymore. And then later, OP was like, "I feel like I'm financially supporting you, etc., etc." From what we know, he kind of continued to be the one offering and kind of no, I'm paying. No, I'm paying. Right. So kind of oh gosh, I'm doing so much to financially support you. Meanwhile, he's no, I'm paying. No, I'm paying. So then the relationship was not looking so great. The boyfriend's family was doing this vacation. He's like, "I really want you here." He's like, "I can't afford it. Hey, I'll pay for the vacation. Don't worry about it." She's like, "As long as you don't
hold it against me
or get a flight that's too expensive." And they looked into her student loans to see if she can get some money to help, cover it. Right? They got $500 from the student loans. The plane tickets went from $1,300 to $2,700, and he booked it without telling her explicitly what she told him not when they were coming to.
And was he going to, he was expecting her to pay for that?
Now he's getting into now he's saying how he wants her to pay her back.
Wow.
That's what he's going to do now. Again,
That's
I was
so messed up.
Yeah, so I'll read this last line back. A day later, I told him I was scheduled for my first shift back, and he responded saying that we should go over a repayment plan. And he was thinking that 20% of each of my weekly pay I receive goes to him. So 20%
Oh my God.
goes straight to him. When he offered to basically pay.
He said he was going to pay
essentially.
it completely.
Yes. Again, I was a bit taken aback since I hadn't even worked my first shift yet, and I was planning on using my first pay to buy my medication, as I had been off of them for a month. I asked him how much he expected back since I skipped the bachelorette trip, and he said we agreed on $1,000, and he wasn't going to have this discussion again. So I said, okay. It's been 2 weeks since my first shift, and so he's collected 20% from me twice. The last time he collected, he had asked me to make him dinner. He was complaining that he was hungry, and I said, okay. So he came over with the ingredients, and I made the meal despite already having made a different meal earlier for my family. That same night we were intimate. Immediately after we finished is when he decided to ask me for the cash. Bro.
Timing.
This guy
Timing.
sucks. This guy sucks. I don't know if I'm being crazy here, but it just felt so degrading. And he texted me when he got home that night saying, I know it sucks having to pay me back, but it'll be good for your word. As in, it'll teach me how to keep my word. We ended up having a fight about it where he basically threw in my face the fact that if he were in my shoes, he would have either never let someone pay for him to go on a trip, or he would offer to pay them back in full. Bro, you
insisted.
You pushed her so hard to do this. I guess that's what he's been expecting of me, especially with the comments he's made towards me lately. It seems like he resents me a lot. I've tried to be patient and agreeable, but it seems like I can't even really say how I feel since money is involved. I spoke to my sister about this recently, and she was shocked to hear all of this and pointed out how alarming it was. And now I don't know what to think or how to feel. Quick edit to close us out. Okay, guys. Yes. I see all of you are pointing out my first comment in this thread where I said, I don't want to break up. Please allow me to clarify. I replied to the first comment on this post, and since I was still nervous from posting, I got a little scared that maybe I gave off the impression that I want to leave him to avoid paying him back. To be clear, I do realize now that would be perfectly fine to do at this point. Again, I am not against ending the relationship. I really don't know what else to say.
Ooh.
End it.
End it.
Just
That is a terrible relationship.
Yes.
End it. He is awful. He's so manipulative.
it is super clear to answer the question, what are deal breakers in a relationship? When they basically coerce you into, like, push you into doing something and then punish you for that.
Yeah.
He literally was like, let me pay. Oh my gosh, why are you such a financial burden? He kept pushing her into situations where he would be the one paying, kept punishing her for it. Just
It's kind of like the idea, if you give someone a gift, you can't ask for it back.
and that's exactly what we said earlier.
And yeah, I think this is terrible. She needs to leave immediately.
But you know who so beautifully gave our amazing community a gift?
Who?
Sam. Shirayuki with 20 more gifted memberships. Shirayuki back in the chat again. Thanks, Tiffany Velvet, for the $20 super chat. Thanks, Sabine Williams, for the 501. I don't trust Dr. Phil, neither do we. MLK celebrating 4 months of membership. Let's go. Kimberly Fine. Okay, Fiends need more chaos for our ear holes. Let's go. Guys, we figured out the gifting the 10 memberships. So we did it. Congrats to everyone who got those. And the Tomlet, thanks for the $5 tip. I have a chronic illness that has me unable to work. I live on a fixed income via Social Security disability. Anyone who's close to me, friends and partners, understand I have limited resources. OP needs to run. This man doesn't love her.
Yeah, agreed. And shout out Tomlet for gifting on the tip link. The tip link, no less. We love the tip link.
We love to see it.
But yeah, I feel like the boyfriend does not understand what this person needs and is actively doing things that endanger her, basically.
Yes.
But that, I think, is where this stream ends.
That's all she wrote. Literally.
That's all she wrote. So if you love us, make sure to subscribe.
We love you, and
see you tomorrow.